Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is lifted up in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 19, Rebirth, Make Peace with Yourself Part 2. The trio soared with tremendous speed across a wasteland. Tatsuki had no idea how long they had been flying or even how far they might have gone. Everything in Hueco Mundo looked the same, sand, with the occasional rock formations here and there. Not knowing when they would arrive at their destination made the trip even worse. She and Orium were held in either arm by Ulquiorra. He had assumed his true form after they arrived and just picked them up without bothering to ask. The demon lord's unleashed strength made her feel sick. Tatsuki resented everything about their current situation, right down to the fact that she had wrapped an arm around his neck for fear of falling. As a sort of compensation for this, her free hand entwined tightly with Orium's, who looked as though she were trying to let as little of Schiffer's white and black skin touch her. That way. Inu pointed, and the Espada adjusted his course. They had done this several times now. Arisawa was starting to wonder if maybe her friend was deliberately trying to mislead them. If so, Ulquiorra wouldn't be happy about it. In fact, he'd probably kill them. Would that be worse than if they actually did find Ichigo's hollow? Something else occurred to her as they went. For the last few minutes she had been noticing other hollows in the desert far below. Never that many, only a scattered individual or two. But one thing they all had in common was they seemed to be moving in the opposite direction as themselves. Almost like they were running away. A line of mountains appeared on the horizon, or perhaps just a really big mesa. Tatsuki felt Orium's grip tighten. Was there something different about the landscape? It looked messed up. From out of nowhere a gigantic black and red sword came shooting towards them. She sucked in a breath as Ulquiorra banked calmly to one side. The beam went shooting by, and Tatsuki looked behind them as it vanished into the distance. The hell was that? She demanded. Abruptly Schiffer descended lower to the ground while still speeding along, and she heard a sharp cry. At the same time her arm snapped down. Orium now dangled from their joined hands. The muscles in Tatsuki's arm and shoulder tightened in order to keep her from falling. For a moment they just stared at one another in horror. Then Ulquiorra reached up and casually bent her wrist until it snapped. Inu dropped to the sands below with a mournful cry and went tumbling along before being lost to sight. Tatsuki screamed in outraged betrayal. She began to beat against the vampire's face with both fists, heedless of the pain in her shattered limb. After a while they landed. Tatsuki tore away from him and staggered back a few steps, prepared to launch forward in what even she recognized was a suicide attempt. Only then did the feeling register. Close by, a conflict was taking place. She sensed the collision of two enormous powers, which up until now had been overshadowed by the pall of the monster with whom she traveled. They finally came clear. Both of them. Her eyes went wide. Oh no, Tatsuki breathed. A moment later she was dangling off the ground with Schiffer's hand around her throat. The fearless fighter beat and kicked at the impassive wraith before her. Ulquiorra paid this treatment no mind. Despair overrode the initial fury, and she went limp, holding onto his black-nailed claw in an effort not to choke out. You knew, she gurgled accusingly. You knew. Ichigo was here. Ulquiorra just stared at her, and said. So did you. He squeezed, and Arisawa's mouth opened on a gasp. That dread figure then brought her close, and kissed her. There was no trace of romance or even desire in this act. Rather it felt as though he sucked something out of her. At the same time, cold breath passed from him to settle in her heart like a curse. The Vastolord let her fall. He turned away to once more face the oppressive battle aura which dominated the entire region. You promised. Ulquiorra's leathery wings spread with a snap that managed to sound disdainful. Without even a glance in her direction he took off over the waves of sand. In moments Tatsuki was on her feet and running. She threw herself forward, powering through the desert in pursuit. Under the great brooding moon of Hueco Mundo the girl sprinted towards certain death. She focused on the spot up ahead where the conflict was strongest, all her concentration bent on reaching it before something horrible happened. This helped her not to think about what Ulquiorra had said. There was no way not to feel him coming. It was like a tsunami, a tidal wave so huge it would have reached the stars if seen for real. Nothing else could have been counted on to bring their battle to a halt. Ichigo Kurosaki and his hollow broke away to stand panting and gasping. Their clothes were stained with blood, and each could see the fear they themselves felt reflected in the other's face. Perhaps they would have spoken about joining forces. Considering the level of threat approaching, not to mention the fact that they were already exhausted from having fought one another to a standstill, to do any less would have only made death certain. The merits of such a suggestion never came up, as between one breath and the next Ulquiorra Schiffer landed in a crouch between them. Both halves of the teen's fractured soul felt his strident supremacy overpowering their senses as it always did. This was the fourth time confronting the Espada at full power. Until now they had always managed to beat the odds and survive. But as Ulquiorra folded his wings and rose to look between them, each felt certain that their luck had finally run out. Without a word Ichigo's hollow launched itself at their nemesis. It never saw what happened next, but Ichigo did. Ulquiorra spun at impossible speed and punched the negative soul in the stomach. The force of this blow was so great the creature rocketed away to hit the ground like a missile. At the same time he collapsed to his knees, doubled over in agony. It felt like his spine had shattered. The hollow was back up and stumbling raggedly towards them soon after, staggering and spitting blood that streamed down its chest to match the Espadas. Seeing their enemy's back turned, the human fighter raised Tensei Zanjutsu on high, a command for Getsuga Tenshou on his lips. Next thing he knew Ulquiorra's impassive face slammed into his own in a headbutt that felt like a wrecking ball. Ichigo hit the ground and lay sprawled on his back, one hand pressed to his broken bleeding features in an attempt to force down the agony before he blacked out. As he did, a firm grip took hold of the ebony katana he held and wrenched it loose. Schiffer looked behind him to where Ichigo's hollow had fallen, feet digging blindly through the sand as it curled up into a pain-racked ball with arms fastened around its head. The sight proved most illuminating. As I suspected, the vampire lord spoke coolly. You are connected this time. What befalls one? He turned from the whimpering antithesis and rounded on Ichigo to grasp Tensei Zanjutsu in both hands, is felt by both. So saying, Ulquiorra Schiffer snapped the blade in half and casually flung the broken pieces in two different directions. Where they landed was so far away even he couldn't see it. Not that it made any difference. Considering everything he had been forced to endure as a result of this bullish mortal, one might have granted the Cuarta Espada a certain leniency when it came to abusing the defeated pair. He himself never cared to indulge in the petty mockeries and torments other hollows were wont to pursue when prey was at their mercy. Such irrational behavior served no purpose as far as he was concerned. An enemy was meant to be killed. Anything else only invited carelessness and waste. He had no need or craving for the like. Ordinarily, Ulquiorra thought as he reached down and ripped off Ichigo Kurosaki's leg. While the schizophrenic was busy screaming, he ignored them to examine his new trophy. As a Vastolord, Ulquiorra had no need for sustenance. He had evolved past such limitations and was self-sustaining. Therefore eating the appendage had no appeal. The thought that some aspect of his opponent might endure as a part of him actually stirred a feeling of revulsion. That being the case, he opted to form Masiro and simply eradicate the leg. You fucking clown. The distaste he felt at hearing that voice made him reconsider and instead point behind him to fire at the white menace. Its own torn-off limb had grown back in record time, permitting it to hobble upright. Ichigo's hollow looked down in disbelief as the greenish-black Zero blew off its other leg and sent it pitching back into the dirt where it belonged. Black dog of Rondonini. So busy appreciating the sight of it groveling there was he that Ulquiorra actually let the boy finish his incantation. Red light outlined him in a stigma of Kido, scratching at his skin in minor irritation. When it was done he looked over to where Ichigo had levered up on one elbow to glare at him ferociously while finding it an effort just to breathe by the sound of it. Battered, beaten, humbled, and still the whelp saw some purpose in making these childish attempts at heroics. Nothing had changed since the first day they met. The gap between them should have been insurmountable. Anyone with even the slightest scrap of intelligence could see that. Yet here they were. It served to remind Ulquiorra why he despised this outlandish freak so much. As he pondered his own hate, the pet hollow leapt atop his back and grasped both ivory horns in an effort to twist his head around, but black wings simply spread to hoist it upon them. Schiffer then reached behind and grasped those flailing white hands. Swinging the animal overhead, he brought it smashing down repeatedly on its own primogenitor. When he dropped it, they lay coughing and cursing atop one another. Pathetic. The irritation he felt was swiftly growing to be a nuisance in and of itself. Torture had not proven any more valuable than he initially surmised. Which meant there was no further need to continue like this. A lanza del relámpago formed between his outstretched hands. The silent executioner was just preparing to ascend to a high enough vantage where he need not risk injuring himself when a voice shouted, "Stop!" Slitted green eyes drifted off to one side. There stood Tatsuki Arisawa, breathing hard with her good fist clenched. She must have run all the way here. A nuisance. Almost more trouble than she was worth. For her part, Tatsuki was simply struggling to find some measure of sanity in the world. She spotted Ichigo, weaponless, leg torn off, covered in blood from head to toe. Atop him lay the brutalized pale husk that had fueled her nightmares for over a year. It appeared to be in no better shape than its counterpart. How much Ulquiorra was responsible for and how much they had done to each other proved unclear. Regardless, it was clear he had taken them both apart. Which should tell everybody just how small her chances of survival were at this stage. Any sane person would run. Instead, Tatsuki assumed her martial artist's stance, fully aware of how stupid this must look. Get away from him. Maybe Ulquiorra had a hard time comprehending how anyone could be so brainless. That would certainly explain why he didn't kill her on the spot. He regarded her with those dopey sad clown features that made him look more dead than not. Considering everything this boy is, and the bleak future that awaits you either way, you should be begging me to end his life. His horned head tilted slightly, eyes narrowing. Aren't you afraid to die? Or are you afraid to live, knowing now what you would do to remain so? Shut up, she whispered. I kept you alive. You owe me. The deal was to kill the Hollow, not Ichigo. You promised you could do it. Yes. Those soulless green eyes studied her. If I wished, I could reach into his mind, find the source of his emptiness, and beguile him to eradicate it completely. That is within my power. I could do so. Ulquiorra turned away from her. He didn't even bother to smile when he spoke next. But I never said I would. It was such a petty, mean, human thing to say. The sort of juvenile technicality you would expect from a bratty middle schooler, not an evil undead deity. And at this, Tatsuki became so furious she threw herself at the espada, pelting across the sand with tears pouring from wide blazing eyes. One white-knuckled fist pulled back and a scream tore from her throat. You goddamn heartless liar. For whatever reason, he didn't just blow her away as she had been half certain he would. Instead, Ulquiorra simply waited until she got close and then backhanded her across the cheek. It didn't look like much, but that single leisurely blow took everything out of her. The girl crashed to the ground with all the grace of a rock. Stunned, she couldn't move at all. Ulquiorra satisfied himself that there would be no further interference on that end. He returned his attention to the red-headed youth and his shadow. Things had gotten more complicated. Best consider the possibilities, and quickly before anything else unexpected could happen. At his feet the crumpled female stirred. You promised. She spat from between clenched teeth, coughing up sand. You wanted this, the Lord of the Undead retorted distractedly. He drew back, and in one smooth motion stabbed downward. A pair of near-identical screams followed. Ulquiorra then lifted his god-forged spear. Impaled along its length were Ichigo Kurosaki and his hollow. He held them out before him, observing how they continued to struggle futilely with the javelin through their stomachs when any sensible soul would go limp and let death do its work. In your heart, the incarnation of finality intoned in a dull voice to no one in particular, you wanted them both dead. It was the only way to ensure your own safety. Having come to his decision, he turned towards the range of mountains off in the distance. That was sufficiently far away to avoid any risk of damage. Hefting the lance back, Ulquiorra prepared to throw. Arisawa felt herself turning to ice. Tears swelled in her eyes, she struggled not to shed. Everything in her field of vision had gone scarlet. There was a roaring in her ears from when he had slapped her. Possibly due to anger, or just brain damage. This last part would explain what she was seeing now. Ulquiorra loomed above her, a mixture of pitch black and tinted crimson flesh. Yet in the center of him where his hollow hole rested, something different gleamed. A bluish-green star, throbbing erratically. It brought back memories of the time she had visited Ishimariki in that temple. There had been a similar sort of thing inside him from what she could see. And I reached it. Somehow. Tatsuki stood. The world swam around her. All she could focus on clearly was that little cyan firefly beckoning her with its glow. Got to catch it. Without even understanding why, she thrust her hand into the hollow hole and seized hold of the light. Ulquiorra's mouth fell open, eyes flung wide. He looked down in shock. Twitching claws swept up to clutch at the cavity in his chest. There came a sound from his throat like a faint moan. She ignored this. Instead Tatsuki Arisawa braced herself and pulled. The tiny light resisted her efforts. Her grip tightened accordingly. It felt like trying to tear a flower from a jackfruit, ensconced in all those tough fibrous tubes that ripped your fingernails and caused them to bleed beneath. Undeterred, she pressed on, straining, unrelenting, and finally felt it start to give. Come on. Come on. All of a sudden Tatsuki went staggering back to fall down hard. Dazed but triumphant, she opened her palm. Enclosed therein was a small blob of blue-green light. It almost felt like it had a heartbeat. In an instant the Lanza vanished. Ichigo and his hollow dropped to earth in a tangle of limbs. The Quarta Espada turned slowly about. His face held an expression of slack-jawed amazement the likes of which no one had ever seen on him. He gaped in utter disbelief at the coal-haired child panting on the sand. On instinct Tatsuki pressed her hard-won prize gently to her breast. It sank in and disappeared completely. Ulquiorra Schiffer's body turned to ash. He remained standing there until a slight breeze swept across the dunes. Its touch seemed to erase him. The tops of his wings were blown away, followed by his head. The wind continued down that crumbling form until it reached bottom. In just a few moments absolutely nothing remained of the mighty Vastolord. Tatsuki just sat there staring curiously at the spot where her self-made bane once stood. She had no idea what just happened. There came a rustling from off to one side, and when she looked over it was to see Ichigo's hollow lunging at her with a look of delight. An orange wall of light appeared between them. The hollow slammed into this barrier and howled, raking its black nails against the unyielding surface with no effect. Tatsuki watched with a weary surprise. It finally dawned on her what this meant. Swiveling around, she saw Orium sliding down to join them in the depression of sand. She was out of breath and clutching her stomach, but none the worse for wear. Orium. Tatsuki began, and coughed, her voice becoming a hoarse whisper. Go join Kurosaki-kun, the other girl said in a weird sort of calm. I'll heal your injuries. She did not take her eyes off the hollow trapped in her spell dome. There was no point arguing at this stage. Arisawa rose clumsily. She spied Ichigo's severed leg and went over to retrieve it, remembering a time when Khan's bravery had cost him an arm and she spent some time lugging it around Hueco Mundo. This was starting to become a thing for her. She then hobbled over to where Ichigo had sat up with a grimace. Hey, Tatsuki managed while kneeling beside him. Hi, he said back. His face was white, and he was shaking uncontrollably. She'd never seen him look so bad. The weirdness of the situation was completed when Tatsuki laid his lost leg up against the ragged stump, trying her hardest not to look at all that exposed bone and bloody meat. Even Orium's magic might not be enough to keep her from throwing up. Ayam, Shuno, the healer called behind them. Soten Kishun. I reject. Two bright flashes split off from her hairpins and zipped over to hover around both her friends. Another globe of light appeared, enveloping them in a warm healing balm. It felt like someone giving you a fantastic rubdown after an even better workout. Tatsuki nearly passed out, she felt so unexpectedly good. Ichigo's leg looked to be merging back together, which suited her fine. He still seemed exhausted, but his wounds were definitely disappearing. Maybe Orium isn't restoring his spirit energy because that would mean the hollow got a power save too? She spied it squatted on the sand with arms wrapped around its knees. It looked like a kid sulking after getting yelled at by his parents. While the healing was taking place, Orium crossed over to stand in front of the prison dome. The hollow lifted its chin and gave her a rude glare but said nothing. Inu's voice broke the uncomfortable silence of this realm. You tried to kill Tatsuki. The lovely redhead's hair was blowing all around in the wind. Her skirt flapped against her ankles. A curious cool reproach had settled on her face in the last minute. As though she was preparing for something. Ichigo's hollow kicked the barrier, which didn't even shake as a result. It snorted and glanced away. Apologize. Slowly the white doppelganger turned its head to look at her. Upon realizing she was serious, it began to laugh. Low at first, but then higher and louder. Apologize. Orium screamed. Something in her voice made Tatsuki shiver. The hollow slumped on its hands and threw back its ghastly head, laughing up at the sky with met orange eyes, tongue lolling over rotten teeth and drool running down its chin. It was disgusting, horrifying, an absolute disgrace. Orium took several steps back. Her dainty hands clenched, the expression she wore one of undeniable fury. Tsubaki, Shuno, Began, Ayam. The two spirits devoted to performing recuperation suddenly left off and went streaking over to join their fellows supporting the barrier. As they did, two of the others broke away and resumed their place on Orium's temples, while a fourth emerged and took its place above the dome. Tatsuki and Ichigo watched in confusion. Shiten Saigo-shun. Ichigo's hollow howled in merriment, and Orium's voice trembled with fiercest loathing as she whispered. I reject. The laughter died. All around the hollow, what was once a dome had now become a box, a guardian spirit at each corner. The creature trapped within appeared unable to move. Its facial features spasmed, teeth gritted, and strangled grunts emerging from its throat. Orium calmly observed its struggle. The orange glow became brighter. As they watched, pieces of the hollow's flesh began to disappear. Orium. Tatsuki didn't know what was happening or how her friend had learned something like this. But it didn't matter. She was too terrified to care. Because as the hollow disintegrated, Ichigo Kurosaki had fallen to the ground. His eyes rolled back in their sockets. Shudders racked his wasted frame. He gurgled as though swallowing his own tongue. Worse than all this combined, to Tatsuki's disbelief, his body was being removed. Empty grooves appeared in bare arms and chest. Part of his jaw simply vanished. He looked like a jigsaw puzzle being dismantled piece by piece. It was as though Ichigo Kurosaki were no more than a drawing on paper, and someone was erasing him. Don't. You're killing him. Orium, you're killing them both. Her best friend didn't even look at her. She just stared intently as the monster died before their eyes. You wanted this. The words Ulquiorra had spoken caressed Tatsuki Arisawa's ears as though he were right there beside her. Was it true? Maybe. But not anymore. I wanted this. But I don't want this. Tatsuki stood up. She began to walk forward. Orium saw her coming. She didn't move, or perhaps couldn't. As Tatsuki approached, a faint hint of panic made those doe-like eyes widen, like some part of Inu finally realized just what she herself was doing. Before them the hollow's head came up. Orium looked at it, then her friend. The momentary indecision passed, and the beautiful mystic found her resolve once more. She could not fight Tatsuki and destroy this thing all at once. And if she let it go for even a moment, they would surely die. There was only one thing left to do. Before the other girl could reach her, Inu rushed quickly forward. Seeing what she was attempting, Arisawa made a grab for her. Fingers brushed over silky orange hair. Nothing more. She had already entered the perimeter of the dissolution chamber and passed inside. Tatsuki pounded on the wall, but there was no way to get in. Not even her screams could penetrate the sorcerer's shell. Orium did not permit anyone else to enter. She proceeded over to where her enemy lay in the center of the cube. The absolute negation occurring within here did not harm its mistress. Now free from all possible restraint, the devoted young woman focused every ounce of willpower she contained into eradicating this evil forever. You. It was dissolving before her eyes. Can't. Yes, I can, she responded softly. There was not a tear to be seen on her cheeks. No. The hollow quivered. You. Can't. And it began to rise. Most of its right leg was gone, leaving only a warped strip attached to a semi-solid foot. Half its skull on the left side was missing. The hollow's stomach looked like someone had taken a huge bite out. Not a single thing was whole in that body. There should have been no way for it to live, much less stand. But in only a few moments, it had. "You can't kill me. Orium," the hollow spoke through a mouth lacking both teeth and lips in places. "And you wanna know why?" It started to stumble forward. Orium drew back. "Can't let this thing frighten me. It's only trying to save itself. I have to keep my will strong. Everything I have, everything I am. Give it all now. Let me have everything I'm capable of." The chamber around them flared brilliantly, reflecting an application of willpower strong enough to challenge reality itself. This force converged on the monstrous captive, wrapping around it and squeezing. It felt like the heart of a star collapsing to form a black hole. Ichigo's hollow slowed, and finally came to a halt. It stood hunched over shaking. Then, head down, the beast spoke. "It's because he won't let you." Despair. It hit hard, so that for only an instant the magic wavered. Orium managed to reassert herself in time to keep everything going. But as she did, her gaze was drawn unwillingly outside, to Ichigo. He was slumped on his side, eyes shut tight and lips pressed together, his skin bathed in sweat. It reminded her of a little boy attempting to be brave and not cry. Or a man, holding tight to some horrible secret no one else must ever know. "He won't let me go." It was coming again, a killer machine that would never stop. She felt her back hit the wall without even realizing she had been moving towards it. Her hands rose in an effort to increase the power of Shitensai Goshin. Palms up, she held them out as if to ward off the beast. Its own grisly fingers reached for her, drawing ever closer like a nightmarish reflection. "Please let me reject it. I have to make this end. Please, Kurosaki-kun. Don't hold on. Let it go. For Rukia's sake, let the nightmare end. There's no way to get rid of me." His hollow wheezed like it could read her mind. "Not without killing him too. Don't you care if Ichigo dies?" She shook her head, sending fiery locks flying into her eyes. "Don't listen. It's lying. Don't listen." A loathsome smile split the madman's face, made all the more grotesque by it being partly removed. "Oh. I get it. If you can't have him, nobody can, right?" Her heart lurched. Lying. Inu's head drifted to the side, where Tatsuki continued to beat against the execution chamber, screaming silently. 2 tears slipped free. Right then she felt her head seized in a strong grip. It wrenched her around until she stared into the triumphant eyes of the insane hollow. For a few seconds the thing just looked at Inu, gasping and gleeful as though unable to believe this moment had finally come. Then it gave a savage twist, and Orium's neck snapped. The 4 fairy spirits shattered. Their remains pattered softly over the dusty plain. The box went with them. Ichigo's hollow stood there holding her dead body, then let go to collapse in a heap. He closed his eyes and smiled in satisfaction. Something plowed into the hollow, bearing him to the ground. Raging fists slammed into his face over and over. They pummeled the beast, battering him bloody while emitting one long sustained roar. In response, the hollow only laughed, as Ichigo Kurosaki howled like a mad thing above him. He made no effort to resist. Behind them Tatsuki crawled over to tentatively touch the limp body. She cradled Orium's head in her hands, flinching at how it flopped around with no more resistance than a bag of rice. Whimpering, she settled that beautiful face in her lap and arranged it into a more natural semblance, combing the hair with her fingers and trying not to scream. "Come back," she gasped. "You can fix this, right? You can do anything. Come back to me. Please." No response. Across the way Ichigo's shrieks were getting louder as he bashed the murderer into pulp. He almost sounded like a hollow himself. It made her press both hands to her ears to try and shut that terrible sound out. "I'm sorry I didn't protect you. Just give me one more miracle, that's all I ask. You're not supposed to die here. It's all a mistake. Let's go home and never talk about this again. You're going to Tokyo University, right?" That's so amazing, I know you'll get in. Your whole life is ahead of you. So let's get going, okay? Another hideous scream caused her to look up. Ichigo kept right on beating the hollow for all he was worth. But now she noticed the thing wasn't even fighting back. And it was laughing. That same lunatic laugh from before. As she watched, Ichigo seemed to flicker. Then it happened again. Briefly his skin turned white before going back to normal. The next time this occurred, for only a moment there was something like a great horned devil mask atop his head. It breathed out in a rusty growl before recommencing that savage assault. Beneath it the hollow faded in and out. They were both spattered with black blood. Now Ichigo's hair was growing longer. His fists were becoming claws, and his feet as well. The sounds he made no longer even remotely resembled a human. "I've got you," the entity below him smirked through smashed blood-stained teeth. "I've finally got you, Ichigo. My name is..." He's turning into one of them. That's what it wanted all along. It needed to kill one of us because it knew Ichigo wouldn't be able to forgive himself if it did. The Hollows won. Nothing can stop him. He'll never come back from this. Holding her friend's lifeless body, Tatsuki looked up to the starry heavens in search of aid. "Make it go away," she beseeched anyone listening. "I reject." Two different voices spoke those words. Upon coming back to the present, Urisawa Tatsuki found two small winged sprites hovering overhead. One was bald and male with an eye patch, while the other was a girl sporting some sort of 90s techno-future apparel. They both gazed at her with equal measures of sadness. Before she could even wonder what this meant, each of them transformed into a different colored boomerang shape. Blue light encased the fairies. It formed a globe between the pair. All around her, the desert of Hueco Mundo vanished to leave Tatsuki floating in space. The two spirits began to twirl like ballerinas. Faster and faster they spun, until they were indiscernible from one another. The globe was swirling, colors shifting over its surface, blue, white and brown. Eventually they resolved into something stable, and after a little while, Tatsuki realized she was looking at a miniature version of the whole planet. "Forget." She stirred, not daring to hope. "You have to forget." "Orium." Urisawa sobbed. It didn't sound like her voice, not really. But just the way the words were spoken. "These are Hinajiku and Lily. They're the only parts of the Shunshunrika left. It's all I have to work with." Tatsuki glanced down. There was still a corpse there, no doubt. But was anything left in it? "Are you healing yourself?" "No. Please listen. I don't have much time. This is all my fault. I need to fix it. And there's only one way." "Orium, what's going on?" "I'm rejecting myself." Tatsuki peered blindly into the void. That made no sense. "How? I mean, what does that?" The floating representation of Earth changed. It was like they were zooming in, until finally what she recognized as the nation of Japan came clear, a string of islands nestled in the warm Pacific. Tatsuki remembered the old stories about how a god had formed the country by dipping a spear into the primordial sea, and the droplets that fell became Japan. Dimensions don't matter, Tatsuki. Every spiritual realm is born from and resides within the collective soul that belongs to Earth. Being in one means being in all. From here in Hueco Mundo, I can reach every level of soul society and the living world as well. Shunshunrika will do the rest. But I need your help." "Anything," she insisted. "Ask it." "You must reject me." "No. Never. It has to be done. Otherwise you'll lose your future as well. Orium, stop talking like this. Just come back to me. It's too late for that. Look." She did so. Off to one side there suddenly appeared the Hollow and Ichigo. Or maybe, it was just Hollow Ichigo now. The transformation wasn't complete. She could see that as it mercilessly tore into the grinning apparition which now looked more like Ichigo than he did himself. Those claws were passing through the Hollow more often than not as though it were becoming insubstantial. Or to be more precise, it was solidifying into him with every blow. Madness. Pain. Fear. Regret. grief. The hollow represented all those things about Kurosaki Ichigo, and they were fast establishing dominance within him. Don't let this happen, Tatsuki. You have to do it. If you don't, Ichigo will be lost. He'll turn into a hollow and never be reborn. And it will be because of me. Then you'll die, and everyone we care about too. He'll kill all those who loved him in life and beyond before moving on to kill whatever he can find. They'll die. That's... Tatsuki clapped a hand to her mouth. She fought down a surge of intense nausea at the sight of what was taking place. I still don't understand. It all has to go. Every memory, every last trace of Oriamanu's existence. Only if I am completely removed from the equation can we prevent the worst from happening. I'm speaking to everyone else now, the same as you. Ichigo's family. Our friends from school. The Shinigami. Rukia. Everyone and everything that's ever known me, alive or dead. I've explained what went wrong, and how we can stop it. I need them all to agree. It won't work otherwise. Most already have. They understand how important this is. But you above all must accept. Now it was possible to see human civilization within the sphere. From there the focus went to places and things of note. On the list of classrooms at Karakura High, the name, Inu Orium, simply faded away from every single medium, whether print or digital. Homework assignments bearing her handwriting vanished altogether. Her picture in the school roster became a blank space, the order shuffling around to fill it. Projects she made in the Handicrafts Club ceased to exist. The same thing happened all over town and throughout the country, the world in some cases. Orium's apartment was denuded of certain effects that might have hinted at her ever having been there. The picture of her deceased brother remained, but those containing her suffered the same editing effect, filling in with background scenery where appropriate. Down to the last strand of red hair or particle of skin, the total annihilation of one girl's existence was completed to an ungodly degree of accuracy. Even in Soul Society, Tatsuki saw evidence and records relating to the Ryoka and their invasion being quietly swept away. She could hardly lend credence to this really happening. What kind of power could accomplish so much on such an immense scale? What came next was somehow even worse. People appeared, some of whom Tatsuki recognized and others who were total strangers. As one they all looked up at the sky like they could hear a voice. Then they proceeded about their business as if nothing had happened. The observer to all this was sickened when she recognized Mikuru Ogawa, their teacher Misato Oke, Sato Yasutura. Every last one of them shook their heads slightly, and she knew they had lost any memory of this joyous selfless girl. She actually cried out upon seeing Chizuru Hansho. The normally unflappable redhead hesitated, appearing confused as she heard the voice belonging to her longtime target of friendly molestation and impassioned outbursts. Chizuru actually reached up a hand, and her face twisted with dismay. Tatsuki held her breath, somehow hoping this one at least would not make the terrible sacrifice. But then the heartbroken lesbian's shoulders slumped, and her head dipped low. A moment later she looked up and all around in confusion, touching a hand to her cheek as if wondering why there were tears there. Arisawa couldn't help but pity her. What are you? Not only the living were affected. Shinigami, no matter what realm they might currently be in, all received the same tragic ultimatum. To the last they accepted, though clearly distraught. Hollows, too, were shown, not many, but enough to take note, and they accepted the offer so fast it revived a burning anger in Tatsuki's heart. Of course, none of those poor souls could claim to have a heart, so perhaps they did not truly deserve her wrath. Soon enough only a few remained. Tatsuki knew she was among the last holdouts. The world-altering curse had almost run its course. She saw Hollow Ichigo as well. It hadn't stopped attacking its past iteration, but now the blows were slowing, as though it were growing confused. She could hear its ragged animal breaths subsiding. Of a sudden the little whirling fairy sprites whisked over to dance around that spiked helm, crooning a soothing music. The representation of Hollow Ichigo started shifting in and out of focus again, allowing the true Ichigo Kurosaki to shine through. It dawned on Tatsuki that her childhood friend was forgetting what exactly had driven him to such murderous levels of rage and loss. The reason behind his fall into darkness was no longer clear. Observing this awesome performance, appreciating the full extent of her ability for the first time ever, Tatsuki started to realize why Orium Inu was so amazing. Because she was the opposite of virtually every other powerful being in existence. All this time she possessed ungodly power but chose not to use it. She could conceivably unmake anything that displeased her. In the hands of someone like Aizen or Anohana, they would have gone ahead without hesitation and refashioned the world, because both were entirely convinced that it was their divine right to do so. But Orium was that rare thing they could never be, humble. No. Still pinned beneath him, Ichigo's hollow struggled in vain. It had been beaten nearly past the point of recognition. Most of the harm done by Inu's Shitensai Goshin was gone, but nonetheless it apparently lacked the strength to rise and contest what it sensed was happening. Not that there was really any way to fight this. You can't kill someone who isn't there. Now. Tatsuki shuddered. I'm almost gone, Tatsuki. You need to agree now, or it won't work. You remember Orium most strongly. It will spark recollection in all the rest, which will become a fire that wipes out my work. She will still be dead, but her memory will endure and do terrible harm. Please. Don't let her die in vain. I can't. The girl's head fell in despair. I'm sorry, but I really can't. She's in my heart too deep. If that's gone, I'll be empty. Try. I am. Tatsuki, do you remember how you used to save me from those kids who always used to pick on me because of my hair? Against all odds, this brought a smile to her face. Yeah. I do. It hurt so bad when they did that, especially after I lost my brother Sora. He used to be the one to protect me, with our parents, and everything. I've been hurt a great deal. But no one has ever hurt me so much as you are now. Please, if you love me, I beg you, save me one last time, Tatsuki. She wanted to resist, to insist this was some evil trick concocted by Ulquiorra or Aizen or whoever. A last-ditch effort to save the memory, if not the life, of her cherished friend. But there was only one way to save her soul. Like everyone we ever loved who died, we have to let them go. If this is the last thing she ever hears me say, let it be the best I can. You made me happy every day, Orium. I'm proud to be your friend. Thank you, Tatsuki. So much. Tatsuki could swear she heard the ghost of a smile in those words, and without knowing why she grinned back. There was no explanation she could see as to why, from one moment to the next, a part of her heart which was formerly full had simply gone cold. Like nothing had ever been there to begin with. The dwindling power of Shun Shunrika shone fiercely for a moment. Their last and mightiest enchantment had been performed, and they had earned their mistress deepest thanks, for which each felt proud. Now secure in the face of impending annihilation, the souls of pixies and human delivered a final chapter to their universal geese. It is complete. The soul of Orium Inu will be no more. All shall forget. All. The familiars Lily and Hinajika suddenly burned even brighter. Within the emptiness surrounding them, those two sprites seemed to transform into a pair of vast eyes. They opened, focusing with unforgiving menace upon Ichigo's hollow. The creature shrank before that accusing gaze. But not you. You're going to remember me. You're going to remember how close you came, and how I took it away from you. No. The hollow gurgled beneath the dead weight of its master. No, wait. The eyes closed. An emptiness appeared in the universe, a vacuum normally filled by a human soul. This sense did not last long. Rejection took place, followed by reordering. And when it was all over, everything was back to normal. Tatsuki glanced around uncertainly, wondering for a moment what might be missing. She found herself back in the desert and noticed Ichigo lying bloodied and torn, remembering how Ulquiorra had tricked her into setting him loose on both Kurosaki and his evil twin. She had put paid to him in turn, and Ichigo's hollow vanished shortly after. Which meant the day was saved and everybody was okay, right? Right. She said sadly, waiting for an answer with no idea why. Eventually the weary teen stood upright. Her body felt pretty good in spite of the last few minutes. I must be tougher than I thought. Having assured herself of this, she tottered over to where Ichigo slumped unconscious. He also wasn't hurt nearly as bad as she had been led to believe. Some people were just born lucky, I guess. She sat down beside him and pulled him into her lap, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu as she did. Tatsuki dismissed this sensation with a tired sigh. I'm sorry, Ichigo. Don't die, okay? That pretty much said it all. Kon awoke to the sight of Ganju peering down at him. You awake, bro? He seriously debated going back to sleep, only to remember everything that happened before. Kon sat up and looked around. He was in a teepee of some kind. There was a pallet rolled out for him which he had been napping on. What happened? Ganju offered his new sibling a strange look. The older Shiba squatted beside him. Lord Arashi surrendered, remember? His people took him away after you both collapsed. While Lady Isane healed you, a hell butterfly came for her and the other captain types, after which they all left in a hurry without saying much. I think they must have gone looking for Ichigo. He never popped up again. Oh. Kon considered all this. He scratched his head and looked around. So, what happens now? We're just waiting on you. The big bruiser got up and extended his hand, which Kon accepted to be hoisted into a standing position. They headed out of the tent together, where they found the rest of the delegation still waiting over by the pavilion. A small table had been set up where an unbound scroll rested along with pen and ink. The match is over, but you still need to make your declaration concerning the result. Kon knew. They had covered this prior to attending the competition. Under the terms of a Yurei, if Ichigo lost and he won, technically Kon would be considered the victor in regards to the matter which underlay this whole event. Namely, Rukia's wedding to the Arashi. Ichigo had challenged Katsura's right to marry her, but since Kon submitted a formal challenge of his own, the rules said it was necessary for him to abdicate afterwards. Otherwise, all the richly caparisoned nobles made way at his approach. With the captains gone, the only person he recognized was Kyokaku. She stood with hand on her hip wearing a pleased smile and nodded at him. Kon grinned weakly back as he came to a halt before the desk. The scroll and its contents were laid out before him. This was the wedding proposal between Rukia and Katsura. It had been prepared beforehand by the Arashi Lord in anticipation of his victory. Everything ready to go. At this point all Kon had to do was publicly state his intention to decline. Doing so would make Ichigo the winner by default, him being the only combatant who hadn't officially conceded victory. But instead he took the time to look over the wedding proposal, admiring the jade bars which held each end and the gold-capped crimson tassels which dangled from them. A pretty little thing. Hard to believe it held such a sinister purpose. Had Katsura signed this, Rukia would have been his forever regardless of her wishes. Of course, since I'm the legitimate winner, it would also work for me. Not that I ever had any intention of doing so. I only did it to save Rukia from being forced to marry against her will. Now she and Ichigo can be together, just as planned. He kept reading the same paragraph over and over. Despite this, Kon could no more recall its contents upon finishing than when he started. There was perspiration on his forehead which he wiped away. Around him people were starting to mutter, probably wondering why this was taking so long. At this point Kon had a truly wicked idea. How about I give them all a little scare? With that, he reached over and picked up the pen. A few gasps came in response. They actually think I'm going to do it. What a riot. He looked over at his family in the Shiba and grinned to let them know it was nothing more than a joke. Ganju picked up on it, chuckling a little nervously. Standing beside him, however, Kyokaku looked none too pleased at his jest. No surprise. His volatile new sister took a dim view to people horsing around when things got serious, like they were now. Come on, Nae-sama, lighten up. I'm just having a little fun. Look, see? I'll even dip the brush in the ink, that'll really make M squirm. What a laugh, huh? What a joke. As if I, Kon the mod soul, could ever marry the princess. Okay, enough playing around, I'm just going to put an end to this. All I have to do is publicly state, I give up, and that'll be that. Once again, Ichigo wins by default. So that's what I'll do. Right now. Instead he stood there without moving a muscle. Droplets of ink slid off the pen's bristles to drip onto the lawn. A wind stirred the flaps of the tents and rustled clothing. Whispers rose all around him. Ganja wore an uneasy grimace, as though wondering what he might be up to. He began to take a step towards Khan, only to stop when his sister laid a hand on his shoulder. He looked over questioningly, and Kyokaku just shook her head, narrowed green eyes fixed on the man she had gifted with her ancestral name. She did not fail to miss how Khan was trembling while still wearing that strange smile. "I'm just the backup. That was the plan we hashed out, me and the Shiba. Were Ichigo to fail for any reason, I would step up to fight in his stead. And should I actually win, I'd do the honorable thing and surrender afterwards, allowing him to claim the prize. He wins by default." It all turned out fine in the end. Virtue and decency triumphed. So what's wrong? Nothing. Nothing's wrong, okay? I'm just getting a good idea of what this contract says before giving in. I mean, not giving in, conceding. That's it. I'm about to concede my place. By no fault of mine. I lose. By default. Like always. All right, this has gone on long enough. Aren't we overlooking the obvious here? You're just wasting time now, so go ahead and sign it. I will. Wait, what? Come on. You know damn well nobody fights as hard as you did just to let somebody else take all the credit for it. Be honest, you never intended to step aside for Ichigo, did you? That was just a lie you told to get the Shiba to adopt you and give us the in we needed. Huh? No. No, that's not true. I'm grateful to Ganju and his sister. They put a lot of trust in me, I'd never betray them. Oh, please. Stop horsing around. Just sign the damn contract and let's go get hitched. But, that's not part of the plan. The plan. The plan. There's only one plan here, bucko. You kick the red-headed stepchild off his perch and marry into royalty. After that nobody'll be able to gainsay you. It's the perfect scheme. And you pulled it off beautifully. My hat's off to you. Really, you deserve a round of applause. In Khan's mind, someone began to clap. No. That's not true. I would never do that. They're my friends, I would, never. Oh really? And a voice laughed, followed by silence. Khan trembled. Who are you? You really want to know? All around him, the world went away. The bewildered Mod Soul examined his new surroundings uncertainly. He stood alone in an empty void. Not quite empty, kiddo. Khan turned to look behind him. There stood another version of himself, arms crossed and smiling smugly. It resembled him down to the very last detail. Or at least, the way he thought of himself now, a tall healthy young man with short cropped hair and bright blue eyes on a somewhat cat-like face. They were both naked. The doppelganger winked at him. Surprised? Don't be. You know darn well that Dad always liked to put a little bit of himself into everything he created. That just so happens to be me. I'm a part of you, but also part of him too. How? Khan coughed. His voice sounded echoing and distorted in here. Was this taking place inside his mind? Or his soul? I never noticed. No reason you should. I wasn't even really what you might call active until a while ago. Only got called up for duty after you touched our father. He shook his head in an effort to clear it. Nothing happened as a result. Maybe we're located somewhere else entirely. What do you mean, touched him? Well, maybe kicked him is the more accurate term. Remember? Right around the time you got that new shell you're so proud of? The one that you've practically invested your whole self-perception in? The memory came back. Forced to spend time in a Mayuri puppet while waiting for his new Jigai to be created, Khan had wandered the R&D bureau until he came across the man himself trapped in some crystal torture device. He had taken the opportunity to vent some well-deserved hostilities against the helpless maniac, and wound up with a pretty painful karmic retaliation for his troubles. Realization dawned. He looked at the other Khan. So wait, have you been talking to me all this time and I never realized it? Off and on. The connection started to build up over time. I guess Dad started to take a greater interest in you during that period. Lucky you, huh? Khan felt ill at ease for some reason. An interest in me? Yeah. Hold on, he can probably explain this better than me. Let's check and see if he's available. Hey, Obit. Yes, who's calling, please, /. Cute. Is Mayuri with you? Little Jimmy here wants to say hello. You're in luck. The master is currently convalescing in Club Crazy and more than willing to talk. Let me connect you /. Sweet. Okay, bye for now, Junior. Other Khan waved at him. He automatically reached up to do the same. Ah, there you are. And froze. The vision of himself was gone. Instead before Khan there now appeared his father, Mayuri Kurotsuki. Terror swept over him. Unlike everyone else here, Mayuri was fully clothed in the robes of a Japanese lord or shogun. There were none of the peculiar physical characteristics he was known for. His skin was a healthy shade, short hair curly and blue. He had a long-stemmed pipe in one hand which he puffed upon while exposing his upper teeth. Golden eyes watched Khan through the resultant smoke, almost seeming to glow from the inferno burning non-stop in his overstimulated brain. After a while the embodied scientist threw away his pipe, which disappeared completely once it left his grip. Well, stand up straight. Let me have a look at you, He proceeded to walk around Khan in a circle. The mod soul did as commanded, standing stiffly at attention just as he had done in the time of his first creation. Back then he hadn't known enough to be afraid. Now the knowledge of what might befall him were he deemed unimpressive occupied all his thoughts. Please let me pass. Please let me pass. Mayuri left off his inspection and drew up before the taller soul once again. He might be smiling. It was hard to tell what this deranged genius was thinking under normal circumstances. Now that he looked, well, normal, all previous telltale signs went right out the window. I'm not dead, so that's a plus. So, this is what it looks like. Khan gave a start. I am sorry. He stammered. I always wondered, Kurotsuka continued to muse while he stroked his chin in thought. Would there be any sort of obvious indication that would let me know I had reached this point? Could I simply look at the result and conclude, without having to wonder why, that my goal had finally been achieved? He sucked his teeth idly. Despite the illogicality of such sentiments, I confess to being somewhat disappointed that does not prove to be the case. You look rather unremarkable to the naked eye, as it were. A very dangerous smile stole up his face then, causing him to resemble a type of hobgoblin. Well, I guess that just goes to show you can never judge a book by its cover. Noting the helpless look Khan wore, the scientist proceeded on without having been asked. Oh, it's quite all right. I can forgive you a certain measure of ignorance regarding the proceedings. Under the circumstances, I'm more than willing to enlighten you, my boy. But first, answer me this. How did it feel? Khan's forehead furrowed in consternation. How did what feel? When you won the contest. He thought back. Fine, I guess. Well, no, that's not true. It felt like hell. The guy sucked up all my spiritual juices and fed them to his soul cutter. It was pure living agony. I almost died. Then I went inside his soul, I guess, and we fought there. I think I won by not letting him die, maybe. Mayuri nodded along, giving a or an aha. Here and there. When Khan finished he clapped his hands. I see. That's all well and good. But after that tawdry little yarn, allow me to ask you again. With that he took a step forward and thrust his chin under the mod soul's jaw, who jerked his head up fearfully. How did it feel? The madman hissed, to win. When Khan only regarded him with utmost fright, Mayuri chuckled. Oh, come now. Surely you must realize it? If I weren't in such a good mood by now, your woeful stupidity would make me quite cross. But all that's behind us now, my boy. So saying, Mayuri reached up and laid a gentle hand on Khan's cheek. You are what I have been waiting for, Konpaku. The skin beneath his fingers was slick with sweat. Metaphysical or otherwise, Mayuri paid this no mind. He patted that trembling head tenderly as though trying to soothe the puppy. There. No need to be so anxious. You have nothing to be afraid of. Indeed, you have every reason to rejoice. Take pride in yourself, my boy. For after these many years, I have finally, utterly, and definitively proven my superiority over him. At long last, I have surpassed Kisuke Urahara. He wrapped his arms around himself and fell to giggling like a lovesick schoolgirl. Mayuri twirled around and flung both arms wide in a display of unbridled joy. He was grinning ear to ear, as though all of creation were one great big peach of immortality and Mayuri Kurotsuki had just taken a huge juicy bite. Yes, he declared triumphantly. Don't you see? Kisuke's candidate failed. He failed. Ichigo Kurosaki, whom Urahara personally trained and enhanced, endowing him with some of his most cunning and ingenious creations. Drawing out his latent Shinigami powers in the first place after having been bested by Byakuya Kukaki. The Tenshintai, which allows one to accomplish Bankai training in only 3 days. Using his Vazored creations to bestow the powers of a hollow upon the youth when all that proved insufficient. Kisuke must have thought he had created something truly phenomenal, a soul that could challenge the mightiest our world had to offer, whether it be hollow or Shinigami. And it was a very noteworthy effort, I will grant him that much. Kurotsuki jumped in one place and actually threw a punch into the air, giving a bark of glee at the same time. Ha! What a buffoon! All flash and no substance, the both of them. He made a war-ender. A great blazing brutish ogre along the lines of Kenpei Kazaraki that he thought could defeat anyone, and must have been so pleased with himself. But when the time came for Kisuke's high school science project to vie for the hand of the woman he loved in the most important duel our world has ever witnessed, he failed. And my creation triumphed. Enraptured, the egomaniacal auteur held out his hands to Khan as though marveling at his own accomplishment. A subtle work of art, unnoticed and underappreciated, stepped forward onto the field of battle, and seized the crown. With elegance. With ingenuity. With the tools and capabilities I alone granted to him. You, my dear Konpaku, have definitively established the undeniable superiority of my work to his. The struggle is over. And I have finally won. Khan strove to follow the logic in this reasoning, only to come up short. He most certainly hadn't been fighting for Mayuri's sake. If anything, he always thought of himself as a living refutation of the ideals and practices touted by this lunatic who flouted all laws at his convenience, disregarding anything and everything which might hinder his pursuit of scientific understanding. Small wonder he had been locked away in prison where no one had to suffer him. All this the mod soul thought. And not a word of it passed his lips. His mad-eyed creator continued uninterrupted. To think, all these centuries of hypothesis and experimentation, striving to grasp hold of something whose shape and meaning always seemed to elude me, and when I am at my very lowest, when any sort of concerted application is denied me and I have no recourse available whatsoever to even mount a proposal, the answer presents itself without my direct involvement. Can you even imagine what a pleasant surprise this turned out to be? And to think, I almost missed my chance. Were it not for merest whimsy, I would have not seen the forest for the trees, and never even known the solution had slipped through my grasp. Can you imagine? I very nearly won the battle and lost the war. Oh, my sweet Konpaku, he sighed dreamily. I was just a slip away from destroying you, you know. The person in question felt his blood run cold. Yes, yes, what a waste that would have been, Mayuri sighed without any indication he had noticed the mod's distress. The moment you touched me back in the lab, it formed a connection between us. Right then I saw an opportunity to escape my bothersome prison and transfer myself through that medium to join with you. In doing so, you would have been consumed down to the last drop, and I would have stepped forth into the world once more, undaunted, and susceptible to no one's charges of infamy. It seemed too sweet an opportunity to pass up. But something stayed my hand. Perhaps it was fate, stepping in to prevent me from spoiling the culmination of all my years of hard work. Or maybe on some unconscious level, I had already solved the riddle and thereby realized your true worth. In any case, I consented to let you go, even though it meant I must be forced to endure continuous unproductivity and a wearisome amount of unwanted intrusion. No matter. He waved a hand idly, beaming up at Khan like a pleased parent. Here you stand, and I find I can hardly contain my pride. You have astounded me, young man. The work I did on artificial souls, which I thought had achieved its zenith in Nemu, grew past all expectations and asserted dominance. The result is you, Konpaku. Victory is ours. We share in the fruits of my success together. And you especially, for all the fine work you have done in my name, there is to be a reward. Double, in fact. The one shall be rendered up to you forthwith once we are done here, have no doubt on that score. I consider it meet and fitting, a heaven-sent response to the insult done me by that pompous nobleman. But the other prize is solely mine to give. He heaved a happy sigh. Kneel. The thought of refusing never even occurred to Khan. He was down on his knees before he could even think. Mayuri stood with hands behind his back, chuckling in admiration. Eventually he nodded as though satisfied. Having surpassed your own preconceived limitations and proven your worth beyond a shadow of a doubt, I do hereby grant you the ultimate honor a work of mine can hope to achieve. From this day forth, you are no longer Kaizo Konpaku, a mod soul. Instead, as you greet the dawning of our new age, do so bearing the title of Konpaku Kuratsuki. He looked down at Khan and gave a fond smile. My son. Son. The word enveloped his mind. This truly was the greatest mark of success that existed in the spectrum of Mayuri's work. Only the very peak of his creations could ever hold such a distinction. It meant Khan had become something more than a numbered experiment meant to be tested until it failed. Now he had worth. Meaning. Purpose. He was able to achieve something in their father's eyes. It was the dream of every mod soul since their first creation. He stared up at his maker. What does one say to such a gift? Oops, that's all for now. Time and tide wait for no man. Break's over, gotta go, see you all again when death takes a holiday, /. As Obit spoke, Mayuri Kuratsuka simply disappeared. Once more Khan was confronted by the aspect of himself that connected them to his parent. Oh, stand up, you look ridiculous gaping like that. He proceeded to do so, still a little overwhelmed by everything that just took place. Konpaku Kuratsuki. Got a nice ring to it, don't you think? Real alliterative. Yeah, he responded distractedly. I did it, Khan thought. I made it to the top of the heap. The rubbish heap, maybe. Just kidding. Stop admiring yourself and let's go get that second prize you were promised. What? This line of conversation served to make him uncertain once more. Wait, I still don't know what he was talking about. He meant the princess. Remember? Lady Rukia Kukaki? She's yours now. Take her, with our father's blessing. Khan's mouth fell open. His eyes grew round in disbelief. Come on, I know you've been dying to get this far. Like Obit said, time's a-wasting. Get the lead out and head on back to the paradise that awaits you both. Other Khan made to walk past him. No. Excuse me? He turned around calmly. I said no. The duplicate regarded its double with head cocked to one side. He strolled forward leisurely, and began prowling around Khan with hands clasped behind his back just like Mayuri had done. Sorry, I'm a bit confused here. What exactly do you think you're doing? I'm going back, but not for the reason you think. I'm going to do what I came here to do. Meaning, I take it, that you don't intend to sign the document. Instead you're going to hand it all over to Ichigo. Am I right? Khan stood resolute without even bothering to look at him. You got it. I don't believe this. Seriously, just, no. No, I refuse. I refuse to accept that you are this stupid. I can be anything I want to be, pal. I chose to be a man, and that's what I became. I wanted to be a hero, and I even got that. But it was only for a little while. Never for good. So it's back to being the sidekick. Nothing wrong with that. Because I made a promise, to Genju, his sister, and to me. And I'm a man of my word, bucko. A man. Please. Do you know what you are, Khan? The double came to a halt right in front of him. You're just a mod soul. All of a sudden his reflection towered over him like a giant. Khan looked up, wondering how that had taken place. A second later the answer came to him. He looked down at his hands. But they were no longer hands. Not really. Instead they were fuzzy little yellow paws with felt claws. He dropped the useless appendages to his sides and lifted a leg, examining the cotton-stuffed lumps that served for feet. He was back in his old lion plushy body. The realization made Khan hiccup, choking down a sob. See? That's all it takes. Put you in a man and you're a man. Put you in a doll and hey, guess what? You're a doll. If you were dropped in a toilet, you'd be, well, you'd be shit, really. Right until somebody bothered to flush you. So don't give me that crap about being a man. You really want to be a man, Khan? Then get out there and take that girl to be your bride, the way a real man would. Slowly, without saying a word, Khan shook his maned head. Upon seeing this, other Khan flung up his arms and stormed furiously around him. Unbelievable. You're starting to piss me off for real, you know that? Come on, Khan. Konpaku Kuratsuke, even. You want that girl. Admit it. From the very first day you met, you've wanted to slide your hands up those smooth legs, flip her over on her stomach. Stop. A heavy foot slammed into the back of his body and bore him to the ground, where it kept him pinned. Grab hold of that firm round ass of hers, and bust that Shinigami cutie wide open. Slam it all the way deep inside her tight body while she's butt naked, screaming and begging for you to keep going as you lift her up by the hips, her back arching, that blue sundress of hers draped over the couch and fingers digging into it as you fuck her in front of a camera, with the sun spilling in through the living room window and the whole Kurosaka family watching, Ichigo included. She'd look so hot, Khan. So fucking hot. Can you see it? Her body all aglow with sweat and sunlight and the biggest smile you ever seen on her face? Yeah, I know you can. Because I didn't think that scene up. You've had exactly the same thought before, haven't you? Stop. Khan whimpered, striking the formless nothingness he lay upon with his soft fists in mortal agony. I'm not, it's my soul, not yours. Control the soul. Control the soul. Oh, your little mantra. That's so cute. Now you listen here, Mod Soul. You are going to go back to Soul Society, and you are going to take what we've so rightfully earned. You're going to marry Rukia like our father wanted, and you're going to be a model parent to her kid just because we both know that would hurt Ichigo worst of all. The brat's gonna love you, and you'll love it. It'll grow up big and strong with two fine loving parents and absolutely no memory of the carrot-topped spank monkey that squirted out a bit of sperm inside mama's womb. You're not going to be a mod soul anymore, hear me? You're Konpaku Kuratsuki. Better get used to it. Control the soul, Khan whispered as though he hadn't heard a word. Control the soul? You little shit, I am done playing around. Understand what I'm saying, Khan? Can you feel me, huh? Playtime's over, Mod Soul. It's time to man up for real. You're Konpaku Kuratsuki, and damn me if you're not gonna like it. My name isn't Kuratsuki. Khan bunched his legs beneath him. It's Shiba. The tiny stuffed toy sprang up, the power inherent in his cotton limbs overpowering that of other Khan. He whirled in midair, one foot lashing out. Yellow energy blazed around that kick with the force of scientifically engineered sophistication. Konpaku Shiba. For the briefest moment other Khan looked at his tiny attacker with amazement. Perhaps the faintest hint of a smile twitched across his face, before that fiery boot to the head connected. Sayonara, shitstain. The creature's head exploded in scraps of paper. The rest of its body burst as well, scattering confetti all over the place. They caught fire in flashes of brilliant yellow flame and went up to leave nothing behind. Wadayano? You really are. The voice faded away. When Khan landed, he was back in his human body. You got that right, pal. Konpaku Shiba returned to reality and looked around at the worried faces of the aristocrats observing his deliberations. Sunlight streamed down from the blue sky of Soul Society. With great care he replaced the brush back in its holder, being very careful not to get so much as a drop on the paper. Taking a long indrawn breath, he turned to them and said, I, Shiba Konpaku, do hereby recuse myself from these proceedings. And just like that, it was over. Excuse me, he said, and took off running before anyone could stop him. Khan did not want them to see him cry. His family looked up when Ichigo trod exhausted into the hospital waiting area. "Hey," he said. They were all over him in an instant, crying and hugging and pounding him on the back. Yuza wanted to know where he had been, because their father's explanation for his absence wasn't believable. Something about street gangs and Dullahan, whatever that might be. For his part, Ishine settled for a quick firm embrace and then started shouting into his phone. Karen just glomped him around the waist and wouldn't let go. He got the feeling she understood best of all what he had gone through. "Damn you!" Nanao stood a few paces back wearing a faint but pleased smile. For some reason Chad and Ryo were in attendance as well. When his father drew the girls away to give him a chance to recuperate, the Shinigami came forward and they exchanged stories. After being rescued from Ulquiorra by Tatsuki, they were stumbled upon by a patrol from Tiger Company. With the two humans in tow, the party made it back to their headquarters where they had a gate waiting to send them home. A quick glimpse at ruined parts of the city from up in the clouds was all the confirmation he needed to prove his hollow hadn't been lying about the wild hunt. Regardless, it was no longer in attendance, a fact which threw him into a panic. With neither of them possessing a phone, Tatsuki practically ordered him to leave her and go on ahead. Ichigo couldn't find it in himself to object. He quickly returned to the Usagi Shoten to retrieve his body, where Hinta and Ururu confirmed the hunt's appearance. Neither had been willing to leave the two human shells unprotected and could provide no further details. Ishine was already gone. A quick repossession later and an even faster phone call told him everything he needed, and soon enough Ichigo was racing to the hospital. The battle with Cernunnos and its aftermath came as a shock. Ryukin Ishida had lost an arm and was currently in intensive care. Various news reports attributed the devastation to an unusual atmospheric anomaly which created localized tornadoes. No casualties had been reported so far, but that might change once they took stock. Most of the Shinigami had returned to Soul Society to deliver their report on the night's activities. Captain Commander Byakuya Kukaki, Lady Yoriyuki Shihoan and Captain Isane Katetsu had come by earlier. They left after it became clear things were calm, probably to hunt for Ichigo. Die. The hollow had been eerily silent up until now. He could see it out of the corner of his eye. It lurked on the edge of perception, haunting his every step as though demanding he pay attention to it. There could be nothing further from his mind at the moment. At last he asked the question he had been dreading. "How's Rukia?" Nanao beckoned. "Come." He followed along. The twins were both asleep in their father's lap, the anxiety of the evening having caught up with them. Their bodies demanded rest. Ishine offered a wan smile and waved him on. As they moved through the corridors Ichigo noticed Uri and Mikuru down an adjoining hall. They were hugging each other, the tall Quincy bent over to wrap his girlfriend in a tight embrace. He might have been crying. There was no way anyone would call them on this public display of affection. Nanao spoke to a nurse, apparently explaining who Ichigo was. The medical professional then took over and led him the rest of the way. After riding the elevator up they finally came to the right door. Ichigo would have known which it was by default. Two bodyguards from the Kukaki clan stood at post unremarked by any humans walking the halls. They nodded curtly to acknowledge Ichigo. He seemed to recollect these two were close with Ishida somehow, but couldn't recall the particulars. It was almost dawn. "Don't go in there. We're giving them a brief period together before returning to the neonatal intensive care unit," the nurse said as she approached the room. Premature deliveries must be monitored closely, but the doctors determined it was safe enough for both, and this will be good for recognizing the mother's scent later on. "You came at a good time." There was a faint note of accusation in her words, as if demanding to know where he had been up till now, but he let it slide. After all, the hollow's screaming drowned out pretty much everything she said. "Damn you! Damn you to hell! This isn't fair. I won. I won. I killed O_I_. I killed H_. I killed H_ dead. S_ cheated me. This isn't fair. That B_. That cheating B_. Ichigo had no idea what the thing was yapping about. Its words made absolutely no sense. They provoked no reaction in him whatsoever. The nurse opened the door to let him in. I can only give you 3 minutes together. Thanks. Feeling unaccountably heavy, he lumbered past her, the hollow trailing in his wake shrieking its incomprehensible curses. It was a private room, for which he felt grateful to Ishida-sensei. He noticed very little else. A large window with the blinds drawn allowing him to see the approaching dawn. A table lamp burning softly. A bed. From her place on it, Rukia looked up. Oh. She had on a white hospital gown, the very opposite of a death god's usual attire. Her face was pale, and she seemed tired. But she was smiling. And in her arms, he saw the reason why. No. A tiny squashed face emerged from swaddling bundles wrapped tight around it like a cocoon. The eyes were closed impossibly tight like they never wanted to open. For a brief moment a toothless mouth yawned, its sigh just barely audible. The sound sent a shiver up Ichigo's spine. He both yearned and dreaded for it to awake. They were not alone in the room. Noboru and Komamura of all people stood on either side of Rukia's bed. The canine-headed guardian loomed with his arms crossed as though seeking to intimidate any peril which might be stalking the halls, from hollows right down to the common cold. But upon noticing Ichigo he actually smiled, a first in their experience. Noboru had on an olive and crimson coat which was much too big for him and reminded Ichigo uncomfortably of the apparel worn by Katsura Arashi's retinue. He had his arms crossed over the sidebar and chin resting on them as he gazed happily at the newborn held in his aunt's embrace. Every now and then he wiggled his fingers over the baby's face as though daring it to wake up. A subdued cough from Saijin got his attention, and upon registering Ichigo's presence the brown-skinned rascal took Rukia's hand and kissed it gently, then planted one on the baby's head. Later, little burrito, Noboru whispered before following Komamura through the wall to give the couple some privacy. Come meet our son. Ichigo felt the bottom drop out of his world at Rukia's words. Son. He whispered. She nodded, beaming. Eventually he remembered how to walk and shuffled closer. As he did Rukia carefully held out their child, looking down at his sleeping face adoringly all the while. Don't you dare. You don't have the right. The teen had never felt so self-conscious and awkward as he tried to accept that small living form. Stop it. Stop it, Ichigo. Don't do it. He felt the baby's weight transfer into his arms. Panicking, Ichigo sucked in a breath and held it. Wait, listen to me. And then. He held his own baby in his arms. My son. Ichigo began to sob. Like a child. He couldn't help it. There was a warmth growing in his chest that seemed to swell up like a balloon, and this was the only way to let it out. The glow washed away everything bad that had happened to him in the last few hours, years, maybe even his whole life. It was miraculous, the sense of peace that came over him at that moment as he gazed down at the slumbering newborn. Ichigo, please. Oh God. He's. Ichigo. Wonderful. Ichigo. When he looked up the hollow was standing on the other side of the bed across from him. But something was wrong. Why did it look so small? Before he knew it, Ichigo had gone inside. He looked around curiously. This was his inner world, the one where he usually met with Zanjutsu or the hollow. At the same time, though, it was changed. Instead of the rearranged cityscape he was used to, he now found himself on a street with a canal running alongside. There were trees on the embankment and dark gray clouds hovering menacingly overhead, but no rain. Ichigo stood by the border of the stream. To his surprise, the baby was tucked close to his breast, sound asleep. Stranger still, the hollow remained facing him. Only now it was the size of a child. In fact, it was a child, a small pale-skinned boy with short spiky white hair and black teeth. It cried as it stood there, in children's clothes and a rain slicker. It looked so lost and helpless. Between them lay a woman's body. He knew it was his mother. Crumpled face down in the dirt, she rested unmoving. Blood stained her clothes. She was dead. Ichigo knew this scene. It had been burned into his memory since he was a boy. Everything was exactly as he remembered it. Except now there was no one beneath her. And the rain refused to fall. You did this. The hollow's small fists were clenched. It refused to look at him, only stared despairingly at the murdered corpse of their mother. It's all your fault. Because of you, Karen and Yuzu lost their mom. Dad lost his wife. You ruined everything. If it weren't for you, she would have lived. Why couldn't you have died? You should have just died back then, and they would have all been happier. It's not fair. Why did you have to live? You're not special. I hate you. I hate you. It pressed its hands to its eyes as though to deny the sight before them. Ichigo stared at it there, mourning and raging all at once. As he did, the truth came clear at long last. It was here, he whispered soundlessly. Shut up. I hate you. Just die. Ichigo stared at it in astonishment. It wasn't at Urahara's shop. This is where you were born. Right here. You've been with me ever since, living on my self-loathing and hatred. If I hadn't met Rukia, you would have kept right on growing till the day I died. Then I would have become you. Shut up. The inner hollow shook its head angrily from side to side. Just shut up. For a while they remained together without saying a word. He listened to the child monster sob, then looked up at the sky. It had been raining back then. But it wasn't anymore. Not anymore. I think I know why. You're right. I'm not special. The hollow hiccuped softly, weeping by itself. I never was. Not really. Not until today. A lot of other people could have saved Rukia from execution. Anyone might have helped defeat Aizen. If I had died on this day, people would have grieved for sure. But the world would have gone on, and things still might have turned out exactly the same, with someone else filling in. He looked down at the baby resting safely in his arms. But not this. In front of him, the hollow gave a quick gasp. It held very still. Ichigo continued. If I had died that day, he would never have been born. This person right here would not exist without me. He's my son. Mine and Rukia's. The blending of our spirit and flesh together, to form new life. A whimper came from the said creature before him. I lost my mother. Now Ichigo was crying, though he did not feel grief. Instead elation filled his heart. And I did hate myself for that. I used to believe that if I had died instead, everything would have been better. But now I'm glad. Glad that I lived. For the first time ever, I'm so happy that I didn't die. He looked up, calmly and assuredly, and said with tears in his eyes, I am so very, very glad I didn't die. The hollow shuddered. Between them, Masaka Kurosaka's body faded away. Hey, he spoke soothingly. It's okay. Don't be sad. Ichigo knelt down, taking great care not to rock the baby. Come on over here. Take a look at him. See for yourself what we made together. He gave his son a fond glance. He's so wonderful. After a few seconds, the hollow inched forward, head still down. When it came close it hesitated, then slowly looked up. Was it his imagination, or was there a bit of color to those cheeks, a slight glimpse of sheen in its hair? It stared at the baby. As it did, those inhuman eyes grew wide. The child stirred ever so slightly, and one miniature hand came peeking out of its bundle, fingers tightly grasping the blanket. Hesitantly the hollow reached its own black-nailed hand forward. It touched those stubby fingers ever so fearfully, as though afraid of getting burnt. In response, the baby's fist opened automatically and took hold of its own, gripping with unbelievable strength. Whoa! The hollow breathed. Giving a smile, Ichigo maneuvered around to lay his palm over theirs. They remained in this position for a very long time, or not long at all. When the person before him looked up, Ichigo Kurosaka saw a little boy with orange hair and fair skin. The eyes remained the same as before, but there was nothing cruel or vicious in that smile. The kid blinked, and black and orange tears slid down his face like mascara. For the first time in years those eyes were happy and brown. I forgive you. His inner child whispered to him. He held up his hand, and Ichigo took it. A smile passed between them. Then the boy began to fade. Soon enough he was gone. Only then did Ichigo realize he was holding something in his hand. Surprised, he looked down to find a glowing golden cord that seemed to stretch on forever. Huh. Wonder what this does? Suddenly the baby in his arms squirmed, and gave a low wail. The next thing he knew, the world shot by in a blur. They were being pulled along that golden line. Ichigo had only a moment to examine the rush of images and places before he found himself somewhere new. A white desert swept out all around them under a black moonless sky. In front of him a creature wrapped in a black cloak was crouched down on hands and knees. It tore at the throat of a fat man in a green suit with a pink mustache. Slurping and munching noisily, this abomination sucked up the corpse's lipids and fluids with lurid intensity. The baby moaned again, and at this the carrion crow whipped around. "What are you doing?" Rajuro Otorabashi demanded, shocked face smeared with blood. He didn't answer. Rose's head began to shake ever so slightly. "This isn't right. You weren't here. No one was here. It's all a trick, see? They're trying to trick me, with their eyewitnesses and all that nonsense." He struggled to his feet, that normally smooth mellow voice gone shrill with panic. The Vazard's head rose to shout wildly at the sky. "I'm not afraid, you hear? I know what you're doing. But this is all a dream. It's not real. It's not." His words died out as he finally noticed the shining thread Ichigo held in his hand. The other end was attached to Rose's chest. "No." The flaxen-haired hybrid took a step back and tripped over Haki's defiled corpse. He fell only to scuttle away a few paces, stammering in disbelief. "No, that can't be. That just can't be. It was in your hollow. I put it there when you were training with us, didn't even know why at the time, it only made sense after I got my memories back." "Why do you have that?" "I put it in all of you. All of you. All." Somewhere, an unpleasant voice laughed. "King." Rajuro whimpered. He shook, and the cord shook with him, sending up a musical vibration. Suddenly even more lines appeared from his body, stretching out till he looked like a puppet entangled in strings. They all began to vibrate in time with Ichigo's, and moments later, the other Vazard stood in a circle around them, confusion and horror visible behind the eye holes of the masks they all wore. At this, Rose screamed. "No." He gabbled while flailing and crawling across the sand in an attempt to escape. But they had him surrounded. There was no way out. "Stop this. It's wrong. You weren't here. Nobody saw me." That was a lie, a stupid lie the Shinigami told, thinking I would break and try to kill their witness. But I didn't. They tried to outsmart me, but I wasn't fooled. "It was you," Lisa said in hushed tones. Their traitorous colleague huddled into a ball and wiped desperately at the gory evidence all over his face while continuing to babble. "I was too smart. Love did it for me, yes, but I don't know why he did, and you can't prove anything now. I'm safe. Stop toying with me." He looked over at Haki's corpse and shouted accusingly, "Stop haunting me. I'm free." "Oh, Rose," Love Ikawa choked out. There were tears in his eyes as he watched his maddened friend writhe. "I can't save you this time." With that, they all drew their swords at once. Ichigo saw what was coming and turned away, stroking his child soothingly. The executioners raised their blades. As they did, he let the golden string go. It drifted to fall limply across the sands. Ichigo found himself back in the hospital room. He blinked uncertainly. Rukia was just settling her hands in her lap to watch them both. "Ichigo?" she asked in encouragement. "Are you tired?" "No." Remembering the treasure he held, the Shinigami substitute sat down at the foot of the bed. He rocked the baby back and forth gently, humming a nursery rhyme whose words he could no longer remember. "Just happy. You know." Her face held only a commiserative love. "Yes." They stayed that way for a few minutes until there came a knock at the door. The nurse entered to return their son to the ICU. Grudgingly Ichigo gave him up, watching that little squashed strawberry face for as long as he could before they were both out the door. He then turned back to Rukia. "I lost the duel." A measure of sadness stole upon him at the thought of what this meant. "Sorry." She shook her head. "It's all right. Nii-sama told me what took place. After you disappeared, Khan came and challenged Katsura. He won. The Arashi have given up all claim to me, and with their consent I have formally transferred rule of the Kukaki back to Byakuya. We're free now. Really? He considered this surprising news. Nice. A few other things dawned on him, and he scooted closer to Rukia, who nudged her knees up and leaned over just to be nearer. So listen, about those plans I made. I've decided I'm not going to college. I'm going to get a job and support our family. I spoke to my kendo instructor at school. He's got connections with a dojo here in town. They've agreed to take me on as an assistant instructor after I graduate. He says I might even be able to make a career out of kendo, I'm that good at it. So I'll be taking care of you and the baby. One more thought occurred. Do you want to get married? She tilted her head in deliberation. After a while Rukia decided. No. Cool. The woman he loved gave him a funny look. What's with you? I've never seen you so at peace before. To her surprise, Ichigo gave her a big smile, the sort a little kid might wear. I guess you could say I finally made up with myself. Rukia just nodded thoughtfully. At this her face brightened. Oh. Wait, before anything else, let me check something. She then reached for a tube of what looked to be Pez on the side table capped with a bunny head. As Ichigo watched, she popped a pill into her mouth. There followed a burst of soul energy, at the end of which Lieutenant Rukia Kukaki floated over the bed in full Shinigami regalia. Oh, mercy, that feels good. She sagged in abject relief. Finally I can move. That was the longest 9 months of my life. Pion. The weird character on the bed wearing her Jigai offered by way of support. Ichigo felt the need to point out this might count as the only 9 months of her life, not including the time spent after losing her powers and living in his closet. But he instead opted for discussing baby names, which both Rukia and Chappie happily got on board with. The blades fell, Ichigo disappeared, and Rose woke up choking back a scream. He sat up on his sleeping cot, panting and sweat-soaked. It had felt so real. So damnably real. His heart was still going a mile a minute. For a moment there he could have sworn they were about to kill him. Too bad you woke up, King. I would have liked to see the end of that movie. With an effort the Vazard ignored his inner hollow. There was nothing to worry about, he told himself reassuringly. Everything was all right. They were back at their base where Love was being held to await sentencing. It was decided 2 captains and all of the lieutenants would remain behind to guard him. Shinji had gone to talk things over with Captain Commander Kukaki and assert their claim to judge the accused themselves as Vizards. He took Love's Zanpakuto so it couldn't be used by him if any escape attempt were made. A rotating roster was decided on for guard duty which allowed 1 officer of each rank to grab some shut-eye while the others guarded the traitor. Hiyori volunteered to take the long watch, probably so she could keep trying to glare the poor fool to death. Feeling hungry, Rose made his way down the passage and entered the main burrow of their dry little tunnel complex. A fire burned in the pit, and a kettle of stew hanging from a tripod bubbled over it. Probably something Kensei whipped up. The man just threw things into a pot, added salt and pepper, and called it a meal. Seriously, no sense of culinary palate whatsoever. Oh, well. Food is food. He dipped the ladle in and withdrew a bit of stew. The fair-haired soul bent down and sniffed it, then took a cautious sip. Not bad. When he looked up, the other Vazard stood around him. At first this didn't strike him as odd, and he almost offered to get them some fare too. But then he saw how they were all looking at him. Each of them, Kensei, Hiyori, Mashiro, and Lisa. Their weapons were drawn. The ladle dropped from nerveless fingers to clatter on the stone. You know. He croaked. They stared right back without saying a word. You know. Frantically he clutched at his belt, only to realize he had left his Zanpakuto back in his sleeping quarters. Haggard with fear, Rose crouched down, long curly hair whipping back and forth as he tried to take in all of them at once. Doing so allowed them all to see the hollow's eye which he had successfully covered up until now. This served to confirm what they must already know about him. Game over, King. They got your number. How? He squealed raggedly, dashing back and forth in that limited space like a rat surrounded by cats. How did you do it? Who told you? Was it you? He asked this of his hollow, who simply chuckled though they couldn't hear. At this the memory of the dream returned, and Rose went still. No, he whispered, eyes wide in amazement. It wasn't you. It was him. That little brat Kurosaki. He was in my dream. He saw. He brought you all there. I don't know how he did it, but I know he did it. Surrender, Meguruma Kensei ordered the gibbering madman, his weapon released and ready for combat. Rose jerked up, all bulging eyes topped by a twisted smile. What did you say? Surrender. No. No, no, no. I haven't confessed. You can't make me. It was only a dream. Crazy things happen in dreams. That's not proof. What if Aizen used his sword long ago to mess with our heads? What if he wants you to think it was me, when in fact... The expressions they all wore caused his voice to die out. Feebly the traitor tried again. It's a trick. Anohana, she tricked me. I mean, us. She lied. All lies. I didn't do it. Not me. You think you know, but you don't. You don't know why I did it. A low growl came from his throat. And against their own will, the girls took a fearful step back. The energy around Rose had gone dark with malice and a seething fury that seemed to cause the temperature in the room to plummet. Silhouetted against the light of the fire, he had become a twisted black shadow made of teeth and claws. Do you want to know why I did it? His voice was soft. It sent a chill up their spines. That twitching head lifted, and he watched them all through the fall of stringy hair, both eyes now completely crazed. Because he chewed with his mouth open. The Vazard gaped at their former friend. Yes. Rose's face twisted in revulsion, and he spat on the floor. Bloody hell, can you think of anything more disgusting? Every day, every damn day, for 100 years, I had to sit and listen to him slobber and smack away. Even if I turned my back, I could still hear that fat pig chewing, chewing, chewing. And he wouldn't stop. I kept hoping he'd notice how nobody else did that and eventually learn to breathe through his nose, but he never did. Just sat there chewing, chewing, letting us all see that disgusting mass of spit and mangled food go rolling around his big fat mouth like it was a show he put on. He looked around at each and every one of them as if searching for support. You know what I mean, right? Surely I couldn't have been the only one who felt that way? Why didn't any of you say something? Why didn't you tell him to stop? It drove me crazy, day after day, year after year, just smacking his lips, sucking up his meals, crude, disgusting, obese. So I cut his throat. Rose laughed crazily then. I'd been dreaming about doing that for so long, but you see, it didn't come true in dreams. That's why this is all so ridiculous. I had to do it for real to be guilty. And so when Anohana lifted cloud over moon for all of us, I did it. I went and did it. Walked right up to him and slit his chubby gullet so he could finally have another hole to breathe through. It felt so sweet, until I realized something was wrong. They were all running, the hollows, and so I knew. I had made a mistake. Bakudo number 61, R.I. At the first syllable from Kensei's mouth, Rose threw his arms up with a desperate shriek. Instantly 4 golden lines appeared between him and the others. They froze in place, stunned and completely vulnerable. But already he could feel that he had gone too far. Using his Zanpakuto's Fermata on 4 of them at once was too much, especially against foes as powerful as this. They were already beginning to twang unpleasantly. What do I do? What do I do? Run. Uttering a ghastly wail, the ruined soul went flying towards the tunnel leading outside. He was no longer in control of himself and half mad with terror. The hollow took the reins for a while, sending him speeding ahead in a getaway. There was no choice but to flee, and they both knew it. In under 30 seconds the quadruple Fermata reached its crescendo and snapped all at once. The Vazard were released. 3 of them went tearing after Rose, but Hiyori Saragaki hesitated. Rather than pursue, she sped down a different path and came upon the improvised cell they had constructed. As she entered, Love Ikawa lifted his head to regard her dully where he crouched bound hand and foot with powerful sealing charms on ropes driven into the floor. She regarded him briefly, then her saber flashed. The bonds fell to the floor, cut clean through. I don't know what the deal is, she told the shocked prisoner, but it's us or them. Make a choice, love. Whose side do you want to be on? At this the blonde pixie turned and left him there. After a time the big fighter stood. He stumbled through the caves until reaching the communal area. He had already made his decision in the brief time he spent incarcerated. Now the chance to act had been given to him. About to leave, Love paused. A moment later he turned and went down the path which led to Haki's memorial shrine, returning a few seconds later. He then left the caves and set off where he knew Rose would be. After he had gone a sufficient distance, Hiyori Saragaki emerged from cover and moved to follow that racing escapee as best she could. All right. Kisuke Urahara connected the last cable and stood up. He looked about the laboratory in satisfaction. 4 large machines with giant globes atop them were stationed equidistant around the petrified body of Mayuri Kuratsuki. All preparations were complete. Now then, the genius inventor announced laconically. If my calculations are correct, this configuration will create an energy field that should reconstitute any soul energy caught in a state of permanent dissociative disorder back into their natural state of being. He paused, humming thoughtfully to himself while examining the setup. Kisuke then glanced over his shoulder. How many times does this make, Nimue-chan? We are currently at attempt #147. His lieutenant was busily scrolling through a report she had received just a few minutes past. Nice. Turning around, Kisuke donned his protective goggles. Well then, let's get cracking. Throw the switch, Nimue-chan. Without bother to look up from her reading, she proceeded to do so. A ring of blue light exploded from out of the Shinigami R&D Bureau. It swept through the entire Siriti, rebounded off the Death Stone walls, and came right back to where it started. Deathly silence. Then gradually there arose a clamor. From every division, manor, and private residence to be seen, angry voices built upon one another until it seemed like every single person in the court of pure souls was demanding to know what the hell just happened. Kisuke clambered gingerly upright and dusted off his clothes. The room was a mess. Papers had been blown everywhere, equipment was rearranged, and it felt like some of his teeth were loose. He tested one experimentally with his tongue. Okay, might have put a little too much juice behind that one. He then examined the results. Or lack thereof. Mayuri remained in exactly the same state as before. Not only that, he was beginning to detect a distinctly furious uproar so loud that it reached even down into the basement levels. This could prove dicey. Time for lunch, Urahara declared brightly, and strolled off. I wonder if anything important has happened while I've been down here? Her hair sticking out at all ends but otherwise unharmed, Nimue continued to carefully peruse the report that had come from her Neisan, Isane Katetsu. It concerned the outcome of the Yurei duel scheduled for last evening. The part specifically dealing with the mod soul had claimed all her attention. Intriguing. Rose ran until it felt like he could run no more. He had an idea of where to go, the petrified forest where his connection with Nirvana waited. Once there he must demand protection. They owed him that much. It's their fault I'm even like this. They owe me. The dead zone should be coming up soon. I can use it as a reference point like always until I locate the forest. I just need to evade them for that long. I can do it. I can stay safe. Oh, King, you're such a fool. Leave me alone, please. He ran, and gradually a horrible feeling stole over him. Shouldn't I have reached the dead zone by now? It's not supposed to take this long. Did I take a wrong turn? Am I lost? Please, oh please, where are you? Still he bore on, ignoring exhaustion and the terror that sapped all strength from his limbs. He had forgotten to bring his Zanpakuto. There was no point in going back for it now. They would catch him. Kill him. Is that really the worst thing you can imagine? After far too long a time he finally spotted the gigantic sandstorm off in the distance. Relief washed over him like warm soothing rain. Soon enough he reached it and began to run along the edge. No time to lose. I have to find the forest quickly. He ran. Where is it? He ran. Why can't I find it? Why isn't it here? It's supposed to be along the perimeter. I can't have missed it, it's a tremendous fucking forest. Why can't I see where it is? Rose ran what seemed like forever. He must have gone around the whole thing at least once, but the featureless landscape of Hueco Mundo offered nothing to tell him one way or another. Eventually he stumbled to go sprawling in the sand. The fugitive lay there, waiting for his heart rate to subside and give him a chance to think. What am I going to do? If you stay here, they'll kill you for sure. But I know one other place where they'll never find you. Where? Tell me. You're looking right at it, King. He found himself staring at the swirling border of the dead zone. No, not in there. I can't survive. I'll die. Not if you give yourself to me. What do you mean? Come on. It's over. Just admit it, your life is done. All your friends hate you. There's no point in trying anymore. So give it all to me. No. What exactly do you have to lose? I can keep you safe. You're practically mine already. This is how we both knew it was going to end. You've failed at everything. Time to let me drive for a while. I can't possibly do any worse than you have, right? No. Rose. He shot up and spun around, reaching for a sword that wasn't there. Despairing, the outcast looked to see who had joined him. It was Love. Stay away from me, he rasped dully. The bigger man held up his hands to show he was unarmed. I'm not going to hurt you, Rose. I want to help. You can't. Here he giggled, feeling as though he might be sliding close to the edge of madness again. You can't help. What's there to help? Can you turn back time? Can you raise the dead? I'm lost. Lost, he repeated in a sad, defeated voice. Glancing around the windswept desert, he raised his hands helplessly before letting them drop to his side. They lied to me. Or she did. Anohana. I was brought to her for healing after you and I were both nearly killed while out on assignment, you remember that? We got to talking. While I convalesced, she took care of me personally, and over time, she brought me around. Here he licked his lips, to her way of thinking. She turned me. I became one of her seeds, made to forget until the time was right. And while I was like that, Eisen, that bastard, he turned me into a Vazard. I was on their side. And they did this to me. He touched the darkened eye which no longer belonged to him. Even after I remembered, I was willing to fight for them. But they just used me. Used me up. I know, Love said. You know? You know. He spit, furious once more as vicious poison burned through his brain, trying to turn and twist him into the foulest monstrosity imaginable. Don't say that. Don't you dare say that to me, I know. You don't know anything. How could you? That said bushy head lifted. Because she turned me too. Oh? Rose stared. I was one of her seeds as well, Ikawa continued. Before you, maybe, or after. Doesn't matter. The point is, I remembered everything at the same time you did. But I also realized how messed up it had all become. Like you said, we were used as Eisen's guinea pigs, and that went against everything she claimed to uphold. So I figured they must be wrong. And I wondered how many like me there might be. Haki's death. I suspected one of us was responsible. And that meant there was another seed in the Vazard. At first. I wanted to protect them from you. But after a while I realized, it was you. I knew about your fermata. It was the only explanation for how one of us could contact her forces and not be caught. So I resolved to protect you as much as I could. Because I knew, in your position, you would have done the same for me. The haggard-looking blonde backed away. You're lying. It's a trick. His old friend was obviously aggrieved at seeing the state he had been reduced to. Remember when you were caught by the Arashi in Soul Society? I was watching. I called the Negixin to save you. When they told us about Rudo-ban, I didn't know whether or not to believe it. I couldn't take the risk you might expose yourself. So I resolved to put him down myself, even knowing I'd probably get caught. But at least then you'd be safe. Within Rose's head, the hollow growled. It was worried now. That doesn't make any sense, he said. Yes it does. And here Love actually managed to smile, in the face of everything against them. You're my friend, Rajuro. I love you. There was nothing to indicate he understood what was meant by that anymore. Rose simply watched him. After a while he glanced around wearily. So what do we do, then? Are you going to help me escape again? No. We're past all that. At this Ikawa held out his hand. Rose cringed and watched him cautiously, as though fearful of an assault. He'll kill you. Come back with me, Love insisted. It's time we stopped running and made a sort of peace. The others, they won't kill us. I know it. Lies. He wants you dead. Don't listen to your hollow. Mine's probably telling me the same thing, that we're good as dead and there's no hope left. He continued to proffer his hand. But we know better. It's not too late. Come with me and I'll prove it. We've always worked well together, from the day we met. That history, it's got to mean more to you than one mistake, no matter how horrible. It does to me. I'm on your side, Rose. Trust me. Rajuro Otorabashi remained still before him, staring at the ground with a faraway look on his face. He seemed to be replaying all the times they had fought together over the centuries. Laughing and joking, sharing one another's company. They were the moments that made his existence worthwhile. The memories of two death gods who faced the impossible and rose to the top side by side. The corner of his mouth twitched in a sad smile at the recollection. At last, with the slow careful steps of a child, he started to move forward. Love waited patiently. When they were only 2 feet apart he stopped. Rose looked up at his lifelong comrade, a friend like no other. After just a moment's hesitation, he reached up and clasped their hands together. As he did, his hollow mask formed, and Rose lunged forth to drive that cruel pointed beak into Love's chest, piercing his heart. One huge hand clamped on the blood-stained point and wrenched it free. The other ducked behind his back, remerging with a Zanpakuto. While still holding the struggling carrion crow by the face, Love lashed out, laying open the betrayer's throat so deeply his head was half severed. Both Vazard fell to the sand. Love lay flat on his back, while Rose flailed about gurgling on his own blood. He flopped over on his stomach and tried crawling towards the dead zone, but halfway there he simply collapsed to lie shuddering, clutching at his split throat. Heal me. Heal me. No. At this the hollow mask shattered. Rajuro could only stare, choking on blood in frightened disbelief. His eyes rolled up in his head and he sagged over onto his side. At last he lay still. Not 3 minutes later Hiyori finally caught up to them. She had been left behind by the superior speed of Love but managed to keep on his trail. Approaching cautiously, the small lieutenant neared the pair of bodies with her helm on and soul cutter fully released. It soon became apparent neither of them was getting back up. All the fury that had been bubbling inside up to this point fell flat, leaving her empty and shaking with unimaginable grief. She checked on Rose to confirm he posed no further threat, then moved over to Love. His eyes were open, lips half parted like he was about to speak. A naked blade streaked with blood was clenched in one hand. When she bent down beside him for a closer examination, it took her only a second to recognize Hakugen's sword, which had been kept in remembrance. They had made a pledge to destroy his killer with it, whomever that might prove to be. You did it, she told him in a small, weak voice. Love could no longer respond. He was dead. Every last trace of spiritual power had left his body. She wondered idly why neither had used their hollow powers to try and save themselves. Even wounds this fatal might have been survivable. Could it be they chose not to? Or did only one have the decency to accept death and took the other with him? Crouched between the dead men, Hiyori looked up at the sky. She opened her fleshless white jaws and emitted an unearthly wail that carried far and wide, filled with loss and regret. Something rustled behind her. When she looked back, Rose had risen to his hands and knees. There was no time to think. Hiyori just attacked. Kyobikuri Orokai swung down in a great two-handed arc to split the monster in half. A powerful strike knocked her blow wide. Next thing she knew, Hiyori was dangling in midair, struggling vainly as a powerful hand squeezed her neck. She swung again, aiming for his throat, but this time he caught the weapon and pulled it away as easily as if she were no more than a child. His grip on her tightened, causing her mask to shatter into pieces around their feet. It was him. Rajuro Odoribashi. Only not. The skin was white, as was the hair. His face seemed younger too, virile and gleeful. Those sick yellow eyes narrowed as they focused on her own. Hi. And he grinned at her. I'm Rajuro Odoribashi. Nice to finally meet you. Damn, you. She hissed between her teeth. Suddenly they were no longer alone. Lisa Yadomaru was there, as was Mashiro Kuna and Kensei Maguruma. Soon they were joined by Hirako Shinji. Crowned by hollow power and wielding the weapons of Shinigami, these four spirits of vengeance confronted the fallen apostate. The hollow that was once their friend looked between them. Well, isn't this a pretty picture? All together again. But I'm afraid there's no time to reminisce. He began to retreat while still holding Hiyori before him like a shield. The Vazard matched him step for step, until at last the creature was brought to bay against the screaming wall of the dead zone itself. The rear of his cloak was shredded to pieces by that hurricane force gale, the grains of sand like bullets that ripped into him until his back was a flayed mess of black blood. Catch me if you can. Rajuro laughed. He then flung his prisoner at them, sliding into the maelstrom as he did. The Vazard caught their ally and all five immediately gave chase. However, in only a few seconds it was apparent that even with their hollow powers, the force of the storm raging here was more than they could handle. In short order they had all regrouped outside to stare at the impassable boundary. He'll die in there, Kensei stated assuredly. Beside him, Shinji lifted his mask and gazed critically forward. I wish I shared your confidence, he said. Together they retrieved the body of Love Ikawa and left that place behind, their hearts more desolate than at any time over the last 100 years. Nimue Kuratsuka stood from her workstation. Between thumb and forefinger she held up a small gray pearl that shone in the light. Her face betrayed no sign of satisfaction. Nonetheless, the stoic lieutenant snagged a robe from a clothes rack and draped it over her arm before leaving the room. Who are you? Nimue Kuratsuka, she responded aloud while marching down the halls. I am your creator. You may call me One-san. Hello, One-san. And who am I? A mod soul. Your name is Kiryu. You have been designed for a specific purpose. I see. I hope I can fulfill it. You will. Nimue entered the fortified research area where her father was kept. She approached Mayuri's prison and drew to a halt before the only recognizable part of him, that being a frozen face with mouth open wide. Without further ado, Nimue placed the Kiryu pill between his jaws. Immediately the frozen conglomeration unclenched like a tensed muscle. It swirled violently round and round with more force than a twister, forcing Nimue to withdraw or be torn apart. That raging mass of liquid green began to scream, three voices distinctly heard at once. She observed the proceedings intently. The idea had come to her after receiving evidence that a mod soul could potentially usurp the place of a natural soul. This meant it might be possible to introduce a third element to the raging battle of two agonized wills fighting fiercely to destroy one another. Hence her creation of Kiryu, a mod designed with the ability to absorb tremendous amounts of pain for a short time. It was a very simple solution based on the concept of Jenkin, specifically a three-way impasse. The snake eats the frog eats the slug, and the slug kills the snake. Place them together in a sealed environment and they are rendered quiescent, each recognizing that to attack their intended prey would leave them open to their own natural enemy, ensuring total annihilation. A clear case of mutually assured destruction. Once that state had been achieved, the vortex of flesh turned pearl-scent gray, and the scream became that of a woman. It shot straight up to touch the ceiling, then plunged down like a cataract. Nature would take its course. When it hit the floor, the blob gained form. In under a second a naked man was crouched in its place. Nimue stepped forward and extended out the robe. Welcome back, Mayuri-sama. Mayuri Kuratsuka rose smoothly to a standing position. His skin and hair were soaking wet, but other than that he seemed no worse for wear. Accepting the garment, he slid it on and knotted the sash about his waist. Having done this to his satisfaction, He then threw a vicious backhanded slap at his daughter. Nimue had been expecting this. What she had not anticipated was for Mayuri's hand to stop a fraction of an inch from her flesh. She looked at it, then at him, uncertain as to what this unprecedented experience might signify. For his part, Mayuri appeared no less nonplussed. He withdrew his arm and wagged it from side to side, frowning. Then he shrugged. Ah, well. Time enough to fix any lingering glitches later. Come, Nimue. And he strode off. Yes, Mayuri-sama. His Dolorous assistant followed obediently behind. She spared only a glance for the tiny gray lump no bigger than a fingernail which remained back where he had stood. Before her cold green eyes, the ravaged Jikangan split apart before disintegrating into ash, its sole reason for being fulfilled. At their approach the door slid open, and Kisuke Urahara walked in holding a syringe and several bulbous green onions. Hello, Kisuke, Mayuri sniped as he brushed right past him. Suffering from a case of diarrhea, are we? Put some pants on, Mayuri, Urahara drawled back without even breaking stride. The two legendary geniuses went their separate ways, not another word passing between them. Ryako Ryahim of Leopard Company was down on her knees picking up some papers that had been blown off the captain's desk by that weird energy wave when she heard a noise behind her. Finally, the reinforcements I asked for. Come on in, the dutiful death god called out while trying to reorganize this mess. Flippin' R&D Bureau. We need to get this place shipshape before Captain Hitsugaya returns. She was expecting the door to slide open. Instead, much to her surprise, there came only the sound of racing feet. Ryako turned around. What she had assumed was coming from the main door in fact came from a side door that led elsewhere. Who would be using that at this hour? Feeling uneasy, she got up and opened the portal. An empty hallway stretched before her. Ryu was not easily intimidated and followed down the way, passing one nondescript door after another until she finally came to a certain pane in particular that caught her eye. There were two reasons for this. 1. She recognized this room as one that Captain Hitsugaya always kept locked and bound with a number of very powerful spells. And 2, it was wide open. Ryako hesitated before going inside. The light was on, but she could see nothing at first. It appeared to be empty. How did anyone get in here, anyway? Without the captain present, you'd have to be already inside to get past those enchantments sealing it. Something crunched underfoot. Ryu looked down to find what seemed to be pieces of eggshell all over the floor. Some were larger than others. She reached down and selected a few to examine them, heading back into the hallway to get a better look. Turning the fragments one way and another, the death god frowned. Weird. It almost looks like a person's face and hands. Like maybe a stone statue of somebody, but hollow inside. Ryako resolved to tell her captain about this, but only after his office was neat and clean again. Whatever this might mean, some things took priority. Right? When news of their guest was brought to her attention, Kyokaku Shiba was momentarily taken aback, a condition she very rarely had cause to experience. Despite this, she marshaled herself and her household with strict efficiency. Entering the reception chamber to which she commanded he be escorted, the lady of the house took her place on a raised dais, Ganja seated respectfully and somewhat suspiciously to her right. "What brings you to my home, Lord Arashi?" she asked. Before her Katsura Arashi crouched with a narrow box clasped in his lap. He had brought no attendants into the house with him, instead choosing to leave them topside. This in and of itself was a distinct break of protocol for a person of his caliber. Despite her family's fall from grace, Kyokaku knew this. "I have come," the once proud lord spoke softly without raising his eyes from the floor, "to confess." He held out the box. At an imperceptible sign from Kyokaku, her servant Kagenihiko moved forward to accept it. He brought the offering up to the dais and retook his spot by the wall, muscular arms folded over his chest. The lady of the Shiba examined the unremarkable wooden container. Once she had confirmed there was nothing malign about its contents that mystical senses could detect, she opened the lid. A gleam of gold came from within to shine across her face. Frowning, Kyokaku reached inside and came up holding a golden dagger. She looked at the prince as though demanding an explanation. At last Katsura lifted his head to face her directly. I murdered your father, Lady Shiba. Yode Shiba sat quietly in an empty room gazing out the open balcony at what he knew would be his last sunset. All the preparations were in order. He was permitted to use this lakeside manor house for the occasion with the consent of its owner, Yukatake Jushiro. Kyan, Ganju, and Kyokaka would take care of one another. He could do nothing more for them. Besides this, that is, the former head of his house had resolved to expiate his shame so that it would never taint the Shiba again. On the floor before him rested a razor-sharp dagger whose handle was wrapped in bandages. There was no more reason or need to hesitate. The servants would take care of everything afterwards. All that remained was the deed itself. Yet every time he reached for that sinister tool, he found his hand would shake. And it was not simply a case of his affliction either. Is this the final insult? Am I actually afraid to die? Need a hand there, Shiba-san. Startled, the aging invalid scrambled around. To his shock, a man slouched in a corner of the room wearing a straw hat and a bright pink kimono. Upon seeing that color, Yode was reminded instantly of its significance. It symbolized death. This was made even more apparent by the man who wore it, none other than Kiraku Shunsui, captain of Squad 8 in the Goti I-13. What are you doing here? Yode demanded, too outraged to attribute anything to his trembling. Get out this instant. Guards. He pitched his voice higher. Guards. They can't hear you. The captain stood up and crossed over to loom above the hapless man. I've placed a spell about the room. No one will know I was here. His face was calm and cool as a statue in a cemetery. He looked down upon Yode like an executioner judging his next assignment. The disgraced noble found he could not stand or even muster any sort of opposition despite the fact it was clear this person's reason for being here was undeniably malevolent. Shiba quickly made to rise, only for Kiraku to catch one hand in an unbreakable grip and twist it behind his back expertly, forcing him into submission. While still paralyzed by shock he heard the words for Bakudo number 69, silver tongue striking ASP, murmured in his ear. Next thing he knew Yode was bound in an enchantment that prevented any use of Kido whatsoever. Helpless, weaponless, he could only struggle ineffectually while kneeling in pain upon the floor. Why? He gasped, unable to complete that sentence. I'm sure you'll figure it out soon. As the ancient warrior spoke a concealing spell fell from another corner of the room. Yode's whole body grew cold upon recognizing Katsura Arashi. The Tiger Lord padded towards them silently, eyes blazing with hateful purpose. From over his shoulder Shunsui passed the knife to Katsura. Holding it up with his remaining hand, that baleful figure examined the length of steel before returning all his attention to the bound captive. Shiba flailed in a panic with the one hand that was still free, beating blindly behind him, catching hold of the captain's clothes and pulling without result. I think this is rather poetic, Shunsui mused in an amiable manner while still applying the submission hold. Now you each have one arm to oppose each other. I'm interested to see how this all concludes. Katsura said nothing. He merely crouched down, with the knife now pointed at Yode's stomach. Horror seized him at the realization of what was about to take place. Before that once proud lord could even think about attacking, the blade flashed forth to gut him. Desperation fired Yode's impulses, and he caught Arashi by the wrist. They strained against each other in that chilling tableau. Any notions of weakness, shame, and insecurity were now the farthest things from his mind. All he could think of was not dying here at the hands of these cold-blooded cutthroats. Old and infirm though he might be, Yode Shiba was once a captain of the Goti I-13. And he had already proven once before this failure of an officer was no match for him in terms of strength. It therefore came as a shock when he felt the implacable power behind that limb, honed and lethal, nothing like what he remembered. To his horror, the knife began to move bit by bit towards his belly, shaking slightly but otherwise undeterred. Panicked eyes grew wide with the realization of what was taking place. He almost screamed for help again, but was arrested by the sight of the madman's face before him. Deadly calm, Katsura did not break eye contact for a moment. It was clear he knew exactly what he was doing. And the reason why hung unspoken between them, sharper and more dangerous than any mere knife. When the pointed tip pierced his stomach Yode couldn't suppress a moan. It drove in deeper, and now the pain was blinding. It threw his whole world out of balance, so that he lost any trace of reason and started screaming like a lunatic. Katsura ignored this. He began to draw the edge of the knife up, the continued resistance offered by Yude making this a slow, agonizing evisceration. He then twisted it to slice down in a diagonal line, cutting apart the entrails and laying open his stomach. Blood sprayed from the old man's mouth right in his face, but Katsura merely gave a shake of his head before proceeding on. After reaching a certain point, he gave one last ring of the dagger and drew it horizontally across the belly. By this point there was no longer any attempt made to resist. Yude had gone limp, sagging forward with mouth hanging open and eyes half closed. A gurgling sound came from his throat, ending in a bloody croak. With that, Yude Shiba died after having been carved like a pig at market. Katsura took his victim's limp hand and curled the fingers around the knife. He wiped his hands and face clean with a cloth before standing up. Kiraka rose with him. They looked at one another, then down at Yude's corpse. Having done what they came here to do, the two men left through the open balcony and disappeared under the cover of Shunsui's undetectable magic, the remnants of which faded as soon as they were gone. After a few minutes there was a respectful knock on the door. When no answer came, the servants entered to remove the body, followed by their master Captain Yukatake. He surveyed the room with an unpleasant frown and stood back to examine the proceedings. Jushiro took note of everything here as the corpse was prepared for transportation. Something caught his eye then. Giving no outward cause for concern, he strode closer to get a better look. On the floor in front of Yude there was a fine spattering of blood. But this was strange. As someone who had vast experience in coughing up bloody spray, the chronically afflicted soldier recognized an unusual pattern evident. There appeared to be a bare space in between the droplets, almost as if a person had been standing in front of Yude when he spewed out all that blood. Yukatake took note of the attendants busying themselves a few paces away. Casually, without even looking at what he was doing, he dragged his foot slowly across the floor, erasing any indication that something untoward might have taken place. It was not the first time he had helped cover up a murder, the white-haired sorcerer reflected. And he knew, to his regret, that it would also not be the last. When he was done relating his story, Katsura said, "My actions cost you your fortune and your father. I leave my fate in your hands. Expose me, or kill me. The choice is yours. I have wronged you and must be punished, but no, I do not regret my actions. It is simply a matter of honor." He fell to staring at the floor without interest for anything which might take place next. Ganju had felt his temper start to boil the more he heard. Having no memory of his father, he could not truly identify with the man. But this bastard had just confessed to murdering him, to say nothing of ruining their house to satisfy his own desire for vengeance. Even Kayan's death and that of their mother could potentially be laid at their door. He remained unsure what the proper course of action might be, but at the very least the headstrong reprobate strongly felt the need to beat the hell out of him. As with all official family decisions, however, he looked to his sister first. Kyokaka regarded the person before them dispassionately. She had never let go of the knife the whole time. Abruptly that temperamental pugilist stood up. Walking across the room, she stood over Katsura just as he must have done to their father. Her arm rose, still clutching the golden dagger. Ganju sucked in a breath to cry out as it came plummeting down. There was a thud. This was not the result of a body falling over, but from her driving that flashy weapon deep into the floorboards. Katsura obviously had no idea what to make of this. His confusion grew only greater when Kyokaku bent the handle sharply and snapped it clean off, leaving the blade stuck in the wood. She got to her feet and flung the useless implement away. "No more of this shit," the Lady of Shiba stated with a disapproving frown. "All this business of killing one another over something that happened between our families in the past. It ends here. Enough is enough, and I'm calling it over." As though finally understanding what he had heard, the nobleman said, "But I said enough." And she punched him right in the top of the head. Ganju winced in commiseration. Katsura placed a hand to his smarting top while he sat there dumbfounded. "You hit me," he managed to state finally. Kyokaku's face held not a trace of remorse. "Life goes on, Arashi. Learn to live with that or die on your own dime." She sighed heavily and hiked a thumb over one shoulder. Look, we were about to have dinner when you showed up. You're free to stick around and share it with us if you like. But I don't want to hear a single complaint about the noodles looking funny. They're homemade is all. Got that? The one-armed man stared at her, and eventually the one-armed woman gave a dismissive sniff and went stomping from the room. Her two manservants moved to follow. Ganju, however, rose and made his way over to confront Lord Arashi, who looked at him strangely as though not knowing what to expect next, another pounding or capital punishment. You killed my father, the tough said thickly, and hurt us in more ways than I can count. He took a deep breath in anticipation. But my Nae-san runs the show around here, and if she says it's over between us then that's enough for me. He held out his hand. Come on. She'll be upset if we're late for dinner. You really don't want to see that, take my word for it. Seeing no other possible recourse at the time, possibly due to head trauma, Katsura Arashi accepted the offer with as much dignity as he could muster. Karen Kurosaki had arrived at the hospital after the Dragon Lady gave the all-clear. It had been a very frightening evening, and she was immensely relieved when that insane spiritual dread from before was finally lifted. They met her dad there not long after, and then Rukia's big brother showed up. The baby was born by this point, leaving the middle schooler a little weirded out at the prospect of being Aunt Karen from now on. But Yuzo was ecstatic, and Rukia was safe, and although she still didn't know where their brother was, a lot of heavy hitters were scouring the dimensions for him, so he was bound to turn up eventually safe and sound. Or so she hoped. The whole story came from Byakuya. She was in the room when he explained to Rukia what happened at the fight between Ichigo and some other guy. Apparently her brother lost, but then Kon of all people showed up and saved the day. As bad as things sounded, she had to admit it was a little impressive what he went through for her sake. Rukia seemed to agree as well. When they got to the part where Kon apparently body-snatched his enemy for a while to come out on top, she put her face in her hands like she might cry and stayed that way for a while. It was kind of weird. But things worked out in the end, and there was more important stuff to worry about. Ichigo finally showed up, thank goodness. He nearly passed out after seeing his son for the first time. When he and Rukia were done talking, Dad had to order him to get some rest at the risk of simply tranquilizing him with whatever drugs the hospital had lying around. Karen woke up before he or Yuzo did. A nurse noticed and said Rukia wanted to speak with her. This was odd as well, but soon enough she found herself in the room of the woman who might very well be her sister-in-law at this point. Rukia was back in her false body again. They didn't talk much. The Shinigami just looked at her and said, "Please find Kon." This unusual request carried a certain personal conviction for her as well. Karen wanted to know where their unlikely savior might be as well. So she accepted. The preteen had an idea of where to start looking, assuming he was here and not in Soul Society still. After telling her father where she was going, Karen got a ride with the big guy Sato and the creepy girl Ryo home she strongly suspected might be his girlfriend. The drive was made even more awkward and uncomfortable when it turned out they were taking a limo driven by what looked to be Yakuza members, none of whom talked much. When they got to the Usagi Shoten, she went straight into the building and right upstairs. Nobody was around to object. Karen had resolved to wait there for him if needed and make any excuse to the people in the car outside as to why this was taking so long. Instead that proved unnecessary. When she opened the door to his room, Kon looked over in surprise. "Karen. Good, you're here." She strolled in and shut the pane behind her. About to speak, her train of thought hit the brakes upon noticing the duffel bag at his feet stuffed with clothes and a few odds and ends. No porno that she could see, but maybe that was down at the bottom for safekeeping. It then dawned on her what this meant, and she looked up at him in surprise. "Are you leaving?" "Well, He rubbed the back of his head self-consciously. "Yeah." To say that Karen was surprised would be an understatement. What brought this on? Why? Here Kon gave her a sad little smile that wrung the girl's heart for some reason. "It's about time, I guess. For me to start living. No sense waiting around for something that's never going to happen. I gotta try and seize the day while I still can." He hesitated, then blurted out, "You're not mad, right?" The scowl on her face told him the answer. "So what, you were just going to leave without saying goodbye?" she demanded angrily. You jerk, I would have been worried about you. I wrote you a note. Khan protested lamely when it looked like she might be about to kick him in the shins, holding up a white envelope. Well, I mean, it's for everyone, really, but I put in a whole paragraph for you. It took really long to write, that's why you managed to catch me here. I lost track of time and needed to get moving and, well, here we both are. Real concern started to sink in then. Where are you even going? I mean, you don't know anybody outside of Karakara. Are you going to live in Seoul society? Will I ever see you again? Do you have a telephone? What's the number so I can call you? How are you going to get money to eat, and, what happens if I need you and? The questions all came out in a rush, and that last one was more personal than she might have initially intended. It really felt like she was going to start crying if she wasn't careful, or at least hyperventilating. This motivated Khan to wade through the detritus of his interrupted packing and crouch down to place his hands on Karen's shoulders. She automatically lunged forward and hugged him, wrapping her small hands around his neck. Please don't go, Khan, she said in a voice gone hoarse with repressed sobs. I'll miss you. You're like a big brother to all of us, even Ichigo. I'm gonna be Aunt Karen now, did you know that? Everything's crazy. I need you to stay. Rukia told me to come find you, she'll probably tell you not to go too. So that means you'll stay, right? Right, Khan. I can't. I'm sorry. And she knew he meant it. So Karen pulled away. Initially planning to kick him and run, she stopped upon recognizing the hurt in his face, deeper than anything she could possibly do to him. Karen wanted to ask what had gone wrong and whether she might help. But something told her this wasn't the time. I'm gonna be a person's aunt. That means I need to do a little growing up. Well, she declared in a no-nonsense voice. I guess I can't stop you. But you better promise to come back and visit us. Preferably before I graduate high school. At this Khan nodded and gave her a halfway decent smile. Okay. I promise. I'll be back before then. You better. Then, when it felt like there might not be anything left to say, she added, I love you. Love you too, little sister. He held out the envelope from before. Make sure this gets to the right people. A lot of heart went into it, and I looked in a thesaurus for some of the words. Don't let all that work go to waste. With that he went over and placed a few more items in his duffel bag. Hoisting it up on his shoulder, Khan turned back to her. Guess this is goodbye for now. Take care of everybody until I get back, especially your carrot-headed ogre of a brother. Right. Karen nodded bravely. I will. He took off the baseball cap she was wearing and ruffled her hair. Then before she could stop him, he popped it onto his own head and shouted, I'll give it back later. Before disappearing in a blur. Karen raced after him into the hall and down the stairs, passing Yururu and Hinta along the way. She went tearing out into the early morning air looking desperately around for some sign of Khan. But he was already long gone. Clutching the note he left securely, the girl went back to the limo and asked to be taken home. Khan didn't stop running until he was well outside the limits of Karakara. He wasn't about to risk bumping into anyone else he knew, Rukia least of all. As much as he might want a last glimpse of her before he left, the pain was still too raw. Maybe it would be possible to talk about it in the future. But that would take years. The young soul looked around the rural path he found himself on. Heaving a deep breath of clean country air, he adjusted his new baseball cap and set off down the road. Brand new life ahead of me. Wonder who I'll meet along the way? Mind if I join you? When he looked over, it was to find Rangiku Matsumoto walking gamely along beside him. Howdy, Khan. A glimpse in the other direction saw a smiling black-haired man wearing blue-tinted glasses. He tilted them down and looked right at Khan without breaking stride. His eyes were almost completely closed. Wad I say we have a chat, Junichi Maru said with a smile. I like the baby's name, Mizuoro Kojima stated happily as they left the hospital. It's very hopeful. The world could use some of that right now. I dunno. Beside him Kigo Asano stuffed his hands in his pockets and yawned. It was a school day, and he had to get up pretty early in the morning in order to get over here before then. But it wasn't every day you learned that your best friend had a kid with a goddess. Sounds like the sort of name that might get you teased in elementary school. Let his parents worry about that. Ishida Yuryu adjusted his glasses while holding onto Mikuru Ogawa's arm. The couple had eyes only for each other. She looked happier than Kigo could ever remember seeing her. Maybe girls just reacted to babies differently. We're having a party to celebrate the second novel's publication, she told them excitedly. We could made it a shower for them and the baby or something. Sounds good to me, Asano confirmed, already imagining the otaku babes who might show up at such an event. What do you think, Mizuru? But the school Lothario had already wandered off to chat with a beautiful older lady reading on a park bench. So much for teenage solidarity. Ishida and Ogawa bid him goodbye shortly after. Feeling rather abandoned by both good fortune and his own friends, the hyper-perceptive underachiever looked all around and heaved a defeatist's sigh. Well, looks like it's just me now. A hand clamped down on his arm, and when Asano turned around, he found himself confronted by a Shimaraki dressed as a monk and flanked by a couple of ghosts wearing demonic masks. The only thing which kept him from dying of fright was the realization that he had seen a lot weirder things in his life, but not by much. Come on, Asano, the person most certainly not Riki told him. Let's go get some breakfast. We've got a lot to talk about concerning the salvation of the soul. And so saying he firmly led the flabbergasted teen off with his new spirit guides along for the ride. Back at the park bench, Mizuru was pressing his advantage with the bewitchingly attractive lady who had caught his eye. I don't suppose you'd be willing to offer an earnest young academical lift. He spoke in a voice both pleading and enticing. I sure would hate to be tardy to homeroom today and ruin my perfect attendance. Sometimes it's the only thing that keeps me going. His target merely smiled while flipping a page of the manga she was reading. Young man, I do believe you're trying to pick me up. Can you blame me? The smooth talker countered without missing a beat. Any man who didn't try his luck when faced with such a vision of loveliness must have left his self-respect on the way out the door. But won't your mother be worried if you go off with a complete stranger? She asked teasingly. At this Kojima heaved a put-upon sigh only partially for effect and laced his arms behind the top of the bench. Not likely. She wouldn't notice if I dropped off the face of the earth. It's not a nice story. That was the closest thing to truth he had admitted to her this whole time. In response the woman closed her book, head tilting down to be shaded by the brim of the hat she wore that nearly covered her whole face. I'm sorry to hear you say that. In truth, I can't fault you for your pessimism. Sometimes it seems that things have changed for the worst in my absence. For example, here I was looking forward to catching up on my reading after so long. She held up the colorful tome filled with stories of weaponized warriors and Shinigami, only to find that they killed off my favorite character. And in such a horrific fashion too. Slaughtered by her own child. Can you imagine anything more ghastly? Only the thought of not getting your phone number, he countered lightly. I'm being serious. She turned to look straight at him then, and Mizuru found himself hypnotized by those arresting blue eyes. This gal was even hotter than he originally believed. Too often children disregard everything their parents do for them. With no talk of gratitude, I might add. Their behavior can become so outrageous over time, why, it's a wonder some adults don't give up on their children altogether. While absorbing her beauty, a thought occurred to Mizuru. Maybe it's just my imagination, but is one of her eyes darker than the other? Have you ever made a meal for another person, only to watch them throw it on the floor? He shivered, unable for some reason to look away from that eye, which was growing darker by the second. All that toil and effort, the hard work required, wasted. You sacrifice your time, your dreams, all for their sake, and what do? Her voice had taken on a strange vibrating quality, like two identical audio tracks lined up just a bit off from each other in a video. They strike you. They hurt you. Intentionally, even. So distressing. It feels like you're being torn apart by their selfishness. Her hands came up to grasp his face. Mizuru Kojima recognized on some dim level that his life might be in danger. But he was far too entranced by the sight of that deep black void to care. It was drawing him in, pulling his soul down a tunnel of purest night to reach what awaited on the other end. And yet, after all the horrid things they do to you, you find that you still love them. The dark pit went away, leaving him blinking uncertainly. After all, a mother's love can forgive anything. Sometimes that is our only saving grace in this world. When gods are not enough, you can always turn to the one who gave you life. And for that you should all be grateful. She then pulled his face close to hers. Now go home to your mother. Dazed, Mizuru stood up. He began to walk away, pulling a cell phone out of his pocket as he did. After a few seconds of rifling through contact lists, he found the right one and dialed. Placing the phone to his ear, he waited for it to be answered. And when it did, he said, I mean, Okada-san. Yeah, it's me, Mizuru. Mind if I stop by? He had already forgotten about the woman on the park bench. When he was gone, she finished reading and dropped the manga in a nearby trash can before looking up at a particular window in the hospital. Motherhood, Anohanaretsu sighed. So much potential to hurt you. The witch then rose upright to make her way through the world once more. Arc 4, Fin. Chapter 20, Living World, In Pursuit of Happiness. Dancers genuflected or stepped aside for Rukia as she made her descent onto the floor. She knew that someone was waiting for her, and passed assuredly through the press of bodies like a single snowflake dancing in a blizzard. The lights were very bright in this ballroom, which she recognized as something out of the so-called Roaring Twenties of America. Gentlemen in coat-tails and ladies in fancy dresses adorned with feathers paired off all around her. It was a strange outfit she herself had on, to be sure, a flapper dress, white with innumerable crystal beads sewn into it. The sound of their clattering reminded her of raindrops against a metal roof. A white cloche hat capped her head to complete the ensemble with a great silk bow tied on one side. Diamond bracelets sparkled on her wrists and the sandals she wore. For some reason this all made her very happy. Suddenly the crowd seemed to part, and she recognized her partner at last. He stood leaning against a column with his back to her, dressed all in white. A jacket was draped carelessly over one shoulder, and he had on a fedora with a black band from which grew a single peacock feather. His gaze rested firmly on the band playing at the end of the hall. Rukia approached without anyone getting in her way. She stretched out a hand, and spoke his name, making sure to add no honorific when she did. He turned with a smile. "Good evening, Kukaki-sama." Rukia froze. The man before her was Aizen Sosuke. He took her hand then, and they began to dance. His arm slipped around her waist, the other one held at shoulder level. Rukia dared not resist him for fear of bumping into the other dancers and making a mess of things. He seemed to pick up on her intentions, and chuckled good-naturedly. "Even here, you are so very considerate, Lady Kukaki," the trader captain remarked. "Can you not simply enjoy yourself, at least for half a measure?" "I did not come here for you," she spoke with icy venom. "Oh, come now. And we made such an effort on your dress. I'll have you know, Kyoka Suijitsu put a great deal of time into getting every single stitch and bead exactly right. She can be such a perfectionist." For a moment something dark moved amongst the dancers, and Rukia could feel eyes burning into her intently. But when she looked directly at it, she saw nothing more remarkable than a potted plant. Aizen stole a glance in the same direction and shook his head in resignation. "Well, she's a bit shy around others. Don't let it bother you." He twirled her about, causing the room to spin, and ended up dipping Rukia down to hover a scant inch above the floor, held securely in his arm. The smile he wore showed how very pleased with himself he was at this performance. Rukia merely glared back. "What do you want?" He lifted her up. "To talk." The music changed, though she could not pinpoint any individual notes. But as if on command all the well-dressed dancers around them left off the wild gyrations of before and instead fell into each other's embrace, swaying slowly cheek to cheek with contented smiles. Her free hand was now on his chest, which caused a grimace to work its way up her face. But their feet moved in time to the rhythm as she was forced to take part in this semblance of a slow dance. For a moment she could have sworn she saw a baby sitting on the floor. "How have you been?" Aizen asked. He no longer smiled, instead adopting a reserved persona. It reminded Rukia of his uncle. Perhaps this compelled her to speak. I am well. Then, as a show of defiance, since you have been gone. He nodded as if accepting both her evaluation and the declaration without surprise. Eisen glanced around the ballroom thoughtfully before speaking next. We're coming back, you know. Rukia shuddered. There was no use denying it. She had always known. It's simply a matter of time. He led her along, drifting over the floor, and where they passed, the dancers vanished into smoke and silk draperies that crumpled in heaps. The room itself disappeared behind them to be lost in darkness. One of us will be revealed soon. You should all prepare for it. The look he gave her then was troubled. It came as such a surprise she momentarily forgot to hate him. What's wrong? She asked. Sosuke seemed to reflect on this. He stopped the dance, bringing her with him. The ballroom lost all color, its contents became white lines against a black background. Even the people transformed into silhouettes with no more substance than a dream. Wait, is this? Be on your guard when you meet, Eisen said without letting go. She is not the person you remember. Her dissatisfaction with you all has only grown. And I fear she will no longer be kind. Fear crept inside her at his words. To Rukia's surprise she found herself saying, please help. I will. And now Eisen smiled again. When I am free, everything will be made right. Heaven is on our side, dear. Don't discount that. He drew away, still holding her hand, and bowed. Take care, Kukaki-sama. When Sosuke dipped down, a tall shadow rose behind him. Its lone eye glowed red, staring wide at Rukia with a vengeful fury that struck her like a slap to the face. She came awake holding her cheek, teary-eyed from the pain even as it faded. Rukia sat up and looked around. Ichigo lay in untroubled sleep beside her. The sight filled her with a fond warmth. She heard a faint mewl elsewhere in the house. That sound was unmistakable. Quickly and quietly Rukia got up and stole down the hall until she reached the nursery. Upon entering, she saw their son had sat up in his crib and was looking all about, confusion dawning on his face that would fast turn to wails if she didn't act. There, Rukia whispered as she crossed over and scooped him up. Don't cry, shhhh. He struggled a bit in her arms, as though demanding to be put back down. But after a bit the boy settled comfortably with his head against her shoulder and began sucking his thumb, dark eyes darting all around the moonlit room. She paced about while rocking him, humming and whispering soothing noises to prevent any outbursts. In just a few minutes his eyes closed, mouth still locked around his thumb. What happened? A nightmare. Again? Why can't the poor kid sleep? I'm not sure. Perhaps I'll ask one of the other mothers if their children experience the same. This is growing odd. You were having a bad one yourself if I'm not mistaken. Care to share? I don't remember what it was about. Really? Rukia looked down at the baby. No. But I think he was in it. That's strange. Zanjitsu spoke to me earlier. He said Ichigo mentioned the same thing happening before. I'm starting to wonder if the little guy might be more special than we thought. Then I will consult with Home. They might have more to offer than mortal remedies. Well, that's settled. In the meantime, would you try and get back to sleep? You're burning both ends of the candle these days. If you insist. She laid the baby down. Rukia waited a while to make certain he wasn't about to wake up again. Once assured, she made her way to bed. After laying down beside Ichigo, the exhausted Shinigami watched as moonlight through the blinds crawled over the floor. Could no Shirayuki be right and there was something wrong with the baby? Life had been so ordinary for the past year. Had trouble have once again risen in their world? If so, it would not find her unprepared. Rukia had many allies to call upon these days. And she would not hesitate to seek them out. Not when the safety of her son might be at stake. Take care. The words drifted through her mind. It made Rukia uneasy. Who had spoken them, and why? She was still pondering this mystery when sleep claimed her. It's gypsies who are to blame, you know. The man and woman sitting quietly in the inn's taproom grew still upon hearing this. They exchanged a glance. Murmurs of agreement rose to confirm this statement. Setting down his pewter tankard, the speaker at table continued without interruption. And Jews, please not forget them, he wagged a meaningful finger as though lecturing in university. Filthy pagans, the lot of 'em. Worse than Saracens. At least they didn't crucify our Lord and Savior. Slinkin' about like rats, bringin' plague and misfortune everywhere they go. This be worse than any plague, Bartow, one of his listeners pointed out. Lest you be counting those enumerated in the good book. I heard Potesti is gone, another whispered. Completely. The whole town. In a single night, they say. 'Tis the end of days, another proclaimed mournfully, taking a pull at his drink. Th's my point, right there, the speaker Bartow spoke loudly to regain control of the conversation. His fellow peasants looked on mournfully, but the two travelers paid close attention to what was being said. We've sinned, we have. All of us. By letting their lot live amongst us unmolested. God's punishing us. And we must do what needs bane done. Some grunts and shifting might have been this lot's way of expressing agreement. Right then the waitress, a plump girl with set eyes and a pouty frown, came up to the two travelers' table with their drinks. Excuse me, the man said as she set the foaming tankards down. Do you know how far it is to reach the Ternerasso Pass? Pass is closed, she informed him without looking up. This news caused her clients to tense, though the waitress failed to notice. The small girl in the big cloak leaned closer. What happened? The waitress only now seemed to notice she was being drawn into a conversation. She stood up straight and peered at the pair curiously, noting their heavy-hooded traveling attire that served to hide their faces. The Burning Man was sighted south. Army came in. They closed the pass. Potesti fell 2 days past. Her eyes narrowed in sudden suspicion. Common knowledge, that. Thank you, the man spoke hastily, offering 2 coins to pay for their drinks. She accepted and moved off, but cast a glance over one shoulder as she did. While huddling deeper into the shadowy corner, the outcasts didn't fail to note how the waitress bent low to whisper in one man's ear at the next table while depositing her fare. This happened to be the very same group that was so animated on the topic of local events. Pissed. Both looked down, and were surprised to find a small gray cat sitting near their feet. The feline rose to leave, then looked back at them. Come with me, it said. 15 minutes. Then you will need a break. Mikuru Ogawa looked up in surprise from a laptop. What? She examined the clock on the wall, and her heart sank. 4:30 already. Where did the time go? I had been hoping to get to the bridge pursuit by this point. Why did I spend so much time looking up European geography? I should have just powered through and taken care of it later. You have the television interview still on for 6:30, her agent Ogaisu informed her as she scrolled through a tablet. I've rescheduled the photo shoot for this weekend, though. That should give you a chance to catch up on any work you might have left unfinished. The tone of her voice told Mikuru her sorry lack of progress on the latest chapter had not gone unnoticed. However, Ogawa still felt a desire to point something out. Is this because of the new costumes? Ishida-kun said he'll be bringing them over before dinner. You didn't have to move things around, I'm sure they'll fit. I have no doubts Ishida-san will come through. This was done for your sake. You need rest. So saying, Ogaisu reached over and plucked the laptop from her hands. In fact, let's get started on that break now. Yes, ma'am, the aspiring novelist sighed despondently. So much for getting ahead of schedule today. The older woman said no more, merely busied herself with the contents of her data pad. With black hair pulled up in a bun and horn-rimmed spectacles, Ogaisu often reminded Mikuru of the Shinigami Nanao Ise. The two of them had never met in her experience. Still, that air of business-like determination and no-nonsense attitude left her wondering if the two might be related somehow, if separated by a few centuries. Mikuru decided to accept the verdict and lay down on the couch to get some rest. A muted television show was playing on the big screen TV on the wall, and Ogawa watched it for a time. They were in a hotel room in Kodera, Tokyo that had been reserved for her use. Mikuru had grown accustomed enough to this domicile that she thought of it as a second home. Moving away from Karakura had been hard for her. Being far from family and friends was nerve-wracking at first. But the tiny traveler now considered herself well adjusted to the fast-paced life of the big city. True, she felt exhausted all the time and had been experiencing night sweats lately. But Mikuru Ogawa had never been happier in her entire life. She felt like a baby chick cradled in warm loving hands. Her meteoric rise would have shocked anyone who knew the timid girl back in high school. After graduation, Mikuru's cell phone novel Wanderer in Shadows had been picked up by a publisher and converted into a popular manga whose continued success surprised her each and every day. In fact, Mikuru was stunned at how prosperous this whole enterprise had proven to be. Merchandise lines sprang up around the fictional world she had built. Her creation Rania was hailed as an example of a strong female main character and consistently ranked high in polls among readers. It came as both a dismay and a thrill to learn the most beloved male character turned out to be Graf Totholtz, whom she'd never imagined would appeal to female readers as much as he apparently did. The Duder agonists Engelbert and Ulrich never even came close to him in terms of popularity. More disturbing still was the small but vociferous portion of the fanbase who seemed to prefer the demon Lohengrin of all people. His presence in visual media always disturbed her, here kenning just a bit too close to the inspiration behind him for her tastes. The sound of fingers tapping diligently away served to lull Mikuru into a doze. As one might expect from her name, Ogaisu had been a sports announcer in her youth but moved into talent management after growing dissatisfied with the former label. Her firm, the Seidom Agency, was based in northern Hokkaido and usually represented athletes. Ogawa never had much interest in sports herself. But Ogaisu was a fan of her work and had sought Mikuru out during her senior year of high school. They quickly found common ground, and after graduation the talent agent was only too happy to offer her services in spreading the story of Rania the Romani across Japan. Of course Mikuru had known they would get along when Ogaisu confirmed that she found the daring Ulrich's turn to be the male protagonist of this tale. She now served as both agent and editor for Mikuru's work. Ishida was here too, of course. He had been accepted at Musashino Art University and dove headfirst into their fashion design curriculum. They were in business together, Urayu using his talents to craft a stunning range of costumes and regalia that were an official part of the Wanderer brand. At her parents' insistence, Mikuru also attended college. She was enrolled at Tsuda University and taking 2 liberal arts classes a semester, which was the most her busy itinerary would allow. Between writing, class, publicity events, and a dedicated relationship, it always seemed like there was never enough time in the day. Mikuru Ogawa, the wallflower of Karakura High, had blossomed into perhaps the greatest success story ever to emerge from her hometown. A cell phone rang, and Ogaisu answered. Mikuru wondered if she had fallen asleep. Better get as much in, before. She awoke with a start. Someone was knocking at the door. Upon looking around it was to find an empty room, however a handwritten note was left on the coffee table. Mikuru picked it up. Wanted to give you 2 some time alone. Dinner will arrive at 5, and we need to be at the station at least half an hour before recording. Good luck, author-chan. Mikuru. A voice called faintly. Remembering the door, Ogawa sprang up, feeling woozy and tender. When she crossed the room and opened it, Urayu Ishida stood on the other side looking worried. Are you all right? He demanded immediately. I've been knocking for almost a minute. At this the young writer smiled and moved gently to embrace him. I'm fine, she sighed, melting into his presence. Just tired, so I took a nap. He hesitated, the alarm from before battling with her words. In the end, though, he relented and returned the embrace. You work too hard. You'll have to take that up with my agent, she chided him jokingly. Not likely, he said with a snort. I swear, that woman never sits still. She's always gone by the time I show up. How many clients does she serve, anyway? 4 or 5. Mikuru only then noticed the dress bag hooked over his shoulder. Oh! She exclaimed, all else forgotten. You brought it. Let me see. As you command, Urayu chuckled and followed her in. She sat down on the couch, twisting and fidgeting in excitement like a preschooler. Ishida stood before her with one hand on the zipper. He paused and threw her a pleased smile. Do I have your permission to continue? Granted, she declared happily. With a flourish he proceeded to draw down the zipper and flung the bag off, revealing his latest creation for her approval. Mikuru could only stare in wonder. She had seen the drawings, and even imagined it in her head for years. But the real thing managed to make all that pale. It was a wedding dress, fashioned of dark green fabric with designs in red thread woven into the chest and arms. Oh! She breathed with wonder. Mikuru came forward to examine this marvel. It was an off-the-shoulder design, transparent bodice patterned with designs like curling vines for modesty's sake. The inspiration for that part hailed mainly from the belly dancing costume Rukia wore long ago, which practically started this whole affair, but no one else had to know that. This same pattern repeated on the sleeves. A choker with a gold ornament draped over the hanger, while the gown split in a train down the front to reveal the inner dress of solid black. Mikuru drank it all in, then turned eyes shining with pride on Urayu. It's perfect. I was worried you wouldn't approve. He laid his masterpiece down on the coffee table, allowing them to admire it together. The tailor draped an arm around her shoulder, his craftsman's eye critically examining their handiwork. I'd never worked with a fabric so expensive before. My teachers had a few suggestions that really helped, though. They were almost as excited by this project as I was. It's counting towards my grade, actually, so I'll need to take it back afterwards. I hope that's okay. No problem. She shook her head. The photo shoot isn't until this weekend. After tonight my schedule's pretty much free till then. His chin nuzzled her head. That's good. You need your rest. They stood there for a while in silent appreciation for their shared dreams. Then Urayu said, I received a call from Kurosaki yesterday. He couldn't get your number. We're both invited to the birthday. I can't believe it's been a year, Ogawa sighed. Did you see the last picture? He's so big. Kurosaki insists he'll start walking soon. I don't know if that's early or not. I could ask my father. We should visit him too while we're there. It'll be nice to see everyone. Attention had gripped Urayu's frame in the last few seconds. She rested her head in the crook of his arm for a while before speaking. How are things? Quiet, he replied. There was no need to ask what she meant. After the attack on Karakura and the birth of Rukia's baby, things had been peaceful, spiritually speaking. Mikuru had not seen anyone from Soul Society in nearly a year unless you counted Rukia. It was almost possible to believe that part of her life was just another story she concocted, a fantasy made up by a lonely, ordinary teenage girl seeking some excitement. The whole thing seemed very bizarre in the glow of memory, and she almost found herself doubting such things could exist. Hollows, Shinigami, gods and demons? Only one person in her day-to-day affairs now would understand something like that, and he was standing right next to her. This secret they kept from the members of their new life. Writing helped, but sometimes Mikuru felt an absurd need to just blurt out the whole story to anyone who might listen, be it fellow students at university or random strangers. I know it's real. They're out there, somewhere. The ghosts. The dead. Watching us. Loving and hating us, even at the same time. Haunting the living. Every now and then she caught a glimpse of movement from the corner of her eye that she convinced herself was a Shinigami, but when she looked there was never anything there. Surely in a big city like Tokyo there must be many death gods assigned to keep watch, yet not once in the past year had she ever spotted any. Urayu hadn't mentioned it either, and she wondered if he still plied his bow as a Quincy in the defense of lost spirits from time to time. It's easy to forget, when you're living this well, that the world is more dangerous than most people realize. It could happen at any moment, the return of the nightmare. Is it really okay for us to act like nothing's wrong? Are we allowed to be happy, knowing what we do? There's more to life than misery and fear. There's making beauty, sharing joy. I just want to live with my fair share of happiness. That isn't a crime. Right? I'm happy, she said aloud, almost like a wish. Urayu didn't reply. He just held her tight. They looked at the beauty formed by their being together, and for now, it was all they needed. Noboru drove his foot into Soifon's kidney, only to catch his breath at the lack of resistance. Damn. Yozutsemi again. I couldn't tell. How does she do that? Even as the speed clone disappeared, the real thing revealed herself with a windmill kick that sent the boy smashing through a wall and into the street below. Before hitting the ground, an incantation was already tripping from his tongue. HADO 63, Reikova. Now clear of the building, the glyphs he had inscribed in the 4 cardinal directions beforehand activated. An explosion of sound and electricity blew the 3-story wooden structure to splinters. Score! He exulted at the sight of his triumph. Something dropped beside him with a thud. When he turned his head, he found it to be a human hand. Whoa! Did we just? The sight proved so chilling he could only stare. And this was why he never saw the kick coming. Upon recovering, the shinobi youth groggily sat up. Noboru touched the side of his head and winced at the resulting pain. A slight swish of fabric later, and he looked up to find So-iPhone standing over him, arms crossed behind her back, wearing a coldly disparaging expression. I know, I let my guard down. But at least this time I didn't black out. He retorted to her unspoken disappointment. And I thought you said no decoys. Wordlessly she held up her left arm, which now ended in a stump dripping blood. Noboru blanched. So-iPhone merely lifted an eyebrow. I did tell you this run would be advanced, she said, sounding more disappointed in his horrified reaction than the failure. With a curse he sprang up and ran to retrieve her severed hand. When he returned, the ninja woman had already knelt down. She made no move as he began a spell to restore her self-inflicted injury. This too was part of their training. I'll never get used to how little this lady cares about herself. You and me both. The repair job took under a minute. So-iPhone flexed her reattached fingers experimentally, then without a word of gratitude she produced 2 bamboo tubes and handed one over to him. The implication was obvious. Training was over. Time for a rest. Noboru swished the water around his mouth and spat it out, grimacing at seeing blood mixed in. He tested a tooth with his tongue to determine if it might be about to fall out. Nope. Pretty secure. The shinobi in training observed their surroundings under the hot afternoon sun, just in case she decided to quiz him on it out of the blue. The 17th district of Eastern Rokanga had only been abandoned fully a few months ago. As such, one could still detect faint traces of the relocated populace by smell alone. An empty restaurant for hungry death gods was discernible by the lingering aroma of fried food and alcohol. A second-story home was owned by a lady who clearly loved her perfume, perhaps resulting from the refuse and mud drifting out of a pig pen behind the building. The stench proved overwhelming. You took much longer to lose this time, Wakasama. Thanks, the Shihoan prince grunted. So-iPhone put her drink to one side and began tending his wounds. He flinched away with a scowl. Just leave it. I like the ache. That is unacceptable. You must look your best for the lady this evening. It came as no surprise to learn So-iPhone knew about his plans. But that she actually cared enough to acknowledge it? Now that came as a shock. Isn't she a Shinigami healer? I'll ask her to do it. Might be a good way to get to know one another. That would reflect poorly on the clan. And with that the matter was settled, at least as far as she was concerned. This is stupid, he asserted firmly. Why are we bothering trying to hook me up on a date when there are living catastrophes lurking on the other side of reality? I should be using this time for training. Papa said we could start in together, even. So-iPhone looked him over while applying a salve to his ankle. This is also important, to say nothing of perfectly normal. As heir to the Shihoan, you are compelled to wed and produce offspring. Sounds like the kind of romantic novel she would write. Wow, sounds like a romantic novel, Feng. The young thief dropped on his back with a groan, then cast a sharp look back at his vassal as a thought occurred to him. You don't date, he spoke in almost accusing tones. Why isn't it important for you? To his surprise, the shinobi captain actually crooked a smile at that. A hard, mean smile, but a smile nonetheless. Mine is a minor house. I am not important like you. If all I leave behind when I die is a service record, then that is the greatest testament imaginable. Her liege lord leveraged himself up on his elbows wearing a sardonic look. Come on, Feng. If you don't put yourself out there, where are my children's protectors going to come from? And my grandchildren's. The Feng line has to continue. Humph, she retorted, concentrating on binding his foot. I'm serious. I know a lot of guys who'd love to see you naked. There's that dummy from Leopard. And nonsense. So iPhone spluttered. She got no further, as a sword's edge pressed against her throat. Her eyes narrowed and she glared at the grinning Noboru. You let your guard down, he spoke teasingly. Her black eyes flashed. Indeed. Well played, Wakasama. And then she broke his foot. A few minutes later, after the resulting and completely necessary fight was resolved, So iPhone set off down the street carrying Noboru on her back, at his royal insistence. He knew this cheeky behavior would make their next training session an absolute nightmare for him, but that was in the future. For now he simply resolved to enjoy the ride along with a small sense of satisfaction. She was right. He had been getting better. Hey, Feng, he said casually. What do you look for in a man? Openings, she said so fast he could have sworn it was intended as a joke. No, I'm being serious. He rested his head against her back. What would you want the person you marry to be like? I've never thought about it. Noboru frowned skeptically. Does that mean you wouldn't care, or you've really never thought about getting married? Both. This was starting to get depressing. Most conversations with So iPhone were. He gave a dispirited sigh and closed his eyes. Don't worry, Feng. I'll find you a good husband. That would be a waste of your time, young master, she asserted with typical disinterest. Such things are beneath the head of a great house. Oh, please, he snorted. From what I can tell, there's little else they think about. A grin split his mouth, and the mischievous prince scooted a little higher on her back to whisper in her ear. Hey, Feng. Wanna know a secret? I already do. As head of the Onmitsukido, that was without a doubt an understatement. But he continued regardless. Genju and I were hanging out at his place yesterday, and guess who came by the house? He waited for her to respond, but when interest was not forthcoming, Noboru gleefully reported anyway. Lord Arashi. That is no secret, she informed him. Katsura Arashi has made it clear he bears no further ill will towards the Shiba clan. And what he does with his spare time should not unduly concern you. But he brought gifts. Like, in boxes, even. Real treasure chests. And he was so pale I thought his soul udder might be activated. Kyokaka got red in the face when we told her, I'd never seen her that angry. She told Genju to hit the track and me to go with her. You get what I'm saying? Yes. Lord Arashi is courting the head of the Shiba. Before he could comment on her being so quick on the uptake regarding this, she added, this matter was already brought to our attention by the person you will be meeting this evening. She had a similar over-exuberant attitude as well. So iPhone looked back at him briefly. I would advise against delving any further into the affair. So you do think it's an affair? He crowed triumphantly. She gave a grunt and turned away. Noboru laughed, already calculating his score. Feng might keep track of his win-loss record for training, but he had his own tally, namely, how many times he could get the prickly captain's goat. I mean it, Feng. I'll see you happily married yet, just wait and see. The way her muscles tensed told Noboru she had just thwarted an urge to stab him. He chalked up another victory, and wore a smile the whole ride back home. A child happily chasing a butterfly came grinding to a halt upon finding herself before a tall glowering man in white. She turned and fled instantly. Captain Commander Byakuya Kukaki scowled as both his wife and Captain Urahara enjoyed a chuckle at his expense. Without a word he swept off, forcing them all to follow. As I was saying, Kisuke smiled sunnily. The numbers are encouraging. We continue to see steady if small growth to our forces, while the enemy remains in disarray. Many Shinigami who experienced grievous injury during the war have returned to duty, and new recruits continue to appear. Even taking into account Tiger Company, the overall casualty rate remains so low that we've managed to reach 70% strength in terms of previous manpower. Due in no small part to my body armor. Mayuri Kuratsuka pointed out with smug satisfaction as they strolled along. We weren't in danger of forgetting, Mayuri, the captain of Ibis Squad sighed. His former research subordinate just chuckled while smoking a pipe, blue smoke leaking from his lips to trail behind him. The dour Lieutenant Kuratsuka walked between her father and captain in the role of mediator. Saijin Komamura marched a few paces behind them along with Kojiro Sasakaibe and Renji Abarai in his position as Siamese Company's captain. Byakuya noticed the girl from before had returned and now hid behind a tree eyeing them curiously. Abruptly he turned and walked straight out into the patch of reeds bordering the lake, conjuring a supply of reishi below him so that he appeared to be walking on water, leaving only vanishing ripples behind. The others did so as well, Sasakaibe graciously performing the task for the sake of the powerless Komamura. Their reflections followed them across the mirror surface of the lake. The child came scrambling out of hiding to watch them go, seemingly distraught. However, a tiny glowing green dragon popped up near her head, and quickly forgetting about the strange conference she took off in pursuit of its zigzag flight, laughing happily. Stone-faced, the captain commander lowered a discreet finger and clasped his hands in his sleeves. The others gave no indication of having spotted the magic being performed, but Yoriyuki hugged his arm closer to show her approval. She knew he was thinking about their son. What news on Hueco Mundo? Captain Abarai jerked up. He had been restless since joining them, and now looked to Saijin. The former Shinigami nodded in encouragement. Clearing his throat, Renji said, "We talked with the Vazard and it confirmed our suspicions. The dead zone shrank at some point. It's smaller than before. Nell. I mean, Lieutenant Edelschwank thinks this isn't the first time it's happened, which would explain the appearance of that huge forest near the edge of the zone. According to her, there was no sign of it on her previous trips there with Aizen. So sometime after her removal from the Espada, the perimeter of the dead zone grew smaller," Urahara mused. "And again since the assault on Lady Kukaki," Mayuri added. Mention of his sister troubled Byakuya, though he gave no outward sign. As if sensing the change in topic, Kojiro spoke up, perhaps also to prevent an argument from flaring between the two perverse geniuses. "The Hollow who led the initial attack on Lieutenant Kukaki, whom we have codenamed Tone Death, has not reappeared in either Hueco Mundo or the mortal realm. We believe her to be a subordinate of Grimjo Jaggerjax, as Captain Abarai has confirmed she was the one who injured him during the capture of the lead Exequius. In all likelihood Tone Death sought to avenge her leader by the attack on Lieutenant Kukaki, and was not involved with the appearance of the Wild Hunt. It's certainly one explanation for why they would target Rukia at that time," Urahara speculated. Mayuri was quick with a retort. "I can posit several more credible reasons why such an assassination attempt would take place." "Send a thief to catch a thief," Kisuke murmured under his breath. "Do you have a frog in your throat, Kisuke Teiku?" His painted counterpart spit acidly. "I have the perfect tonic to treat that on my person." "Nimue-san," Kisuke smiled warmly at the deadpan lieutenant. "Can you help your doddering parent find the way home? I think it's time for his nap." He draped an arm around her shoulders in companionable fashion. She did not appear to register the remark or his close proximity. "Nimue, don't speak to him." Her father grabbed her roughly by the elbow to pull her away. Urahara seized the other arm. "She's my lieutenant, Mayuri. She's my DAU, creation. Have a care how you treat other people's works." Some might have found the sight of two masterminds playing tug-of-war with the blank-faced doll humorous. Byakuya was not one of them. A glance back at Komamura indicated he should proceed regardless of their bickering. "Captain Commander," the dog man raised his head and spoke clearly. "We found no trace of the Wild Hunt's continued existence over the past year, whether in terms of sightings or evidence of attacks. I have traveled with both companies stationed in Hueco Mundo as well as the Vazard. Not once did we detect the Hunt's presence. While I am leery to entertain hopes that might prove false once more, in my opinion, there is a very high chance that your son and the Quincy did succeed in destroying Cernunnos permanently." Byakuya considered. Komamura's word held great weight in this area. He knew more about the Hunt than anyone. To hear him express even the remotest hope was telling indeed. So on all fronts, the news was good. The Hollows had proven leaderless and within their ability to deal with. Nirvana remained closed, and their enemies had lost several powerful and troubling allies, the Wild Hunt, the Vastolord Ulquiorra Schiffer, the Espada Grimjo Jaggerjacks, and the traitor Vazard Rajuro Otorabashi. Even Ichigo Kurosaka's hollow was removed from consideration as a result of the disturbance a year ago. By contrast, their side had suffered no major losses. His tenure as leader of the Godi 7 was proving remarkably successful. If you believe that, then they have you right where they want you. I am not blind as to the scope of our enemies. Nor will I allow myself to entertain the notion that they have exhausted their available options. Those two jabbering scientists remain ignorant of it, but you know there is another reason why Rukia and her child might have been targeted. Grandfather's prophecy. If Anohana somehow learned of it, then she has cause to believe a Kukaki might prove to be her deadliest enemy. Aizen would spare no expense to remove us if that were the case. You still haven't told your wife about this. A prophecy that might be more self-fulfilling than anything else? That is not sufficient excuse to give her cause to worry. I already dread what might befall Noboru enough for both of us. And yet you still harbor the boy captain like he is precious treasure. If there is any chance that Hitsugaya is the threat to Aizen my grandfather foretold, then I will accept no risk that he may be prematurely lost. Do you disapprove? Hardly. Your decisions in these matters are commendable. Should that not prove to be the case, rest assured, you shall hear about it from me. I look forward to the lesson. You need to take a look at this. He turned to regard Yoriyuki, who smiled beside him with gleaming golden eyes. She gestured out over the forested lake country. At the far shore spirits pulled giant lily pads through the reeds, pointing out enormous blue herons and giant multicolored toads to their children. Great rainbow-scaled trout leapt from the depths to flash in the sun before diving back in, and dragonflies circled like flying jewels overhead. The afterlife known as the Field of Reeds was scant on human habitations, unlike the other fabricated plains now populated by the denizens of Seoul society. But it had an appeal that brought many of their residents here to while away their time in contemplation of an idealized nature which never existed in their earthly lives. There were no stinging insects, no rampaging animals. By all accounts, this was a paradise. You've done good work, Yoriyuki sought to reassure him. You've held everything together, and made great strides in rectifying the faults that previously existed. Take some time to acknowledge that. Live a little, my sweet sour man. He studied their wards at careless play, unaware of their caretaker's examination. Then the Kukaki lord gave a small nod. I am aware of it. Then, in an attempt to be more open with the woman he loved, and I do not regret what this cost us. Minor souls, even other Shinigami, might be permitted to believe the peace would last for a while yet. But they did not know whom they were dealing with. Aizen and Unohana had not given up their ambition to rule over all. This was simply a lull in the fighting. When true war came again, and he was certain it would, victory could hang on how well he had arranged his forces. But, as Yoriyuki said, now was the time to appreciate everything that had gone right. A splash came from behind him, and Byakuya turned to find Kisukura Hara and Mayuri Kuratsuka flailing around in the pond shouting and dunking one another. Like children. Ah, our trusted allies, Yoriyuki sighed affectionately at his side. And without another word, she dove right in and began happily splashing both the sodden scientists. What do those fools think they are doing? Living. We should follow their example. As you will. Byakuya sat down cross-legged on his conjured support. At the merest flicker of his eyes, previously unnoticed attendants appeared and laid out the tools of his craft. Pausing to gather his creative energies, the master calligrapher began to compose an artful poem devoted to nature and water. They spent the better part of an hour in undisturbed pursuit of nothing important. At Yoriyuki's insistence, Renji Abarai was reluctantly dragged into joining them in a chicken fight, with him as Mayuri's support and her acting as Kisuke's second. Nimue served the roles of scorekeeper and referee, while Kojiro and Saijin took this opportunity to catch up with one another, strolling at ease along the lake surface. Byakuya played the part of idle artist because he knew it would please Yoriyuki. But never once during that time did he forget what they were up against. Peace never lasted. It was the way of the world. And they faced an enemy who might never die. After work the park was usually less crowded, and Rukia took advantage of this to take the baby for an outing. She tended not to come at a regular time every day, which dissuaded that many people from getting to know her. Like it or not, she remained a Shinigami in the world of the living, and not inclined to establishing strong connections with regular people. Despite this, Rukia had come to appreciate certain mortal foibles concerning childcare, the most obvious being a strong worry about her newborn's safety. The fear of some hollow or unsavory human attempting to steal her child left her more nervous than might be considered proper. As such, she always cast a low-level tracking spell on him before heading out. Not like we couldn't handle any human that tried. It is simply a precaution. Fair enough. Just don't become one of those moms. When she arrived, other parents with children of various ages from toddler to preschool were already in attendance. To her relief, only one person present noticed and recognized her. As she wheeled the stroller next to the sandbox, a young mother named Hanako looked up from fussing with her baby girl's clothes. "Hello, Rukia-san," she nodded. "We haven't seen you for a while. Work has kept me busy." She unbuckled the baby and set him free. Immediately he got down to business, snatching up handfuls of sand and mashing them into lumps. In no time he was surrounded by a range of low hills. The sight always made her wonder what he hoped to accomplish with this. Not to be deterred, Hanako came over and examined all around the park. "I understand. We won't be coming here much longer ourselves. My husband is expecting a promotion that will take him to the head offices. He's worked very hard to get there. You must be proud." "Of course. We're quite blessed." Then, when Rukia failed to continue the conversation, she added, "I don't believe I've ever met your husband. What did you say he does for a living?" Rukia smiled and waved a stuffed lion before her son's face, distracting him for just long enough to snatch it to himself before resuming his self-imposed quarrying. "It never came up. You look so young, Rukia-san. I'd never guess you were a mother at your age. How long ago did you graduate?" "Over a decade," she responded mysteriously. Hanako appeared uncertain if that were meant as a joke or not. "Has he started walking yet?" "Your boy, Shotoku." "And no, he hasn't." This information appeared to mollify Hanako, and she added helpfully, "Well, don't be concerned about that. Maishia learned to walk at 10 months, but she's a go-getter. Like her father. I'm going to take her on the swings." "It was good to see you again, Rukia-san." Having satisfied herself somewhat and not waiting for an answer, she picked up the little girl and proceeded to do just that. "Thanks for driving her off," another woman spoke. Rukia looked up to see a few parents standing nearby express their own relief through smiles and grateful nods. She accepted their well wishes with a small grin and they returned to their own conversations. An empty bench not far off looked inviting. A silent look around was acknowledged with unspoken assurance from her fellow mothers. If they spotted anyone else's baby about to eat something they shouldn't, they would intervene to prevent a trip to the hospital. With that, Rukia stood up and maneuvered the stroller over to the bench where she took a seat. Like all the other mothers, her attention returned at regular intervals to her child to make certain he was still there and not in any danger. Otherwise she peered around the park. It was a lovely summer day. A local police officer stood at attention not far off, stone-faced and diligent, ready to answer any disruption of his patrol area's tranquility. A businessman sat at another bench with his coat off and shirt sleeves rolled up, head back as if concerned only with enjoying the sunshine. Some teen girls of high school age were laughing in a huddle while clustering around their phones. The sight of them reminded Rukia how not long ago she herself had been a public school student. Though brief, the experience had proven singularly worthwhile. Ichigo aside, her friendships forged among the student body in the mortal realm were proving as precious as any she made at the Shinigami Academy. Perhaps youth found common ground with those who shared the same troubles? All her Shinigami school friends still alive were lieutenants or higher. And her human friends had also experienced good fortune in the last year. Ishida and Ogawa remained together, a fact she took some small pride in for having facilitated, however slightly. They had moved to the nation's capital to continue their respective education and careers. Tatsuki Arisawa attended a college in the northernmost regions. Rumor had it she was being courted by representatives of her homeland's martial arts community to participate in some biannual international sporting competition. Everyone she asked seemed to consider it a great honor. Kigo Asano went to the same prestigious university as his older sister. Kuniya Dairyo remained distant and, in large part, unreachable. The same could be said for Yasutaro Sato, which was odd, considering how close he and Ichigo had been. As for Chizuru, when exactly did you find the time to collect so many friends, princess? That speaks better of them than me. So demure. I like that you're loved. And love in return. You should let them know it more often. Some of them I can't. Kion. Yumi Chika. Kon. Which one is yours? Rukia hadn't even noticed the woman now sitting at the other end of the bench approach. She turned her head. He's. Her words cut off in a sharp inhalation. There beside her was none other than Retsu Anohana. With a shout of joy, Rukia leapt forward and hugged her. Anyone watching would have been hard-pressed to describe the older woman's reaction to this. She made no move, such that Rukia might as well have been embracing a statue. But her face shifted, passing so quickly through successive emotions that closely resembled surprise, fury, and relief. In the end she lapsed into a tranquil expression which left no indication what the wearer might be thinking. Yet her arm came around the small girl, as though in comfort. All of a sudden Rukia realized what she was doing and jerked back with a horrified gasp. Ah! Anohana-sama. Please forgive me, I don't know what came over me then, it was such a surprise. You. She was breathing very fast and not in control of her wits. When Rukia sought to summon a measure of Kukaki discipline, it proved in vain. The sight of this person was simply too much of a rush to ever subsume the emotions that came gushing out. Relief, awe, deference, confusion, ebullience. All that and more. It felt as if she had been reunited with a long-lost parent. For her part, Anohana displayed a level of self-control that was the exact opposite of the flustered mother. Both imposing and eminently approachable, she presented an air of reserved maturity made all the more sublime by her bewitching beauty. A long white overcoat fell midway to the ankle, of an obviously expensive cut with grey fur trim around the collar. She wore brown leather gloves and high-heeled boots of the same material. The captain's hair was caught up in a clasp at the back of the neck crowned by a sable fur hat. She was obviously not dressed for such hot weather, but it gave her no discomfort. As usual, Anohana Retsu was the very picture of serenity. Rukia's face had gone red. She brought both hands to her mouth and uttered an embarrassed laugh, unable to help herself. Tears fell down her cheeks, and at last the wonder-struck Shinigami just exclaimed happily, "You're alive." Fingers clasped in her lap, Anohana cast those glorious eyes down with a smile, as though her sudden appearance here were no great thing. For some reason, Rukia had the strangest feeling that they were both embarrassed at this situation. Nothing more was said between them. Rukia looked around briefly, mind a whirl. She saw her son attempting to help another boy scoop sand into a bucket, unconcerned with what was taking place behind him. Was this really happening? Anohana Retsu, the legendary captain of the Gotei 13's 4th Division ever since its founding. Lost during the Autumn War, she had sacrificed herself to keep Aizen Sosuke and his fellow archfiends trapped in another dimension. "Forgive me," Anohana spoke softly. She blinked. "It's just..." And here the ageless matron covered her eyes, though she continued to smile. "You took me by surprise, Rukia-chan. I never expected you to react so to me. Please forgive my outburst." She hastily strove to correct her lapse. Her brother would be distressed to learn she had behaved so emotionally towards a pillar of the realm. "I in no way meant to embarrass you with such a display." Anohana waved a hand. No, it is me. I have felt so lonely of late, no matter how many people with whom I surround myself. It is not their fault, but, knowing what you and I mean to each other, your openness took me by surprise. I fear you have made me happy." There was a strange halting quality to her speech which Rukia could not remember hearing before, despite having spent little time in the captain's company. Now she was thoroughly confused. "Anohana-sama." The goddess turned her face away. But after a while, she spoke. "I exist in the world so differently now. And I no longer understand myself as I once did. It is frightening. Sometimes I see you all as automatons moving about animated by outside forces, with nothing on the inside. Other times I perceive everything you do and why you do it so clearly, it shocks me such a simple thing could ever have confused me before. But I do know, that I still love you, in spite of everything. And if we just sit like this, without words, without swords, maybe the answer will come to us. So that when we must stand and act again, it will work out for everyone. Real concern stole over Rukia then. Perhaps it was strange for someone as small as her to feel anxious for such a powerful being, but Retsu honestly sounded as though she might be in trouble somehow. Could she have been injured escaping from her tormentors? They looked at one another then. Abruptly Anohana leaned closer and cupped her cheeks between gentle hands. Rukia's lavender eyes flew wide, unnerved and thrilled at the same time. She had never been tended by the healer captain, yet according to legend her very touch could put a patient at ease no matter how severe their injuries. There must be some truth to it, for she never wanted her to let go. For her part Anohana seemed to examine the young death god thoughtfully. One hand moved to brush through her hair in a searching fashion. Then she gazed intently into her eyes. There was an arresting quality to her gaze such that Rukia felt transfixed, unable to breathe or move. Those dark blue eyes became her whole world so that she could focus on nothing else. It was as if another realm was opening before her, the path laid out in darkest depths, and she need but step forth upon it to begin a new journey. Ah, that explains it. The spell was lifted. Anohana let her go, leaving Rukia flushed and dazed. It makes sense, Retsu said in distant tones as she stared up at the sky. A balm, a reprieve. She did this for you. All of you. Aizen thought something was strange. Perhaps it never occurred to him you might wish to forget. I half suspected him of keeping something from me, but, this much is clear. How kind of her, my dearest Aizen. Mention of Aizen's name left her speechless for a time. But when her mysterious visitor said no more, Rukia felt compelled to ask. Anohana-sama, are you well? Have you already contacted Soul Society? Lady Aizen, that is, Katetsu Teiko must know you've returned. Shall I send word to her for you? No, do not trouble yourself. Let them go on without me for a while. And here she uttered a strangely empty laugh. Listen to me, dodging my responsibility. Perhaps I simply want a chance to live as well. Just like you, Rukia-chan. Oh, and here she drew a deep breath of the sweet summer air and sighed. How it hurts. Anohana's head shifted slightly, and a tear slipped past her lashes. It dripped down the front of her coat. Where the teardrop passed, it left a vivid red stain on the fabric. Like blood. What is his name? Rukia looked up, shaken in spite of herself. Pardon. Your son. Anohana gazed tranquilly across the meadow. Tell me his name. Shock stole over her. She had completely forgotten about the baby in the last few minutes. Yet when she sought to find him, her maternal anxieties were relieved by the sight of the little angel still playing with his friends. It made her smile, releasing Rukia from all potential grief. He's called Kurosaki Shotoku. Shotoku Kurosaki. Here Anohana smiled bright as a doting mother herself. Splendid. He loves to build things, Rukia sought to explain. Ichigo says there was a mighty prince of Japan known for erecting monuments, so the title suits him. Everyone uses it. Wind stirred their clothes. Title. An edge to her voice made the Kukaki princess shiver. She looked at Retsu uncertainly. Yes. His real name is Kyojaku Kukaki. We call him Jaku. The mistress of sorcery didn't respond at first. Then she said, You are afraid, aren't you? Rukia couldn't say precisely why, but it was true. Yes. Anohana made no move for a time. Why? The word escaped her mouth in a whisper. Why did you name him so? I'm not really sure. Nervously Rukia brushed a stray hair back from her forehead. She couldn't say what might have disturbed them both. Nii-sama just felt it important at the time that we give him the Kukaki name. But it's meant to be a secret. He has his father's surname for legal reasons in the mortal realm, so that no one pries too deeply into my past. But to our loved ones, family and friends, he is a Kukaki. As for his given name. And here old sadness crept into her words. She swallowed against a terrible grief mixed with the creeping dread which hadn't gone away. It was to honor my dear friend, so that he would be remembered, here and in Soul Society. She fell silent. Anohana held herself still, then pressed the back of a delicate hand to her temple, as though pained. There was no emotion to her voice when she spoke next. I believe I understand. Your instincts, your true self, are compelling you. The magic prevents them from being understood, yet all the same, they exist inside. And right now, they must be howling so loud. She reached up a hand to hover by one ear. I can hear it, your soul, screaming at you, trapped in that nothing body. You are just like me, Rukia-chan. Two people, existing at the same time. At war for your survival. Only you are unaware of it. Anohana had turned so that they faced one another once more. What Rukia saw almost caused her to shrink, for the woman's right eye was black and empty, like a hole in her skull. Do you wish for me to awaken you? Anohana-sama. She whispered again, frightened anew at this unwholesome aspect. A blink, and the pit went back to normal. Look there, Anohana said, pointing. Rukia did so, and took a quick breath, for not 10 feet away little Jaku had placed his hand on the other baby's shoulder and used it to push himself to both feet. His tiny support twisted in obvious protest at this use before getting back to digging, and Kyojaku swayed for a bit, trying to find his balance. Then upon growing steady, he looked back at her, and gave a delighted smile, beaming so bright. Before she could act, Anohana held out her arms. Come, she spoke softly. Come to your mother, little one. The baby turned, and Rukia felt a little lurch of new fear. With it came pride, and hope. Was today to be the day? His chubby little leg took a step forward, letting go of his support as he did. One foot after another followed as her child finally began to walk in a jerky, halting gait. All of a sudden he fell forward, and Rukia wanted to leap across the distance to save him. But somehow she felt rooted to this spot. And the baby had caught himself on his hands. To her delight, he slowly came back up. Come, Anohana whispered like a charm of protection. You can make it. He did so, stomping along, wobbling and uncertain, but perfect all the same. And his great big smile was such a joy that Rukia couldn't help but grin back. My boy. Come to me. Sudden fear caused her to flinch. She looked to the side. There sat Anohana, smiling as she offered encouragement. That pale lovely face was now a bloodless mask, and beneath it lurked. Come to me. Kyojaku held up his own hands, little fingers clutching as he tottered towards those outstretched arms. He made a happy sound. Come. A cold gust of wind snapped across the park. Anohana's hair clasp split, glossy black snakes uncoiling to their full length. They spread before Rukia like a fan, the sorceress profile partly visible through the flying strands. The face revealed behind them belonged to a hollow. Without thinking Rukia reached up, grasped the horror's head and snapped its neck with a sharp twist. Before them little Jaku stumbled and fell backwards. The body flopped to the ground between them. The babe looked up, his face in tears as he began to howl. Horror flooded Rukia as she came back to herself. She grabbed the wailing child and held him struggling to her breast, then looked down at the corpse. Anohana's head was at a grotesque angle, a look of slack surprise on those lovely features. She did not emerge from the body, no spirit manifested at all. For a moment something black wriggled beneath it, then was gone. Someone screamed. Rukia looked up to see Hanako pointing at her. The terror in the woman's face was awful. Other parents took note, spying the body at the same time. The policemen patrolling the park came running over, and soon they were surrounded by people. What happened? She fainted. Call an ambulance. Make way. Make way. She killed her. Rukia flinched and clutched her child protectively. Hanako knelt by her own infant, desperately trying to make her accusation heard to other parents. Some of them looked at Rukia with uncertainty. The officer was demanding to know what happened as several people crouched by Anohana's side. Jaku was still screaming, tears pouring down his face, and now other children's wails joined him. Rukia stared all around, lost. Rukia! Run! She almost obeyed her soul cutter's urgent command. But then a collective gasp went through the crowd, and they clustered back fearfully, leaving a wide space around the body. Thanks to this, Rukia had an unobstructed view as the remains began to change. Hair and skin faded away, leaving only a smooth faceless construct lacking any distinguishing characteristics. A Jigai, she realized. One young man crouched down and edged nearer. He reached out a cautious hand to touch it, only to jerk back instantly when the doll cracked. Its eggshell-thin skin caved in, revealing emptiness beneath. Then the whole thing collapsed, crushed by the weight of this world. In moments it had dissolved away, leaving nothing behind but an empty set of clothes. People were muttering to one another as though trying to agree upon what just happened. No one seemed certain what to make of this. Rukia was equally confused. The police officer eventually demanded they all go about their business. Apparently he had come to the conclusion there was nothing untoward going on, or at least nothing that could be explained. It was eerie how some of the other parents looked at her, especially Hanako, so Rukia wasted no further time. She put Jaku in his stroller and set off without another word. No one tried to stop her from leaving. Shaken, the young woman headed quickly home. The baby fell asleep halfway there. Upon arrival, she immediately called her brother. The creature's eyes were like lamps, shining in the darkness and casting a beam of light bright as the sun across the darkened woods. Xiomara covered Rania with her body. She could feel the girl trembling beneath her. Despite wearing no clothes, the brown-skinned Amazon remained still as a hidden deer. When the hellish searchlights moved towards them, she ducked her head and let it wash over them without moving. Even with her eyes shut, she swore she could feel the beams linger over her, as if debating. A strong desire to leap up and go racing off filled her, which she struggled to resist. Flight would do no good against this enemy. Not now, while she was encumbered by the girl. So she waited, praying with all her might that her glamour would be enough to protect them. After a time, the glow beyond her eyelids grew dimmer. Sensitive ears detected the sound of footfalls swishing through the snow. After several minutes, Xiomara risked looking up. To her relief, the glowing figure was moving away from them through the forest. Once she was certain they were out of danger, she sat up. "All right," she whispered. "It's safe." Wrapped in a cloak, Rania got to her knees. She too stared after the departing figure. Turning back to Xiomara, the gypsy girl colored slightly at her unclothed state but otherwise gave no comment. Nudity was not the taboo amongst her people as it was the Christians. Still, to see a woman as magnificent as this in all her glory couldn't help but excite interest. Were it not for what they had just been through, this might rank as the most arousing experience of her short life. And speaking of which, what was that? The pale-skinned waif whispered as the wind blew her hair about. Xiomara peered past her into the night without blinking. The Burning Man. Standing up, she offered Rania a hand. Once back on their feet, the foreign beauty signed for her to follow, also indicating they shouldn't talk for now. She then transformed back into a deer and began leading the way. With that they set off. After an hour of traveling under the moon, her four-footed guide crested a snowbound hill and cocked her tapered head. Oval-shaped ears flickered from side to side in search of danger. The girl joined her and rested a hand against the warm flank, marveling not for the first time at the strange powers this woman exhibited. Xiomara might be under the same affliction as herself, bound to the powers of darkness. Yet there was something undeniably natural about her. Like she belonged to this world, and was welcome everywhere she went in it. To a wanderer, that state of being was only partially obtainable. At last Xiomara spotted something and took off, slowing her pace for Rania's sake. After a few minutes of creeping through the snowy woods they came upon a cave in a hillock surrounded by boulders. Here the sylvan nymph led them. Once out of the cold, they found a small supply of firewood stacked against a wall alongside the remains of a campfire. Clearly they were not the first to seek shelter here. Xiomara resumed human form and got to work building a blaze to warm them. In no time they sat near a crackling campfire. Rania gazed into the burning depths, remembering the horrific fate she had narrowly escaped. Were it not for Xiomara, that denizen of hell would have spotted her for sure. The fear she felt at first seeing it returned full force, and she looked over at her companion. "I didn't sense its approach," Normally the Graf's forces provoke a response in me. Could it be the curse is weakening? Golden eyes shone in the firelight as they fastened on her, causing Rania to sweat. There was still much about Xiomara she did not know. But her knowledge of their enemy had proven beyond reproach. And now was no exception. The Burning Man is not a class of fiend like those you have seen before. He is not even like werbeasts or witches, who draw their power from the infernal. I cannot say what he is for certain. But he is alive, and human. Of that much I am certain. But you said he is one of Todd Holtz's lieutenants. Wouldn't that make him over a century old? Any hope to elicit more information that would verify her suspicions about Xiomara's age proved fruitless. The fleet-footed heroine shook her sable head in dismissal. Legends tell of his appearance during campaigns. I suspect the Burning Man might be more closely tied to Toth Holtz than any of the others. But whatever he is or might have been, of a surety now he represents the greatest threat to our progress. At the Graf's command, he will continue to pursue you and your friends. Rania looked out the cave mouth into the swirling blackness. There was already so much to be afraid of. Now this on top of everything else? This newfound fear helped her to reach a decision, however. I want to know more. Xiomara looked up, surprised. About what? This. Rania reached up and pulled down her crimson scarf, the mark of Todd Holtz's possession of her, to reveal the red spots on her neck. They stood out against the pale skin like drops of blood. The power Toth Holtz has in this world. His history. The reason why he became what he is. I want to understand what led us to this point. Her wild companion appeared dubious. There are few enough who can speak with any measure of authority on the subject of Strigoi nowadays. The church saw to that. And Toth Holtz is not a topic they care to divulge abroad, considering how he has cowed and subdued them. Then why not start with the church? Rania argued. They might be more willing to cooperate now that his forces are on the move again. If they fear his influence might spread beyond Wallachia, surely they'll offer aid to those who can oppose him. The church would burn you at the stake the moment they learned who you were. There are rumors abroad about the travelers who supposedly lead the Graf's forces to their next victims. The fall of Potesti served as a wake-up call for the rest of Europe. Toth Holtz will not be content to abide in the shadows any longer. He has an army to rival anything ever seen in heaven or hell. And his power is great. You're his target, not his equal. What do you hope to accomplish by digging through the past? Black eyes drifted back to the fire. For a moment, a crimson spark glowed in each of them, causing Xiomara to stiffen warily. When Rania spoke next, her voice carried echoes of something that seemed to emanate from the back of the cave, carrying malevolence and a dark purpose with it. Salvation. Mikuru left off writing, pleased with the result so far. Returning to Rania's story had indeed allowed her to break the lethargy in terms of inspiration that had dogged her regarding Engelbert. This case of writer's block worried her. If it kept up, he might even be forgotten to the story altogether, which she couldn't help but take as a personal failing considering who he was based on. Fans had called her out in the past about letting certain characters introduced earlier fall by the wayside in terms of story development. She no longer even remembered why she had once thought the character of Adelaide to be so important. A brief aside revealing that she was now living in Budapest with the remains of Birkenstrad's residence had done little to placate these die-hard nitpickers, who insisted that she had been intended for Ulrich, or in some cases, Engelbert, all along. While not an outlandish idea, Ogawa could muster little inclination to support the position. Writing evolves, and so do writers. Not everything we start with is included in the end. A notice from Ugaisa popped up on her cell phone, photo shoot went well. See you in 2 days. Remember, eat and sleep. No excuses. She grinned at her agent's fussy tendencies before typing back, can do. Thanks, Nay-san. The phone then went back into her bag. Remembering the warning, she decided to take a rest for a while. The scenery was starting to look familiar anyway, which was nice. Soon they'd be back in Karakura town. Now would be a good time to think about character development. Something a fan letter mentioned had gotten her thinking, maybe Xiomara should be his daughter instead of his wife? Then the wife could have died, daughter of a sultan, what's the word? Sultana? Have to look that up later. Next thing she knew, Uriah was gently shaking her. Mikuru? We're here. Mikuru. She opened her eyes, flinching at his rough handling. I am awake, she retorted, then blinked in confusion as she noticed the train had stopped. What? Did I really fall asleep? Oh, the author sighed, troubled. We're here. He stood up straight and looked down at her with a frown. Are you sure you're feeling all right? Yeah. Just been real busy lately. Don't worry about it. She stood, picked up her sun hat and plopped it on. After taking a deep breath, Ogawa looked at him with a smile. Let's go. I can't wait to see everyone. She liked to visit her parents at least once a month so they didn't get worried. But this trip had more to do with her other loved ones. Bagaisu often admonished her for living too much through her writing and not experiencing the world herself, which explained why she never came along on these trips to Karakura. Didn't want to be a distraction, while it also gave her a chance to be with other clients. Mikuru appreciated that. And there was a lot more to her life than just being a novelist. Sometimes it took her by surprise just where she was currently at. A published and successful writer, with a horde of clamoring fans and what was fast turning into a merchandising empire. Without Ishida-sensei to guide her, she probably would have wound up fleeced by the corporations that took control of her work. Thanks to his connections and ruthless negotiating, she could claim a percentage of all items sold. Mikuru purposefully refused to acknowledge how much she was actually worth. The number might scare her. But even if she did have resources, it was still nice to travel simply like this. Incognito, as it were. Oh, that's a good word, incognito. Have to include it in the next chapter. They hailed a cab and left the station together. Mikuru and Uriah pointed out familiar places to one another, recognizing restaurants where they had gone on dates, the route of the annual high school marathon, even spots relevant to their supernatural adventures. Those last earned them funny looks from the driver, so they kept them short. It was still fun, though. Memories of a life that seemed so far away, even after just 1 year. Do you think the adventure is over? She asked suddenly. What adventure? Ishida asked. She settled back, choosing her words with care so as not to earn them any more suspicion. Those wild times, we know it's still going on, but our part in it might be over and done. At least in terms of the big news. Mikuru didn't want to downplay his efforts fighting Hollows if he was still at it. Maybe all we have left to look forward to is ordinary life. He studied her face, eyes thoughtful. I never actually looked forward to any of that, to be honest. Then Ishida reached over and took her hand. At least, not the way I do now. I can see the difference clear as day. So if we never hear from any of our neighbors again, it won't cause me much distress. Mikuru felt her face go warm. He was getting better at expressing himself. Squeezing his fingers, she took off her hat and leaned against his shoulder for support. Would you mind if I used that in my script? I'd be honored, he said in a tone entirely devoid of mockery. When they reached the house, Yuzakuro Saki opened the door to greet them with a smile. That, and a signed copy of Wanderer's first edition clutched to her chest. She beamed at the sight of them and immediately launched into action. Welcome home. Mikuru-san, your last chapter was amazing. Can Siomara become things other than a cat? Is Lohengrin the demon who turned Totholtz? Was the Graf married before or after he became a vampire? Is Rania related to him in any way? Hello, Ishida-san. When does the next novel come out? Is Ulrich an only child? The middle schooler excitedly led them into the parlor without letting up on the barrage of questions. Mikuru answered as many as she felt comfortable doing and dodged the rest. Yes, she can. Maybe. You'll have to wait and see. November. Who knows? The rest of the family awaited them in the living room, along with their friends. Ichigo looked up from some documents he was examining with his father and waved hello. Karen Kurosaka sat cross-legged on the floor with little Jaka held in her lap. He was busily examining what must be a new stuffed toy, turning it over to peer at it from every angle as if to determine which one would taste best. Sure enough, a second later he made his decision and began sucking on a fin. Karen tried to tempt him with a pacifier, however he ignored her efforts and continued to stake his claim. Mikuru could not remember seeing a more quiet infant. In her experience he had never cried once. Maehana Natsui looked up from taking a picture of the baby with her phone. "Hey, sensei," she grinned, using the title reserved for professionals in the manga industry. She lifted one end of a distinctive red scarf wrapped around her neck. "These things are great. You can always tell who's a fan when you're wearing them. Makes it easy to start conversations. Turn me, Maehana-san. I want to see." The curly-haired girl obliged, shifting a pad on the book nook beside her. On the screen, Chizuru Honsho peered out from a charming sidewalk bistro and beamed. "Mikuru-chan." She squealed. "You're so scrumptious in that outfit. I could lick you from top to bottom." "Please stop," the girl in question murmured, flushing as she stepped back against Uriu's reassuring presence. "Not in front of the baby. Love knows no decency." Maehana and Chizuru were sort of in business together. They both ran a blog of sorts that gave out relationship advice or something of that nature. It was interactive, meaning people were allowed to dial in and submit questions which the two co-hosts took turns answering. This was in addition to attending classes at university. It had taken off fairly well, since it would seem that new college and high school students especially had questions regarding acceptable dating. The fact that their program catered to same-sex couples as well only served to make them even more popular. Last she had heard, the girls were in discussion with at least one company about sponsoring their program full-time. Some entertainment conglomerate by the sound of it. Mikuru certainly wished them all the best. No reason her success story should be the only one to come out of their graduating class, after all. All of a sudden the redhead leaned closer to the camera, eyes turning steely behind her glasses. "Have you lost weight, Mikuru-chan? You're looking run down." Her gaze snapped up to Ishida, who stiffened with a frown. "Is that beast not taking good care of you, little one? I can be there tomorrow to comfort you in the way only a woman can. Just hold tight." "I'm fine, really." Honestly, it felt like everyone was criticizing her lately. The flustered teen went over and knelt down beside Karen. Baby Kyujako looked up at her approach as if expecting her to give him something. It made her feel guilty that Uriu was holding their gift. "Happy first birthday, tiny peacock." She smiled at him. Upon deciding nothing by way of food or toys was coming from her direction, the infant returned to his previous pursuits. "Guys? We're losing visual here." This came from an open laptop on the coffee table where Kigo Asano and Ms. Kōjima's faces were jammed together trying to get a better view. Once Mikuru obliged by getting out of their way, the two boys struggled and groused at one another, jockeying for space in an outdoor cafe somewhere. They returned her greetings and then returned to arguing about child rearing, a topic neither of them could possibly have any personal experience in. Kigo Asano had been accepted to Hokkaido University like his sister. After getting off his ass in terms of schoolwork, their goofy friend proved himself to be more intelligent than the teaching staff ever had reason to suspect. Sadly, the same could not be said for Mizuru, who failed his entrance exams and was now a certified Ronin. To no one's surprise, he was not dismayed at this turn of events and continued to cultivate a burgeoning social life. What his plans for the future might be, no one wanted to speculate on. Although the term, trophy husband, had been mentioned on at least one occasion. As usual, Kuniya Dario's plans remained a mystery, though Tatsuki confessed to having heard something about marriage while running together. As for Arisawa, her spot on the Japanese karate team was pretty much in the bag. Next time the Olympics rolled around, they would have a secret weapon to deploy. After satisfying her natural desires by playing with the baby's bare toes and pinching his chubby cheeks, which he disliked greatly but she still couldn't resist, Mikuru took a seat on the couch and looked around. Uriu presented their wrapped gift to Ichigo solemnly. The two men scowled at one another for a moment, then lapsed into smiles so easily it made them appear like two different people. They began to chat, Ishida letting his old rival in on university life and Kurosaka giving him a heads up on family matters. The sight of the former rivals engaging in such a heartwarming scene left Mikuru more certain than ever that they had turned a corner in their lives. This in turn reminded her of their high school graduation celebration. It was like something out of a manga. Clutching their rolled diplomas, wearing school uniforms for what would be the absolute last time ever, they had exchanged goodbyes with educators, advisors, and club members. The Creative Writing Club sent Mikuru off with a shower of paper charms on which they had written good fortunes, which left her crying and stammering and hugging just about anyone who came too close. The boys in the Kendo Club saluted their phenomenal Taisho with a corridor of crossed bamboo swords down which Ichigo was finally convinced to march, looking more flustered than she could ever remember seeing him. Kigo had been a comical absurdity in terms of emotion, blubbering and weeping from one person to another, shying away from Kunieda who steadfastly wasn't having anything to do with that. He wound up weeping on his sister's shoulder as their divorced parents greeted one another coldly. Mikuru remembered being shocked to meet Ms. Wuro's mother, a woman she had half convinced herself was dead before then, considering how little he spoke of her. But perhaps even absentee parents made time for their only child's graduation. The two of them seemed to be on good terms at least. The most unexpected occurrence came when Ishida's mates in the Handicrafts Club presented him with a sumptuous white scarf they had knitted themselves, including their names tastefully embroidered in blue. To her surprise, they then bestowed its mate in crimson on her, a tacit indication that her supposedly secret identity as a cell phone novelist was not quite so secret after all. This brought on a fresh round of crying. Her parents took her out to dinner afterwards, and Ishida joined them once he had spent some time talking to his father. His mother never showed up. They did not talk about this. Speaking of no-shows, Mikuru felt disappointed at how few people from their group were actually in attendance. Although it meant less socializing, which she wasn't feeling quite up to. Kunieda and Yasukura had apparently sent RSVPs along with their gifts. Oka-sensei had plans she couldn't get out of, it would seem. Arisawa Tatsuki had a competition scheduled for that day and also sent her love. Nanao Ise was also nowhere to be seen. Come to think of it. Where is Rukia-chan? One would think by the looks she got that there was nothing at all strange about a mother not being in attendance at her own son's first birthday party. At last Kurosaki Asahine cleared his throat meaningfully. She's with her brother. Mikuru couldn't say what caused her to shiver right then. For a moment she half feared bad news of the sort that nearly killed people a year ago. Those adventures she had spoken of to Uriah had lost some of their reminiscent luster. Once again it occurred to her there was more to their daily lives than jobs and higher education. Then the baby leaned forward and placed his palms decisively on the floor. A hush fell over the audience as their attention all swung to him again. With no more notice of their eyes upon him than before, Kyojaku got to his feet, pushed off the ground and stood up straight. He nearly stumbled backwards into Karen, but caught himself in time and trotted a few steps forward instead. He then turned his head eagerly around, as though in search of praise at his triumph. At that point they all started gushing and exclaiming over him, and once again, any worries were put on hold as the miracle of infancy reclaimed its focus in their lives. Byakuya Kukaki listened impassively until Rukia finished her tale. Does he seem upset? You know I can't tell. Anyone normal would be. Don't joke about this. I still can't believe what I did. All right, I get it. Don't fly off the handle. He's not going to arrest you. I hope. Ordinarily a talk with Sode no Shirayuki would serve to at least give her some sense of clarity. But although outwardly calm, nothing could settle Rukia's nerves. She had assaulted Anohana Retsu. Was it really the legendary captain, or some dark conjuring? There was certainly no sense of another soul signature during their encounter, otherwise she would have detected Anohana's approach. Still, as confounding and disturbing as their conversation had been, Rukia felt with utmost certainty the person she spoke to was the figure of legend herself. So then why did I do it? I couldn't have harmed her for real, could I? Not her. She's a goddess, untouchable even by captain standards, just like Yamamoto had been. A mere lieutenant couldn't injure someone that powerful. Wherever Anohana might be, she must still be alright. Rukia had left Kyojaku in the care of his grandfather Asahine and gone straight to Soul Society. There her brother had been waiting at Kukaki Manor. Rukia was surprised to find no other captains or authority figures present, for the return of Anohana held implications both good and bad. The most powerful Shinigami now alive had come back to them, yet that meant Nirvana might have been breached. The leadership of the afterlife ought to know about this. How is Kyojako faring? Her head jerked up. She had been lost in thought at the repercussions of her blasphemous act and needed a moment to collect herself. He was asleep when I left him. I don't think he will remember this. I hope he doesn't remember this. Watching his mother kill a person, there would be no explanation for it. How can I explain something to him I myself do not understand? Byakuya's gray eyes remained fixed on the floor between where they knelt. So no harm came to him. A hot flush traveled up Rukia's spine, and she shook her head. Byakuya noticed this distress. To her utmost surprise, he reached forward to take her hand in his long-fingered grip. I am glad you are both safe. Other people wouldn't see much in such a gesture. But to the Kukaki, her brother had just demonstrated an atypical level of direct emotion and comfort. He clearly recognized how distraught Rukia was over this incident and was trying his best to let her know she had his support. It came as such a relief she nearly leapt forward and hugged him. However, her reserve had not been rattled to that extent, and Rukia was content to simply squeeze back, enjoying the reassuring feel of her Nii-sama's call-used fingers. This matter must be brought before the Godi I-7 and the great houses, he spoke in assured tones. Noting the return of tension to Rukia's frame, Byakuya added, there is much we still do not know, so I am certain there will be no rush to judgment. For now a lack of surety means lack of harm. Return to your son and look after him. I will be with you soon. Yes, Nii-sama. Gratefully Rukia bowed to her lord and sibling. She then took her leave. The master of the manor sat in the council chamber until he received silent confirmation that his sister had departed the grounds. Once sure of this, he rose and traveled to another part of the building. When the door opened, Yoriyuki and Noboru looked up from where they lay nestled together on the floor. His son leapt up first. How are they? He demanded, worry and helplessness evident in every taut muscle of his body. Rukia and Kyojako came to no harm, Byakuya assured him simply. We are fortunate. Gods, Yoriyuki slumped in a tired posture on the floor. She looked up, eyes half closed and knuckles pressed to her mouth as though afraid of being sick. She could have killed them, Byakuya. There was a haunted, frightened edge to his wife's voice he had seldom heard before. Noboru looked between both his parents, desperate for someone to reassure him. She wouldn't, though, right? He demanded of them. I mean, isn't that what you said? That she told you she'd never kill a kid? Right? Maybe this was just meant to scare us. If so, she did a damn good job. The lady of Shihoin looked at her family as though they might be taken away from her at any given moment. While not an unknown experience for her, it remained overwhelming in terms of sheer frustrated helplessness. For a time she had actually managed to convince herself there was no longer a need to fear the loss of all she loved. Now one simple revelation had caused all that comfort to come crashing down. Anohana was back. Could she have freed herself? Yoriyuki asked, looking at Byakuya with penetrating seriousness. Have they broken out of nirvana? He came down and sat between them, a restless Noboru joining his noble sire. Were that the case, I doubt Aizen would have allowed us any forewarning at all. He and his Vastolord would be with us even now, wreaking chaos. As you well know, he is overly fond of displaying his superiority in terms of strength. Thank heaven for small favors, Yoriyuki bit out, and then laughed upon realizing what she said. Oh, my stars. Heaven awaits, and last I saw it looked a good deal like hell. Think Jigoka would mind if we asked to move in with him for a few eternities. I am not ready to abandon the field, Byakuya affirmed. Not at the sight of that woman's shadow. His partner and teacher considered this. Showing up in a Jigai, what's the point? Why not just emerge in all her glory? And if it was Anohana for real, why didn't she appear when the Jigai was destroyed? This doesn't add up. It smacks of hollow magic, like the kind Jin used the last time we had our little discussion. Which would mean she is here, but chooses not to reveal herself, Byakuya concluded. Noboru looked between them. Maybe she's weakened? Like it took everything she had to break out, and now she's lying low, conserving her strength. That still would not explain what purpose she had revealing herself in the first place. They all grew silent then. The heir apparent pouted, squirming in one place as though fighting an itch between his shoulder blades. The two heads of state considered the matter more deeply. "There's no point whatsoever in trying to hide this from the other captains," Yoryuki finally spoke. "They at least have to know. From there we can work out whether or not to divulge this information amongst the squads." "And Aunt Rukia?" Noboru asked in an anxious voice. "Do you think it's time? I mean, should we tell her?" Since learning of the sacrifice made by Rukia following the war and the horrible role she played in it, Noboru's love for his aunt had not suffered. The battle against Cernunnos convinced Soifone that he had matured sufficiently to learn the truth, and with Byakuya's permission she had gone on to explain about the memory spell cast on certain people involved in their world's greatest calamity. The fact that Rukia Kukaki could conceivably be viewed as the worst traitor in the history of Soul Society had done nothing to deter his devotion to her. Byakuya was heartened to learn of this, even knowing it placed his son in an untenable position. He must now keep a very dangerous secret from his aunt and the world. The captain commander of the Godi I-7 stood. "Before that, I must fulfill my duty." It is time the other captains were informed of this development. That just leads right back to the issue, though, doesn't it? Yoryuki wore a troubled frown as she rose to join him. Two of them are under the same memory charm as Rukia, after all. And in Isane's case, her status as Unohana's subordinate makes things even more dicey. She might act on a misguided sense of loyalty to her former captain, a woman revered as a saint in our world. "So who do we tell first?" Noboru asked tentatively. The lady of the Kotetsu, Isane Kotetsu, was sharing a meal late in the evening with her consort Yukitake Jushiro when the door of their chambers flew open and her younger sister Kian came sprinting in. "Nei-sama! Onii-sama! The Kukaki are coming!" Yukitake stared at her in surprise, a pair of chopsticks halfway to his mouth. "To kill us?" "What? No." Kian shook her head, dancing from foot to foot in her apprehension. "I mean, maybe? Something huge is going down. I got word they've locked down the manor, and Rukia came unexpectedly earlier, and they sent a dispatch to Hueco Mundo to retrieve the Kenpeke, and, it's big news, that's all I know." A glance passed between Isane and Yukitake. She dabbed a napkin to her lips and rose quickly, servants already appearing to remove the remains of their repast. A few spoken words confirmed the household's course of action. Afterwards Lord and Lady Kotetsu repaired to a private audience chamber to wait upon their visitor's arrival. Seated before an ornate bronze bas-relief depicting a dragon soaring through the heavens, they considered what this unforeseen complication might entail in silence. Within just a few minutes, word came that a high-ranking guest had indeed arrived seeking entry. Permission was quickly given. In no time the leaders of Kotetsu and Kukaki found themselves facing one another. "To what do we owe this visit, Kukaki-sama?" Isane asked with a trace of trepidation. Lady Isane, the statuesque nobleman regarded her with as much cool reserve as usual, yet there was a sense of tension around him which made this all the more disquieting. "An hour past my sister and her child were approached in the mortal realm by Unohana Retsu." Isane's hand flew to her mouth. "As we speak my wife is informing the Arashi as well. Once the captains have all been gathered there shall be a military summit to discuss the matter." Byakuya tilted his head, stormy eyes flashing with unspoken menace. "We must be prepared for whatever comes next. Is there anything you might add to this?" Jushiro looked between the captain commander and his wife. Since Isane remained too visibly shaken at this news to continue, he took up the slack. "Kukaki-sama, have you checked on the gateway yet?" A team of sorcerers from the Kido Corps were dispatched to the former 1st Division grounds. From their account, there is no indication at all the gate to Nirvana has been opened. How? Isane had recovered herself enough to speak, much to Jushiro's relief. He remained concerned at how pale his wife had become in the last few seconds. In addition he recognized the hidden strength that betokened and her refusal to allow ill news to overtake her. As both head of a great house and captain of the Siridii, she had proven over the past few years that it was not for nothing the Kotetsu remained a force to be reckoned with in this world. How did she seem? Byakuya looked away when he spoke. My sister reported a change in Unohana's manner, but insofar as she could tell, there was no sign of mistreatment or injury on her part. I can reveal no more on the subject at this time. He raised his head to meet her gaze squarely. But we cannot overlook the possibility this was meant as a first salvo on the part of Nirvana. Meaning Aizen arranged this meeting, Yuka pronounced grimly. It is a valid option. Then can you give us more detail about the incident in question? A look passed between the two men that spoke volumes. Each knew to say too much in Aizen's hearing might lead to awkward questions. As such, Byakuya proceeded to give them a brief overview of the meeting between Rukia and Anohana. While his dialogue was chosen with care, he omitted nothing, including the final outcome. At last Aizen lifted her hand. If I may make a suggestion. They regarded her, uncertain where this might lead. I can appreciate your concern, Captain Commander. We all know there is no one more skilled at deception than Sosuke Aizen. It may very well be impossible to divine his intentions if he is behind this. Her set grey eyes drifted closed, and she appeared to steel herself. But if it was indeed Anohana-sama acting of her own accord, she might have done this to reveal her intentions. How so? Byakuya asked. His counterpart in the Katetsu had adopted a worried look. I appreciate Rukia's instincts as both a mother and a Shinigami, so if she felt there was any danger to her child, it was not without cause. Consider this, though, were Anohana-sama so inclined, she could have harmed Kyojaku before Rukia was even aware of her. That is not the case. She only talked. Should we not consider doing the same? Yuka appeared perplexed. You think we should? Aizen nodded. Let us talk to her. A late-night jogger suddenly deviated from his usual route for some reason to choose a different path. Two lovers walking along beneath the harvest moon drifted around the edge of a park without entering. The detective discreetly following them at the behest of a suspicious spouse felt compelled for reasons he couldn't explain to go no nearer the grassy sward. On a nondescript patch of public ground in Karakura town, a selection of heavenly officials sat down for a meeting, secure at least that no errant humans would intrude on their activities. Upon confirming their security measures, Captain Commander of Greyhound Company Byakuya Kukichi wasted no time in summoning a hell butterfly. He felt uncomfortable at the thought of who exactly would be receiving this message. Under a strict interpretation of the law, this might be viewed as treason. There was little in the way of a higher authority to take him to task. All the same, a significant portion of his soul rebelled at what he was about to do. Nonetheless, he imparted his message and set the winged envoy free. It fluttered up into the night sky and disappeared. Its target was Anohana Retsu, assuming she truly existed in this world. Am I engaged on a fool's errand, I wonder? One might be so inclined to agree, considering the bizarre company assembled here. The witch would be mad to appear by herself before such a carnival. Byakuya looked around the tranquil setting at his, for lack of a better word, conspirators. Of course Aizen was present. Seeing as it was her suggestion that they hold this meeting in the first place, she felt impelled to attend, and would serve as their resident expert on Anohana. There was no reasonable way to refuse her. At the Heron captain's insistence, they had refrained from including any more of the first seats than necessary. A wise precaution, since gathering all of them in one spot only invited an attack. Of course, losing even the small number of authority figures present here would throw Seoul society into chaos. The Katetsu woman's motives should remain suspect. I will not summarily pass judgment on one of our most noble allies. Which is exactly the thinking which led to our defeat so often at Aizen's hands before. Representing Siamese Company came Nilil Tuadolshvank. As a former high-class espada well-versed in Aizen's intricacies, she could offer helpful insight. And hollow senses might be attuned to pick up on anything a Shinigami would conceivably miss. Among the two leaders of that disparate company, Nell remained the wisest choice in terms of forbearance and circumspection. And should she fall here, you have another captain of Siamese to fit the bill. To say nothing of the fact you know her co-captain to be already bound to Aizen's cabal. I swore not to hold that against Renji, any more than I do Rukia. That is hardly the only strike against him. We have good reason to suspect she has had her claws in Aburai for some time yet. All the more reason to keep him far away from the witch. Also included in their number was Mayuri Kuratsuke, nominal head of the Shinigami Research and Development Bureau. After recovering from his long incarceration, the depraved researcher had surprised all of them by not insisting on being made captain of Ibis Company. Knowing his overweening pride as one of the few human traits Mayuri possessed, it came as a shock when he accepted a position in the department formed by his old commander Kisokura Hara. Some speculated he had undergone a change of heart after reportedly experiencing thousands of lifetimes of self-imposed agony. Byakuya had personally seen little to convince himself of such repentance on the mad scientist's part. However, he remained one of the people who had worked most closely with Anohana in the past, and much like Captain Kotetsu could be relied upon to provide valuable insight into her motivations should she choose to appear. And much like with the Hollow Girl, he is an expendable ally, since you have another obstreperous academic handy. While I make no claims to liking the man, I do not view him as expendable. Say rather I would shed no tears at his death. They waited in silence for half an hour. Perhaps some of them conversed with their soul cutters as he did. Nelia lifted her head often as though scenting the wind, but this could possibly be explained by her being distracted at the high number of human souls in the area. Such a tempting bouquet would lead a hollow of any stripe to imagine it being a banquet. Yet the green-haired soul remained in her seat, as calm and composed as a lifelong courtier. It was sometimes difficult to correlate the often contrary aspects of Nelia's personality. This level-headed warrior did not jive with the shameless exhibitionist who nearly derailed his wedding feast. Being so preoccupied in observing her, Byakuya did not miss when Nell's nostrils flared abruptly, and her head whipped around, clutching her scabbard as though preparing to draw. The shock on her face was nothing compared to what he felt when they saw who emerged past the tree line. "Evenin', everybody." Jinichi Maru strolled nonchalantly across the grass. The renegade Shinigami had on the traditional outfit of a Komuzo monk, right down to the large bell-like reed mask which completely encased his head and granted him a measure of anonymity. The voice, however, left no doubt as to his identity. He had on travel-worn robes of deepest indigo and absurdly tall wooden sandals that added to his height. A bamboo flute twirled in one hand as he marched a trifle unsteadily towards them, hampered by his ludicrous footwear. Throwing this sick animal into the mix was like lobbing a ticking time bomb into a crowd. No telling what the man might do. As if this were not enough to invite concern, beside him walked Anohana Retsu. She looked the same as ever, classically beautiful, with a soft smile playing about her lips and eyes twinkling with affection. She wore a Temple Maiko's attire, crimson hakama trousers and white haori, her long hair tied back with a ribbon to dance softly behind her. For all appearances she was unarmed. There was something almost comical at the way those two had dressed. Not a trace of spiritual power escaped either of them. Specialized Jigai, Byakuya thought. They both chose to appear in corporeal form, which limited their power. All the same, not a single person watching felt safe at this moment. The approaching duo were arm in arm, almost laconic in the way they moved. All four of the spirits watched with varying degrees of wariness as they approached. An empty cushion awaited, and it was here that Jin guided Anohana to sit. She did so gracefully, her masked attendant taking up place behind her. The agents of Soul Society looked between their former cohorts. Jin spoke first as his hidden gaze fell on one person in particular. Nelial, he greeted the outcast Espada in an overly familiar fashion, a smile evident in every word he spoke. "You're looking a bit peckish. Ain't these Shinigami feedin' you right?" "I'm watching my figure, Ichimaru-san." To Byakuya's consternation, she actually smiled back at him. "But if you're offering, I'll gladly take a bite out of you." Across from them, Mayuri Kuratsuka chuckled. "It seems turncoats get along well." Incisors showing as though about to chew through his lip, he inclined his head to Anohana. "Good day, sensei." "And you," she returned the gesture, "sensei." Hearing the woman's voice again made Byakuya's fingers itch to draw his sword. He cast a glance at Isane Kotetsu to gauge her reaction, but for once the tall noblewoman managed to maintain an air of icy sang-froid. She gazed at her old mentor and leader without blinking, features neutral. This sudden command of herself left Byakuya worried. Isane was known for being nakedly open in her emotions. Already this meeting did not bode well. Mayuri continued. "It's a relief to know I didn't miss anything important during my incapacitation. Lost opportunities for research proved almost as distressing as the bothersome treatment I received." He took a long pipe from his robes and lit it, golden eyes shining behind the smoke. "But you must have felt the same. Tell me, When exactly did Aizen use the Hogyaku on you? About to demand they get down to business, the captain commander paused. Kuratsuki had hit upon a sensitive topic, but one that betokened a great deal of interest. In response, Anohana merely smiled. He didn't. Madman and Madwoman watched one another for several seconds. At last it was Mayuri who turned his attention away, puffing thoughtfully as he scrutinized the landscape. Then, to the surprise of many, he said, "I'm sorry to hear it." Even Retsu's eyebrows rose a fraction at that. Aizen lost her grip on stoicism long enough to gape at him, but she recovered quickly. As for Byakuya, he could not remember hearing Mayuri Kuratsuki express sympathy to anyone in his experience. The man himself appeared more agitated at this admission than any of them, crossing his arms and moodily chewing on the pipe stem. Anohana had been turning into a hollow when she was banished to Nirvana. The process could only be halted, or at least impeded, by the Hogyaku, the soul-distorting gem which was the source of much conflict in the past. Had the gem done its work, or was it too late by the time the war for Nirvana ebbed to have made a difference? This would definitely explain the odd behavior observed by Rukia. Just what were they facing now, Shinigami or Hollow? Get a hold of yourself. Byakuya once more settled on a plan of action. Anohana Retsu. The false shrine maiden turned a charming look upon him, such that he had to bear in mind the atrocities she had admitted committing to his face. We are here to discuss the future. How unlike you to be so cooperative, Byakuya-kun. She settled back on her heels with a coquettish tilt to her head. I truly was thrown for a loop when I received your communique. Never did I think you might actually wish to parley with your sworn enemies. Can it be you have come to recognize the need for reconciliation between you? Truly, power does change even the most resolute souls. It has been suggested, he proceeded with caution, aware that every word out of her mouth held the peril of a Kido spell, that Aizen's cabal might not be as intent on mayhem as we have right to expect. For this reason I am willing to grant a stay of execution until the effort has been made to find a peaceful resolution to our conflict. Again, this is uncharacteristic behavior for you. She turned back to Aizen, features working now into a smile that held much less peril and more compassion. Dear Aizen-chan, was it your idea to seek me out thus? Yes. Aizen was sweating visibly. The grief she felt could easily be read in quivering eyes and fists bunched in her captain's robe. I had to, for your sake. While they spoke, Byakuya studied their enemy. There was no sign yet of the alarming erraticism which had given Rukia such concern. Either Anohana meant to keep herself in check this time around, which again would lean towards a favorable interpretation of her overall demeanor, or she was playing them false once more. It would hardly be the first time. Well, good to know somebody's got their priorities straight on your team, Ichimaru cut in with wicked relish. His poisonous words seemed to strangle any goodwill that might have been growing between them. Once again Byakuya gripped Senbo Zakura's sheath in anticipation. Then let us not bandy words over long. Anohana had grown grave in both voice and manner, her white face shining under the moon like a mask of judgment. You wish there to be peace from here on out, I take it? Then your course of action should be clear. Byakuya stirred, recognizing that the two leaders of their group were now ready to clash. And that would be? Open Nirvana. Set free Aizen Sosuke, and accept him as your rightful ruler. Oh, they didn't like the sound of that. Jin snickered. It was true. Half the representatives of the Godi I-7 reacted with alarm to this proposal, while the others strove to hide any response which might not serve their interests. Anohana-sama, Aizen spoke fiercely for a change. Why have you come to us with this thing in tow? Her dark brown eyes flashed a challenge at Ichimaru, who tapped the flute against his basket mask as though debating how to respond. Young Ichimaru has as much at stake in these proceedings as any of us, she responded evenly back. He agreed to serve as my escort. I can understand how this would offer reason to suspect his loyalties, but come now, and here her gracious smile was back full force. Do you honestly believe that I do not feel exactly the same? I do my best, Jin sang in tones dripping with insincerity. Byakuya stirred in his seat. You are asking us to submit to the rule of a murderer. An all-powerful tyrant who uses deceit, manipulation, and even death to achieve his goals. There is absolutely no reason to trust such a faithless character. Anohana gave him a bland look that reeked of disapproval. I did not think you would hit the mark with such alacrity. Tell me, are we speaking of Aizen, or the brute who previously held your current rank, Sutei-ku? That he should so easily open himself to misstep left Byakuya incensed by his carelessness. The parallels between Aizen and Yamamoto Genri Yusaisha Jikuni were obvious in hindsight. Soul Society had functioned under the old man's strict supervision for generations, during which time dissidence was ruthlessly quashed, lies were draped in the veneer of official proclamations, and loyalties were tested and abused until one broke. The pall of internecine politics which hovered over every move they made had cost lives as surely as fighting hollows. Only by keeping the large part of the Shinigami population ignorant as to the secret workings of their world had they managed to maintain order and discipline. True, those centuries of relative peace were not to be discounted. But they did come with a price. Trade one ogre for another, eh? Mayuri piped up, leaning his cheek against one long-fingered hand and grinning toothily. I might be convinced to see my way clear to such an arrangement, sensei. But are we meant to accept the weight of the stick without even the semblance of a carrot? The advantages to you? They are doubly obvious. In addition to avoiding a lengthy and needlessly sordid conflict, it will offer a remedy to the ills which belabor humankind. When no one chose to speak out, Anohana continued. Surely you have noticed by now the mortal realm is stagnating. It has reached a point where the population no longer has a clear grasp of how to deal with its own shortcomings. Every labor they embark upon is mired in fear, conflict, and abuse. Rank atrocities are committed every day until they are accepted as commonplace. This failure on their part stems from a lack of guidance. Like children who do not know enough to contemplate a solution, they founder amidst the wreckage of their world. It falls to us to rectify these failings, by offering comfort where we can. And by passing judgment. The assembled party looked to one another. This manifesto came as little surprise to most of them. It was disturbingly similar to the scenario detailed by Momo Hinamori as related by Hichuga Tashiro. Aizen envisioned a world where his influence extended beyond the realm of the spiritual and actively influenced mortal lives. The prospect included hollow executioners who punished errant mortals and Shinigami acting as their handlers. Disgusting. Quite. Under such a system, Retsu continued blithely, we Shinigami would aim to restore balance to the afterlife. Mortal prospects would no longer be so bleak as to promote the formation of hollows upon death, which in turn improves their lot in life. As such, the Shinigami will no longer be yoked to an endless war of attrition. Thus all benefit. And should we refuse? Aizen asked softly. Her old mistress looked upon the ancient soul with set eyes. Then you will have demonstrated an unreasonable obstinance that Beto kens only one solution. When he is freed, and believe me, it is a matter of when, the King of Soul Society will relieve you of your positions. Along with our heads. Mayuri seemed to relish the prospect, rubbing his hands together in excitement. That is not for me to say. Here she smiled once more. Do not grieve unnecessarily. There is still a chance you might come to terms. Anohana turned once more to Byakuya. Is that not so, Captain Commander? Complete and utter. Yes. I beg your pardon. There is a way to demonstrate willingness to reach a compromise, he continued. This was quite a hornet's nest to poke, but he saw no reason not to make the offer. It is my understanding that 2 of the Vastolord abominations have been destroyed. If Aizen truly seeks a reconciliation that would lead to the opening of Nirvana on our part, then I ask that he dispatch the remaining 2, as proof of good faith. Oh, is that all? Ichimaru twirled his flute so that a haunting whistle came from it. Byakuya ignored the fool entirely. The Vastolord are an untenable hazard to anything representing order in this world or beyond. Even if you consider the prospect of eliminating them at a later date should they become unruly, you must admit such a conflict would entail untold devastation across dimensions. By agreeing to their extinction now, in an isolated location where casualties would be minimized, Aizen demonstrates a devotion to rule of law, not force. If he is willing to roll the dice, that is. Anohana listened patiently to his explanation. When he finished, she looked all around, then up at the moon, before closing her eyes. Ichigo Kurosaki. Byakuya tensed. And the Kenpei, Zaraki? Her head came down with a sigh, face contrite once more. Perhaps you believe two such extraordinary souls would prove a match for Aizen were he to break the truce and initiate open warfare? Without any Vastolord, the odds certainly appear more even. All could be kept in equilibrium. Stalemate at worst. A dark edge crept into Anohana's voice. Do you know aught of human history, Lord Kukaki? Ages past, the landowners of Great Britain rose against what they considered the insupportable demands of their divinely appointed king. When their strength proved superior, he was forced into an agreement granting them heightened authority and diminishing his own. He signed away his power with the stroke of a pen. A similar abrogation occurred on this very isle, when the Heavenly Emperor bowed before the victor of the Genpei War and granted him the title of Shogun, in doing so eventually becoming a mere paper tiger. She raised her palms skyward in speculative fashion. Would you anoint your king's head with oil even as you bound his hands? Byakuya looked to the others in search of their input. Mayuri was watching Retsu, rubbing his long-nailed fingers together and keeping his own counsel. Nilil frowned as her eyes strayed from Anohana to Ichimaru and back again. One finger tapped against her knee, a prearranged signal indicating she could come to no conclusion at the current time. For her part, Aizen had grown subdued during the previous speech, hands held listlessly in her lap and unwilling even to look at the woman anymore. Out of nowhere, a thought occurred to him then. At no point during this conclave had Anohana explicitly stated herself to be in league with Aizen. On its face, such a point held little significance. But was it possible it had been done intentionally? All present knew she was the one who had raised Aizen and trained him to be the nemesis of Soul Society, all except Aizen, whose recollection of that event had been restrained at her own insistence. Could this be important? Does Anohana know about the memory spell? Certain things Rukia mentioned all unawares would seem to indicate so. The casting of Cloud over Moon was done by the witch herself. As a sorceress of paramount skill, she might be able to tell the charm had been reactivated in her absence. That could mean she chooses to keep her true identity hidden for Aizen's sake. Then perhaps it would be a mistake to assume she is here solely as a messenger, or even an emissary. There is a chance, however small, that for all her evil, Anohana came to us tonight in search of help. For herself? It is not unthinkable. Helping her would be. Not if doing so worked to our advantage. We must be careful. Ichimaru is watching. So resolved, Byakuya gave a signal of his own to Aizen. Will you at least let us try to help you, Anohana-sama? Captain Kotetsu interjected abruptly, worry and fright now evident in her face and body language. However it might have happened, you are here with us now. Her shoulders slumped, head ducking down low. And we still care about you. Anohana regarded her ex-lieutenant with a measured stare that lasted several seconds. When she did speak, it was haltingly, in a manner unlike her previous assured tones. I believe you, Aizen-chan. But there is more I must take into account. And the reason is, I no longer know what I even am. The C words sent a chill through Byakuya's heart. She passed a hand through her midnight hair then, as though grown tired. The hour is late, and I have much yet to do ere long. Noble captains, will you grant this old woman some measure of peace? Say that you will consider the offer made tonight. We will consider it, the captain commander said tersely. I am glad. Then, as a sign of good faith on our part. And she reached slowly into her robe, withdrawing nothing more remarkable than a sheaf of papers. This she proffered to them. I believe you will find this information most helpful in reaching a decision. Without a word Byakuya rose and crossed over to accept the documents. He might have delegated to one of the others. That much was obvious. Any of them could have gone to take that packet from her. But a suspicion had been growing in him this whole time. He intended to sound Anohana out in this meeting, perhaps she had done the same. Were he to refuse to approach her, at best, he would appear cowardly. At worst, he cared not what happened to those who served with him. As he took the parchment, their eyes met, and a faint trace of acknowledgement danced in hers. Had he made the correct choice? And now, Retsu said with a soft laugh, I must go. As she spoke, A knife shot from the pipe Ichimaru held, and in one sudden violent movement he stabbed her through the heart. Isane screamed as Anohana collapsed. At the same time, lightning flashed, and they were surrounded by a contingent of masked Arashi warriors. Their hexagons instantly encased Jin in several whirling circles like electrons dancing around a nucleus. He had only a moment to consider this before Nell leapt forward, she and Byakuya drawing their swords at the same time. The blades licked out, and a second later both of Jin's arms had been cut off to land beside his victim's body. There would be no teleportation charms today. Well, the masked monk mused lightly, ain't that a loss? It didn't take long to realize something was off, as the stumps of his limbs did not bleed at all. Angrily Byakuya moved in and knocked the basket off with his sheath. The face revealed beneath was swollen and missing its nose, with rotted black lips and yellow teeth. A cadaver, he realized, as those milky eyes moved to fasten on him. Guess that's all for now, eh? We'll talk later, Byakuya-kun. With that the corpse and its accoutrements went up in a rush of bright blue flames that soon incinerated everything within the magic circles. Byakuya watched the sending crumble with utter contempt, replacing his sword in its scabbard. By the light of the pyre, he looked down to see Isane cradling Anohana's head in her lap. She looked up at him with eyes that held equal parts hurt and accusation. There was nothing he could think to say. Already the Jigai, for that was what it proved to be, had begun to lose its shape. Moments later the grieving captain found herself clutching an empty set of ceremonial robes. May I? Mayuri had come strolling up and held out his hand to Byakuya. Wordlessly he passed over the documents that had been provided. The spectral alchemist leafed through them, a faint curl to his lip indicating either surprise or disdain. The lord of the Kukaki ignored him and knelt by Isane's side. Was it truly Anohana? She shuddered and nodded, wiping away tears. Yes. There is no mistaking her. It was only a projection, he reminded the elder captain gently. She was not truly with us and could come to no harm, as suspected. We've seen this trick before, from the Vastolord, Nilil pointed out. She poked Gamuza at the glowing fragments which were all that remained of Jin's disguise, wrinkling her nose at the resulting mess. I still can't tell if she's a hollow now or not, but Halibel might have taught them the trick either way. A strike commander of the Arashi troop moved to approach Byakuya. Your Highness, we have received word from our fellows. No move was made against your sister or any of the humans. We can find no trace of subterfuge. He nodded to indicate thanks and dismissal. Byakuya looked around the moonlit glade. From what he had learned this night it seemed likely Anohana herself remained trapped along with the rest of her forces. She hadn't admitted as such, giving all the more reason to believe it. Clearly she must have hidden away a cache of Jigai at some point over the centuries which she could now call upon to bridge the divide between this plane and her heavenly prison somehow. If that were the case, why reveal herself here and not in Soul Society? Was there a limit to this new power? Perhaps if she were a hollow or a hybrid as Yoriyuki once feared. Wait. Ah. That would explain it. Return to Soul Society, he commanded. Have a detachment from here and purify the area. I will rejoin you shortly. A gate opened for their use. In that time, Byakuya Kukaki had already flashed across the night sky, passing over human habitations whose occupants slept soundly beneath their protectors' passing. Soon enough he had reached his destination, the Kurosaki household. By now the well-wishers and attendees to the celebration would surely have departed. Rukia and her family remained, however. He could feel her down on the lower levels, but rather than go there straight away, he zeroed in on another position. Ichigo Kurosaki looked up as Byakuya emerged through a wall of the kitchen. The youth scowled in a manner that indicated he considered such forms of entry passing strange. Nonetheless he went about chopping up a selection of fruits. Hey! How'd the meeting go? We have learned some points of interest, the Lord of the Afterlife said with what he knew must be infuriating calm. I wished to speak with you before consulting Rukia. What about? The substitute Shinigami used a spoon to scoop half a kiwi fruit out of its skin and began chopping it up. Minajiki. There was only a momentary hesitation before Ichigo got back to cutting. Refresh my memory. Byakuya came a step closer, arms folding across his chest and eyes narrowing at the facetious tone. The Zanpakuto of Anohana Retsu. The one you stole from Soul Society after she left it behind. I am now certain you hid it somewhere in this world. Ichigo turned to regard him, the paring knife held in his hand as though in preparation for attack. Yeah. It's a big world. Lots of places to hide things. Especially stuff that nobody should be getting their hands on anytime soon. He was behaving intractably. Byakuya had expected this. Anything which presented harm to his own son Noboru would be met with rampant aggression. So it was with a certain measure of reluctance that he admitted to the conclusion which had come to him earlier. She is using it to enter your world. That is how Anohana came to be here. A brief flash of alarm and disbelief passed over the human's face before lapsing back into a scowl. So she did make it out. Why'd it take her so long? I cannot say. They faced one another in what might be a certain measure of commiseration. The experience was new to both, and entirely unwelcome. However, I do not believe Anohana has managed to escape in full. Rather, it is more likely she is using Minagiki as a conduit to breach the dimensions and inhabit Jigai through a form of possession. While able to move and participate in your world, there could be a limit on how much power she can actually manifest by such a means. Of course, this is all speculation. I have a feeling like you're getting to a point. Ichigo turned back to his mundane chores. So let me guess. You want me to hand Minagiki over to you? That would be the most sensible course of action. Strawberries and kiwi were ladled into a small plastic bowl. Maybe. Of course, that might be exactly what she wants, for us to reveal her sword's hiding place so she can swoop in and take possession when we try to move it. Byakuya said nothing. Draping a towel over his shoulder, Kurosaka picked up the bowl before heading out of the kitchen. Come on. Jaku woke up a while ago and needs a midnight snack. It's past time you wished him happy birthday. Clearly the conversation had been settled to one of their satisfactions. There was no sense pressing the matter, not when Rukia might hear and start asking questions which could require lying to her. Byakuya preferred to avoid that as much as possible. And it was true, formalities must be observed. With that he followed Ichigo into the family area. Rukia looked up with a radiant smile as they entered. Nii-sama. Welcome. Rukia, he greeted her. Brother and sister then turned their attention to where baby Kyojaku was squirming uncomfortably in a high chair. He sucked on his fingers, dark eyes focusing on Byakuya, only to pop the sticky digits out and reach for him with an emphatic, "Bok." It had come to be the recognized greeting for his uncle. Adroitly the Phantom Lord moved past his sibling and her lover to take the baby's chubby fingers in his own. Well met as always, nephew, he responded with grave courtesy. Happy birthday. His gift had come in the form of an expensive set of horsehair brushes. It would have been awkward bringing mortal goods with him, so he had arranged for their delivery beforehand. Jaku loved to play with the soft bristles and would pass their dry tips over everything while gabbling excitedly, as though writing stories only he could see. There was no time to engage in such activities, though, as the baby finally noticed his father bearing food. Immediately he stretched out his hands wearing a look of utter devotion. With a grin Ichigo set the bowl in front of him, and the child began picking up red and green fruits to stuff them eagerly into his mouth. With him so preoccupied, Rukia came to her elder brother's side. Did you meet with her? She asked anxiously. Byakuya's eyes drifted away. She appeared. We communicated our intentions to one another, little more. There is cause for hope. Beyond that I cannot be certain. She digested this information in silence. Clearly the topic of her actions regarding Anohana remained a source of discomfort. Rather than prolong the discussion, he strove to change her focus. Were the festivities to your liking? Talk of the baby managed to divert her attention with impressive haste. You should have seen him, Nii-sama. He was so well behaved. Noboru played with him for an hour to let us catch up. Mikuru came with Uryu, although they had to go back before long. She is still writing, and he brought the most charming outfit for Jaku. Let me find it. The rest of the visit continued on happier topics. Kyojaku ate his fill and was soon visibly tired, so they put him down in a crib provided by the grandfather Ishine. It was late in the mortal realm. Byakuya soon made his goodbyes, after which he returned to Soul Society. There was much that demanded his attention. But the brief moment of respite did grant him some measure of contentment. For all that they faced, the potential for joy still existed. He need only find a way to grasp securely hold. The future would be here before they knew it. For now, the present felt just fine. Mayuri strode into the Ibis captain's office and dropped the pamphlet unceremoniously on his desk. Keisuke Urahara smiled blithely with hands laced beneath his chin. "Thank you, my dear friend." There was no need to ask what they contained. He had watched the entire proceedings as they were transmitted through Mayuri's iCamera courtesy of Nimue. Still, her parent obviously felt it necessary to spell it out for Urahara's benefit. "It seems we have been given detailed instructions on how to fashion a royal key, Teiku." He had guessed as much. Which meant they currently had one of the two items necessary to breach Nirvana's barrier from this side. All that remained was to fashion another Hogyaku and use it upon the key in question. After which, Nirvana could be opened once more. And heaven help them should that ever take place. Bibliotheca Corviniana, massive Hungarian library built in late 15th century, Satumer, town of conflict where Graf met Burning Man, pick name for his wife, marriage certificate stored in BC, Holy Roman Empire active after 10th century, fortune teller to tell Rania. Mikuru blinked as the laptop in front of her was removed and replaced by a steaming mug of warm milk with honey. Gratefully she accepted this small comfort and took a sip. Her hands ached from typing, and she was starting to feel it in other places as well. Meanwhile Ogaisu examined her progress with a critical air. "That will be all for today, I think," she declared and saved the document. "I think I spend half my time doing historical research instead of actually writing," her client complained. "A true artist wants to make the best work possible." The office lady bustled about, collecting papers with notes dashed off on them and organizing the lot into a neat system. "Your deadline isn't for another 2 weeks. That should give you plenty of time from what I gather." "Do you think so?" Ogawa took another sip of the nourishing beverage, troubled. "I just get stuck sometimes, and then I start researching to try and stay productive. Half the time it helps. The other half I just worry about whether it'll all make sense." This admission left her feeling restless, and she settled down the mug to reach for the laptop once again. "Just one more paragraph, to start off the Budapest section. Then I'll quit." "No. You mustn't push yourself." Ogaisu snapped up the device before she could reach it and tilted her glasses down to give the girl a meaningful look. "It's enough to have this time now. You need to conserve your strength." "But I'm fine, really. I slept on the train back. If I work hard I might even get it done by tomorrow." A hand cupped her cheek tenderly. "My dear." Surprised at this contact, Mikuru glanced up. The older woman gazed down at her. She wore a smile of imperturbable patience. "My dear, you are not fine," Ogaisu said. "You are dying." "Wah." The physical contact had grown uncomfortable, and she pulled away fast. "What did you say?" Ogaisu shook her head and took off her glasses, as though lecturing a fussy infant. Her face still held that charming appeal which looked out of place on those usually stoic features. But her right eye was dragging off to one side, almost like it might slide out of her face. "I said you are dying." The voice remained polite, but there was an eerie calmness which did not match the words being spoken. "There is a cancer in your very bones. It has been spreading throughout you for years, but by my estimation, it will accelerate sometime in the next 18 months. You have that long to live for certain. After which, no one can say." The teen stared, aghast. Nothing she just heard made sense. Was this all a dream? "Why are you saying this?" she demanded. And here the beautiful woman smiled again. Her eye had rolled down completely in its socket, leaving only a blank white orb staring out. Ogawa felt spellbound by the sight, unable to speak or move. "I love your stories, Mikuru-chan," that sinister voice crooned. "I truly do. They're quite simply the most entertainment I've found since my return. It might not seem like a long life to you now, 20 years. But I envy you even that much. Not all of us are given an opportunity to make our mark in this world, my dear. What's truly important is what you are able to accomplish with your life. how you will be remembered, what you produce, the things you love that must be left behind. The love you have for all of them, it shows in your work. Which is why I hope you complete your story, child. For their sake, as well as yours. Suddenly the eyeball rolled back up, and it had grown completely black. Sleep. Mikuru did so, drifting off so naturally there wasn't a chance to protest. In doing so she forget everything that had just been said to her, though the lingering memory served to give her bad dreams later on. Fast asleep, the tiny girl shivered uncontrollably, sweating without stop. In response Ogaiso took a blanket from the back of the couch and draped it over her. She placed her hand against that warm forehead. No magic passed between them, but the simple act of touch appeared to act as a balm, allowing Mikuru's symptoms to subside briefly. Ogaiso turned out the lights before leaving. They would have time to work tomorrow. Much to do. The lives of so many people demanded her attention. One must take great care when inflicting pain to treat a disease. Her patients would hardly thank her. Rukia, Renji, Byakuya, Ichigo, Noboru. And of course, little Kyojaku. She would treat them all with loving devotion. Until it came time to stop. To be continued. Check the description for the links to the author.